gonna backtrack. And you should cut my name out your mouth. Ask me though how it all turned out. When you try to use my name for clout, keep on going, give me something you can talk about. Hello, everybody. Happy Thursday. It is Thursday, May 22nd, 2025, 9:01 a.m. I'm running a little late this morning, but it's for a good reason. I was recording for BJ Investigates. I was making another video about some more fake AstroTurf activities that I have seen. So here we are. On the stand, supposedly right now, is supposed to be Special Agent Gerard Gannon. He is the one who was kind of like a big top dog in charge or whatever of the raid on the Star Island Miami home. This is the one that has the dock that maybe is possibly right across the dock from a shipping yard. Interesting that Diddy was, someone testified. Diddy said he was in imports and exports or whatever, all that. Go back and watch day, I guess, one opening statements for that. So I do have some tabs open. Thank you to the compliments on the shirt. It's actually a dress, like an anarchally. Hold on. Anyway, so I got that from, I think, Sri Fashions on Instagram. Not sponsored. And she has cute stuff. So, okay. So listen, I have up 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 sources right now. I don't know if it's going to be, thank you. Oh my God, y'all are so sweet. Everybody loves the shirt. Oh my gosh. It's a dress. If I remember later, I'll tag the girl's page. She has cute stuff and it's good prices. I think she's based in New York, but you can just order it and she mails it to you. So anyway, let me pull the screen up because the trial is like underway. Allegedly, if the jury's not late. Okay, here is Inner City Press. Hold on. All right, let's see if he started today his Diddy thread. No. Okay, there are some updates, though. There is some stuff going on. So let me pull that up. Was it CNN? Oh, wait. Hold on. There was one of them. Let me find it. There was one of them that had updates, and it was saying stuff on it that was like, of import or whatever. Okay, here it is, I think. Judges on the bench. All right, I'll just show y'all what I'm looking at. I guess there's no reason not to. Thank you, Jacqueline. I love you, girl. You're a God favorite. Oh my God. Thank you so much for the $1.99 super chat. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Someone from South Korea, Louisa Kim. Shout out to South Korea. I don't think I get a lot of South Korea in the chat. Thank you for the, what is that, a won? Is it 7,500 won? I don't know what that is. The W means. Thank you for that. I enjoy your coverage. Thank you for what you're doing. Oh, thank you, Louisa. That is so cool. I love how worldwide this channel is. Everybody's trying to get the tea on Diddy. Okay. What am I looking at? So I think Pee-wee as himself, if y'all haven't seen it yet, you should go and check out my BJ Investigates on Pee-wee Herman. Did you know that his dad helped to found the Israeli Air Force during World War II? It's very fascinating. Anyway, I made a video about it on BJ Investigates. Y'all can go check out it in your free time. Okay. So I'm just scrolling through the CNN right now just to make sure nothing crazy has happened. 38 minutes ago, what jurors heard yesterday. I don't think we're going to get into that. You can go check I was on live for more than 7 hours yesterday, y'all, and then immediately premiered a video on my other channel. Like, I feel like Mr. Beast must have felt when he was counting to 100,000 that one time. Have a video on that too. Catch up on the latest from the courtroom by listening to their podcast if you want. Who is Kid Cudi? What we know about the actor Grammy winner. Okay, that's the one. Okay, judges on the bench 15 minutes ago. The jury had not yet been brought in. When the court gets started, George Kaplan, a former assistant to Diddy, is expected to take the stand. This is the Washington Post. These are our details queens. That's kind of the nickname I gave them on the first day, and it kind of seems to have kind of stuck. Queens of details over here, because like they do give these sort of like what am I looking for? Like, I need to make this brighter because this isn't bright enough. We're gonna make it. Sorry, bear with me. I'm my own production team in here, my own set lighting person. Anyway, because I notice when I pull up the screen, because I have it on the dark mode, it like completely grays my face out and it like looks unsettling. We just can't have that, you know? Unsettling looking, if I can help it. All right, so we're in Washington Post. They give a little bit more details than others, like the kind of drama, like kind of like, you know, what's Diddy doing, or his kids in court. You know, that's why I call them details queens. They give extra tidbits of info. Thank you, Becca, aka details queens. That's what that means. Thank you. Okay, 45 minutes ago, prosecutors hope to call Kid Cudi on today. It's Thursday. He's the rapper who Cassie briefly dated while she was involved with Diddy. The same one whose car exploded after a jealous Diddy threatened to blow it up, according to Cassie's testimony. 24 minutes ago, Ann Brannigan, Washington Post. Prosecutors will continue questioning Diddy's former assistant, George Kaplan, after which they hope they will call 5 more witnesses. So we're supposed to get like 6 witnesses total today, I think. The most anticipated is rapper Kid Cudi, whose legal name is Scott Mescudi, though he may not speak for long, given the prosecution's brisk timetable. He's likely to address the sensational allegation first described in Cassie's 2023 lawsuit against Diddy. She claimed Diddy blew up Kid Cudi's car, or at least threatened to, when he found out that Kid Cudi and Cassie were dating. And I'm pretty sure I remember this. Correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. He found this out during a freak off. Like they were doing a freak off, Diddy and Cassie, and then he like went and looked through her emails or something and saw an email that indicated that she was asking him to bring a toiletry bag or something to his house or something, to her house. I don't know, something like that. Correct me if I'm wrong in the chat in the comments. Okay, so the car blew up. Okay, a representative of Kid Cudi confirmed Cassie's accusations when she first made them in 2023. But Thursday, today, could be the first time we hear about the car in his own words from his own mouth. Okay, it does have a new update on Washington Post. So 3 minutes ago, Mila Morales, a makeup artist Cassie has described as her, quote, big sister, is also expected to testify today. The two were staying at the Beverly Hills Hotel the night Cassie came home from a party at Prince's home. Okay, so the whole Prince thing, that's actually what I was recording my video about earlier, about the Prince. Like there's a whole like fake news astroturf going on that there's a secret recording of Prince. And I think I think we were able at the BJ Investigates That Surprise Witness headquarters studios, I think we were able to track down where that rumor started. And I got the whole thing figured out, I think, in my opinion. So that's what I was recording this morning. But look, this Mila Morales, I swear I wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning, y'all. I really do. And this morning my phone had died, so my alarm didn't go off. And I woke up. I was like, what time is it? What time is it? Like 4:01. Okay, so this makeup artist is expected to testify today, but this is somebody that Cassie has apparently called her, quote, big sister. They were staying at the Beverly Hills Hotel the night that Cassie went to that Prince party, and Prince was supposed to be doing a performance in the basement. And then Cassie was pursued by an allegedly irate Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs. He just burst into the room. And I didn't. Okay, this is the quote from Cassie. He just burst into the room And I didn't want Mila to see or hear anything. So we went in the bedroom, and we were in a bad fight and he beat me up in the room. Okay, so this is where Mila comes in. She is a makeup artist and she's also made many appearances on TV, interviews, and things like that, telling her side of the story, telling about this incident that she experienced. She said she didn't see it, but she did she did say she heard it. She did say she heard it. Yes, I know. Whoever just said recording 27 hours a day. Yes, you're right. No, Kiki Ray. So Kiki Ray said, did he take Prince out? I don't, that is not what I'm saying. That I didn't say that. That's not what I necessarily even think. But I will tell y'all, I was listening to Whitney Houston's The Greatest Love of All this morning just to get in the right mindset. And I almost started crying. And I'm like, there's something still amiss going on with Whitney. I just got the feeling when I was listening to The Greatest Love of All, which is definitely not a song about having a baby. We were tricked and fooled on that as well. I just realized. But I do feel like with Prince, with Whitney, with Bobby Christina, there is something else afoot, but I'm not ready at this point to say it was Diddy. Okay. So that's somebody else going to be testifying. So just to do the run through, let me just run through the list of the people that have already testified. We're on number 12 right now. I'm going to just say the names, okay, and the numbers. Number 1, Israel Flores. Number 2, Daniel Phillip. Number 3, Cassie. Number 4, Special Agent Yassine Binda. Number 5, Dawn Richard. Number 6, Carrie Morgan. Number 7, David James. Number 8, Cassie's mom. Number 9, Punisher. I might have got those mixed up, but Cassie's mom and Punisher went next. I think it was Cassie's mom first, then Punisher. Number 10, Special Agent Gerard Gannon. Number 11, Dr. Don Hughes. Number 12, George Kaplan. Number 13, going to be Kid Cudi. It seems like maybe 14 might be Milo Morales, but there's going to be 5 people today. We don't know who all of them are going to be, but there was another news update about, let me see, somewhere we did get another name. Was it NBC? Did whoever posted delete it? It was somebody who is the former CFO of Bad Boy. Did they delete it? Okay. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Okay. Whew. Okay. I hate that feeling when I know that I saw something and I just cannot locate it. I feel like almost like hard on myself. Like you should be able to remember that. Okay, Kid Cudi, who's real. Okay, so I'll just read you all the posts. It's from 3 hours ago. NBC News was already up. They were working today. I guess they decided to work today. They're morning people, I guess. Kid Cudi taking center stage today. This is David K. Lee. He does work, I will say. Grammy winning rapper Kid Cudi will be the biggest name yet to take the witness stand. I don't know. Cassie's like a pretty big. Will be the biggest name yet, and then Dawn Richard. They're shady for this to take the witness stand in the Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs trial. The 41-year-old's real name has been mentioned several times in testimony as ties to his former girlfriend Cassie allegedly sent Diddy into violent tantrums. His real name is Scott Mescudi. Set to testify once Kaplan is finished. So he's next after he finishes his testimony. Look, makeup artist Mila Morales and former Combs Enterprises CFO Tony Abrahams and John Croft are next. Who is John Croft? And what is this Tony Abrahams? Do we know them? Do you know them? I don't know them. Tony Abrahams. So we get some more names, right? Kid Cudi, Mila Morales, Tony Abrahams, John Croft. So that's 4. So we're missing 1. So who else is the other one? Okay, let's go to Inner City Press and see if he's started tweeting yet about this. It's like, poor thing. When does he sleep? Yeah, he has started. We're getting some good context just already. Okay. Okay, United States versus Sean Combs, day nine, 6 witnesses, including Kid Cudi, on Molotov cocktail. What? What is this? I don't know what this is about. Oh, that is the thing that, yeah, okay, so that is what would have, led the car to reach the eventual fate it reached. Okay, book of week 1 here. Oh, he's got a book of I'm gonna buy his book. I'm just so tired at the end of the day. I just don't even do anything, but I need to. Okay, down at the courthouse. So 4 minutes ago, he tweeted, down at the courthouse entrance, much security, presumably for the arrival of Kid Cudi. Now up in court before jury is brought in. What does this mean, now up in court? He's up next, maybe? Or due in court? The judge said, I didn't hear the government objecting to Mr. Kaplan testifying about Cassie asking for substances in Boston. So that was one of the things that was supposed to be, the government was going to submit some type of letter, super secret letter to the judge, remember? Or maybe it was Agnifilo. It's so hard to keep up. But they were arguing back and forth about this, whether or not the feds said that it was irrelevant and it didn't need to come in. It was unduly prejudicial because the relevance wasn't there, about some text messages between Cassie and somebody. And Cassie was buying substances. So we have updates already from NBC. Court is in session, marking the 9th day. George Kaplan returns to the stand. Okay, so Maureen Comey. I can't get over she's my age. There's so many reasons I can't get over it. Oh, Lord. Okay. I mean, she might be like a year older than me. She might possibly be up to 2, like almost 2, but I think we're like pretty much the same age because she was 32 in 2021 and I was 31 that year. So she's a year older. All right. Updates from CNN as well. Okay. So just so everybody knows where we are right now at 9:18 a.m., Thursday, May 22nd, 2025, Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs trial, United States versus Diddy. Just so you know where we are, the court is just back in session. As the tweets and the updates roll in, I'm going to try and keep up with those, but I do want to go back and read just a few. I want to catch up on a few of the first things that were said today, just to make sure we're not going to miss anything. This is like One Stop, except instead of what One Stop sells, I'm not selling nothing. And I'm just reading all the other sources. Woo! Okay, that was like a joke. CIA, DEA, y'all, please. It's One Stop for all the new, because I literally look. These are the sources today. Inner City Press, #1, OG. NBCnews.com, CNN.com, WashingtonPost.com, USAToday.com. They're kind of hit or miss. I don't know if we're actually going to keep up with them, but I got them up for now. Fox News has been coming through the last 2-3 days, so I'm going to keep them in the roster for now. And then the Mirror US. Now, something y'all should know is there's not like unlimited free for all on anybody and everybody could just tweet from inside this courtroom. You have to have special permission. It's not just any old press pass. There's press in there that has to give their phone and put it in a Faraday bag. Okay, so there's really not that many sources you even can be getting live tweet updates. Now, there are some people there, YouTubers, reporters, journalists, bloggers, et cetera, who are coming out of the courtroom and they're making vlogs. Tisa Tells is one of them. Mims, Make It Make Sense. I do watch I would pretty much watch both of their channels every day. They're in the courtroom. And there's others. So these are your different sources that I'm going to be looking at today. Maybe I'll add some more to the roster. Really, I think New York Times was doing the best. That lady Karen, they did it for the first week and then I guess they don't do it anymore. I wish they would come back. They were good. Okay, so I want to go back to the other things that were said because, like, Blinken, you would have missed that little, Blinken, you would have missed the Thomas, what's his name? Whatever that guy's name was. Tony Abrahams. All right, so I do want to keep up with this, though, first. That's the priority. Here's Inner City Press 2 minutes ago. The judge says, all right, let's get Mr. Kaplan back on the stand. He comes in, then the jury comes in. The assistant U.S. attorney said, Maureen Comey, she's the one questioning. When did you carry cash for Mr. Combs? Ooh, $50,000. Woo, we're getting right into it. All right, Maureen, come through. Show us what you got, Maureen. I'm waiting. $50,000 on his private jet. Did you pick up cash for Mr. Combs? He said, yep. I picked up $10,000 at a Western Union for Combs Enterprises. What long-term, got my blankie. What long-term relationship of Mr. Combs were you aware of? He said, I was aware of Cassie, Kim, and Gina. Who's Kim? He said, the mother of Diddy's children. Who's Cassie? Maureen says. He said, girlfriend. And what about Gina? Another girlfriend. Okay, so Cassie, so we're talking about Kim Porter, Cassie Ventura, and Gina Huynh. Now, if you recall yesterday at the very last moment, like the jurors had already left, but they got into it over Gina. And Mark Agnifilo said, Gina's out of the case. She's not coming. The government could get her here and they won't do it. And the government was like, she's not out of the case, Mark Agnifilo, sir. She is in the indictment. So how's she going to be out of the case? So they're trying to get in this email exchange from Gina, or that includes Gina. And Mark Agnifilo is basically saying, no, you can't use, you have to use the best evidence. The government could subpoena her and force her to testify, just exactly like how they forced this guy on the stand right now, George Kaplan, to testify. They're not doing that, Your Honor. Your Honor, they're not doing that. The prosecutors could do it, but they're not doing it. They don't get to use an email. They could subpoena her. But the government's like, we don't make a practice out of subpoenaing victims who they purport to be victims, you know. So that's all going on in the background. So the first question, or not the first question, but an early question out of the gate, who were the long-term relationships? Which long-term relationships were you familiar with or aware of? And he said Cassie, Kim Porter, and Gina, another girlfriend. This is Inner City Press. Those were the most recent. Oh, look at him out here with the umbrella. I love him. Y'all need to support him. I'm going to go buy his book today, if I remember. Somebody remind me in the comments this evening. All right. Let's go back NBC, and just kind of skim through what they've said. They have a few posts. 3 hours ago, the 9th day of testimony. So today's day 9 of testimony. And remember, there was a whole entire 3 or 4 days of jury selection before the testimony started. So this trial is technically on week 3. The 9th day of testimony in Diddy's trial is set to begin this morning. George Kaplan, the former assistant, will continue to be questioned. Okay. Kaplan yesterday delivered an insider's view of Diddy's frantic celebrity life. According to Kaplan, Diddy was a difficult boss who made exacting demands and regularly threatened to fire him. Okay, we already read this. Kid Cudi taking center stage today, also 3 hours ago. He's one of the biggest names, 41 years old, mentioned several times in the lawsuit and in the testimony aspect. Also, we're going to be getting the makeup artist, the former CEO of Combs Enterprises, Tony Abrahams. Maybe I can look him up. And someone by the name of John Croft. I don't know who that is, but we're going to see. Recap of yesterday. I'll skip that. Who is Kid Cudi? I'll skip that. George Kaplan returns to the stand. Former personal assistant. Now, if you were not here yesterday, or if you don't remember, this guy had to be pretty much forced by the government to testify, because when he was subpoenaed, and he's not the only one that was like, I don't really want to be up here. Remember Carrie Morgan, Cassie's former best friend? She was like, I got subpoenaed. I don't want to be up here. I've moved on from these people. And I moved on in my life from all of them and their drama and their stuff. So she was kind of like compelled. She said, I think she might have said she got 2 subpoenas. Maybe someone else said that. But people have been saying the reason I'm here today is because I got a subpoena. And some of them, I really do believe it. And so this guy, George Kaplan, pushed it all the way to the limit and said, I'm not going to testify. I'm going, every question you ask me, I'm telling you how I'm going to do it. So what's your relationship to Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs? This is going to be my answer, Your Honor. I plead the Fifth. I plead the Fifth Amendment right to avoid self-incrimination. So the judge said, okay, fine. I'm going to sign an immunity order. This is yesterday. So you cannot be prosecuted for anything you say on this stand today. However, this immunity deal and this order, you have to tell the truth. If you lie, it's not going to cover that. And you might be prosecuted if you lie, if you do perjury. So you better tell the truth. Other than that, you can't be prosecuted. Now, there's a lot of questions that come up, like can't be prosecuted by who? Any jurisdiction anywhere? Or state, federal? For sure, you can't be prosecuted in a federal case for it in any state. But then there's all these other questions. What about for at the state level? What about, all this other stuff? So he had to be compelled and he had to be given immunity. And he's on the stand right now. 9th day of court. We have 2 updates from CNN. Let me get to those because I want to keep to the updates first. Okay, good. We have an update here 2 minutes ago. George Kaplan talks about rarely holding cash for Diddy, including $50,000 one time. He said it was not frequent that he was the one carrying the cash for Diddy, but he does recall one time in 2015. This is the year before the hotel incident, when Diddy's security staff asked him to hold $50,000 while they were on a private jet, and the former executive assistant, okay, so he testified that today. Once they landed, he handed the money over to the security personnel, and another different separate time he remembered, and he testified that Diddy had him get $10,000 cash from the Western Union. Oh, a couple times. He testified that Diddy had him go to the Western Union to get cash out from the pick cash up from the Western Union. $10,000. Western Union. Interesting. George Kaplan, this was the assistant. He would give the cash to Diddy after he picked it up. He would give it directly to Diddy. So he just remembers like a few different times. He previously testified that he started at Combs Enterprises in 2013 as an executive assistant to the chief operating officer. He was promoted about 10 months later to Diddy's executive assistant. Let's go to Inner City Press. I want to watch his vlog. I want to stay up with the two. I want to get caught up first. We have one more tweet. Maureen Comey, the prosecutor, asks, the jet flight to Las Vegas, what was the layout of the jet? What's his first name? George? Kaplan. Kaplan, the former executive assistant, said there was 4 chairs in the jet. Also, there was a partition. I had a partial view over my right shoulder. So there's 4 chairs, there's a partition in the middle, and I could see over my shoulder. When you witnessed violence, this is the next question. When you witnessed violence by Mr. Combs on Cassie, why didn't you intervene? He said because he cared more about his career. Real men out here, y'all. And it's not just making money. There's a difference between because I was worried about not being able to pay my bills because I was worried about being homeless and just like generally my career. Like it was more important for me to have a job advancement than do the right thing. I just can't relate. If he would have said something else, because I was scared because Diddy was dangerous, because Diddy had a GUN or something, that I even wouldn't even be that, okay, that makes sense. That's like saving a life, preservation. That's different than my status in my career. Maybe that's just, who's that? Maybe it's a one-word answer. Maybe I need more context. I'll reserve the right to call him a bad person. Okay, let's see. I'm trying to avoid too repetitive stuff from like yesterday. Oh, we have an analysis from yesterday, an hour ago. Oh, Nima Romney. I don't know if I trust him. Okay, let me see. Let's go to the Mirror. They've been having updates too. They started at 6:59 a.m. Okay, early bird gets the worm. This is the guy testifying if you haven't seen him. George Kaplan. Up next on deck is Kid Cudi. I'm sure some pictures of that'll come out, unless they had him coming in under the tunnels. Because they do have like some like back room, back door, somehow entries, because Cassie wasn't taking pictures of, like going in the courthouse. There was some pictures of her outside the courthouse, but not like going in through all the media. Okay, so this part is just a recap from yesterday. This is him. Again, he had to be given immunity to testify. He didn't intervene because of his career. 50 Cent mocks Kid Cudi. This is kind of a side story. I mean, this isn't happening inside the trial, but he really is. Y'all need to go get our uncle 50 Cent. He is a little bit, what's going on over there on that Instagram account, y'all? Oh my gosh. He's been vocal throughout Diddy's trial. He's spoken about Kid Cudi ahead of the testimony. Cudi going to testify like, I'm on your blank now. Diddy, don't act like you didn't do it now. You did it. I mean, I can also understand like the euphoria if you really have been like just waiting for this guy to like get what he got coming, or if he really wronged you. That's interesting. Bobby Brown's inheritance makes the headlines. Huh. Kourtney Kardashian claimed she was punched at a Diddy party. Oh my lord, the Mirror. Tatiana Christina reporting. In an unearthed video, the eldest Kardashian daughter claimed that she was punched in the face at Tao nightclub at a party thrown by Diddy. The clip is from Khloe's 2016 talk show Cocktails with Khloe. This feels like I got dimension shifted. None of this is ringing any bell. Khloe had Cocktails with Khloe. What in the hell? In it, Kourtney Kardashian recalled, I got socked in the face because I was waiting in line for the bathroom at Tao, which Diddy rented out the whole restaurant. It was for his birthday. Photos from federal raids. Yeah, we got another batch of photos yesterday, and if I had to guess, we're probably going to get another one today. Yesterday, another batch of photos came out showing all kinds of things. I couldn't, probably 40% of the pictures, maybe 30, I don't know, maybe 60, I don't know. I couldn't show on my channel at risk of scandalizing, at risk of some of them I just didn't want to show in mixed company. Truly, it was so scandalous. And some of it I was scared of violating the rules. You know, it was just the pictures that came out. There was mysterious and unexplained rubber ducks in places where I wouldn't expect them. Nitrous oxide can't I don't actually know, because it was just a large box, so it could have been small cans. I don't know how it was packed in there, truly. I didn't look. I mean, they didn't open it or whatever. There was phones, cell phones hid away in boots. There was some stuff that wasn't so bad, but some of it was like lingerie. They had all these stilettos everywhere. NBC has a new update. Wow. Ooh, okay. All right, y'all. It looks like it's about to be testimony of the graphic nature, of the violent nature. So if you're not feeling that right now, I'm trying to give y'all a little 10-15 to click off, because I'm about to go into it right here. 2 minutes ago from NBCnews.com, they deleted it. It's gone. Did y'all just see that get deleted? Wow. Wow. Did y'all just see that? I know y'all saw it. I'm glad it was live. Wow. Wow. It was, doesn't anybody see this, was the quote. It said, doesn't anybody see this? Something testimony, Cassie pleads for help. That's why I was like trying to give a warning. Inner City Press has tweeted. Let's go there. Maybe they just need to fix a typo or something. I don't know, y'all. After the last glass breaking. Okay, so the last question he answered here was my career. This is 9 minutes ago. After the last glass breaking, what did Diddy do? So I guess there was some type of violent altercation. Everybody's skipping over it. I bet you Fox News won't shy away from it. It's like I have to actually check first and refresh first off screen now, because I don't know what they're going to put I don't know what function he's going to put out here. So he was saying like pictures, like they were just putting it all up here, like blickies and everything up on the front. Okay. When you witness violence by Diddy on Cassie, why didn't you intervene? He said, my career. After the last glass breaking, what did Diddy do? The answer, he came forward to the front of the private jet, I guess. Cassie stayed in the back. He asked me to get creams and to conceal the bruising on her face. How did you pay for it? Ooh, brick by brick. Answer, corporate credit card. Diddy asked me to get creams and things to conceal bruising on her face. How did you pay for it? With the Combs Enterprises credit card. And you know who's going to, supposedly, according to whoever it was, NBC, CNN, whoever it was, going to be on the stand today? The Combs Enterprises CFO, the chief financial officer, the person who's supposed to be the representative of knowing everything that went on with Diddy's finances and is going to be capable of answering questions. 2 new updates from NBC. Yeah, they put their little post back up that disappeared, I guess, 5 minutes ago. Isn't anybody seeing this? Is the quote. Former assistant says Cassie cried for help. Oh, man. Former assistant says Cassie cried for help during an incident with Diddy on a private plane. George Kaplan, Diddy's former assistant, this is Adam Rice and Doha Madani from NBCnews.com. George Kaplan testified today that he witnessed a physical altercation between Diddy and Cassie in 2015 during a private plane ride to Las Vegas. George Kaplan testified that he was seated at a table on the plane and that he heard glass shattering behind him. He then saw Diddy standing over Cassie with a whiskey glass. She was on her back with her legs out, trying to create space. He heard a scuffle and Cassie screamed. Isn't anybody seeing this? Before hearing more glass crashing, the former assistant said he was only 23 years old at the time. The security did not intervene. I really think that's who should have been intervening. The security should have been intervening. That's who I think should have been intervening. Oh, anyway, he goes on. He testifies that Diddy came up to sit in the plane cabin, but told Cassie to stay in the back, where the bedroom was located, behind a partition. Cassie's bruised face needed immediate attention. 1 minute ago, Adam Rice and David K. Lee, the witness, said once he had to rush out of Diddy's house to buy health and beauty items to cover up nasty bruises on Cassie's face. He recalled the incident in Los Angeles in 2015 when he saw a visibly upset Cassie with bruising under her right eyebrow, and that prompted Diddy to order the former assistant to get over-the-counter lotions and other remedies to mask the discoloration. The witness said he specifically remembered buying witch hazel. We have a new update from CNN. Okay, hold on. We have 2 updates from CNN. One's 12 minutes ago. CNN.com, former Diddy assistant testifies under immunity order, acknowledges obligation to testify truthfully. Maureen Comey asked George Kaplan to confirm he was subpoenaed to testify at trial and he was testifying under an immunity order. He said he understands the immunity order requires him to testify truthfully and allows for his testimony not to be used against him. But the prosecutor also confirmed with George Kaplan that he can still be prosecuted for perjury if he lies on the stand. Next update came 4 minutes ago, CNN.com. Kaplan says he witnessed Diddy be violent with Cassie while on a private jet. Said he witnessed this incident one time in late 2015 on a Diddy's private jet. He testified that he heard glass break. He looked back. He saw Diddy standing over Cassie, laying on her back, 2 legs extended up as if, quote, as if she was, quote, trying to create space between the 2 of them. So I think this is kind of saying like she wasn't being violent. She was defending herself. And I do think that the prosecution has done a good job of laying out, there's plenty of criticism to go around about this prosecution. Okay. These people. However, I want to give credit where it's due personally and where I, in my opinion, think it's due here. I think they have done a great job laying out the it's almost like you can logically follow like how these, not only the witnesses, but the question order of it and everything is all starting to kind of link together and flow in a direction. It makes you kind of think into a direction of like, I see why they think it's Rico. Not fully, right? But just it's kind of going in that direction. Like yesterday, we heard from Dr. Dawn Hughes, which she's pretty controversial. And I do believe everyone is no one is above criticism. So she's absolutely, I think, there's criticism to go around. However, in the way they have set up the telling of the story through these witnesses, like yesterday, Dr. Dawn Hughes said, there's different types of self-defense. There's self-defense that's passive, which is curling up in a ball and covering yourself, and then it can go along a spectrum until it's more like active. And that would be kind of like lashing out, hitting back, and then that. And she said she did testify that oftentimes whenever a victim of violence does do that to somebody who is abusing them, they end up getting more hurt than if they just didn't try to defend themselves and they just did the ball thing. So here it's almost like this witness, George Kaplan, is kind of reminding me of that, right? She was trying to create space because what is Diddy going to get up here and say? His lawyers already told us what they're going to get up here and say, the whole defense. Cassie was also violent. It was a toxic relationship, but it was consensual. So George is saying, no, this was a space creation. This wasn't violence. I wasn't there. I don't know. I'm just telling you what I think they're trying to paint. Diddy was holding up a whiskey rocks glass in his hand. There was a tremendous commotion and stumble, and then the glass crashed. That was a quote. He said he looked away. He looked away. He didn't even look at it. Now, did he really look away, or does he just not want to say what he saw? Your guess is as good as mine. I don't know this man. Seems to have questionable morals. But however, he might have redeemed himself in the eyes of some people because he did quit because of the violence that he saw, he claims. He's claimed. And I think Cassie testified it. So this is a quote. There was a tremendous commotion on the private jet, right? There was a tremendous commotion and stumble, and then the glass crashed. He says he looked away, and a few seconds later, he heard Cassie scream. Isn't anybody seeing this? He said Diddy later went to a different area of the plane and told Cassie to stay in the back. Some of Diddy's other staff members, including security and management, which management, were on the plane, but nobody went to check on Cassie. Nobody went to check on her. Nobody called the police about the incident. That I wouldn't blame him because I would just assume Diddy knew all the police and I would be unalived. Okay, we have another update from NBC News. Violence prompted the former assistant to quit. 1 minute ago by Adam Rice and Doha Madani of NBC News. George Kaplan left his job as Diddy's assistant in December 2015 because he was not comfortable with the physical behavior he witnessed over the months in his role. Okay, good. That actually does show character. That shows character. He said that it was a challenging decision. He was making a lot of money too, 125 in 2015. It was a challenging decision, but he knew it was the right thing to do. Yes, it was. All right, he's redeemed himself in my eyes personally. I reserve the right to change my mind back again. In addition to the plane incident, he said he witnessed... my God, this isn't funny, but like, it's just the details, please. Okay, so in addition to this plane incident that he says he witnessed, and also in addition to tending to Cassie's wounds on a different occasion, he told the court that he saw Diddy throwing decorative apples at another woman. The alleged incident occurred in Miami between Diddy and a woman named Gina. Okay, so Gina enters the chat yet. Again, they were arguing about Gina yesterday. The government wants to bring in emails from Gina. Gina don't want to testify. Agnifilo and Diddy are saying she ain't coming. She's not going to testify. She's out of the case, Your Honor. But the government's trying to keep her in the case. They said she's mentioned in the indictment, and just because she don't want to testify doesn't mean we're going to force her. So now Gina's coming up in the trial. The alleged incident occurred in Miami. Okay, we're back in Miami, Florida, between Diddy and a woman named Gina. This is the decorative apples throwing event. Kaplan testified that he saw an angry Diddy throwing three of the apples at Gina as she tried to shield herself. Kaplan said he heard a commotion and later that night, he heard a commotion later that night with screaming back and forth. After the former assistant said he gave Diddy a medicine bag. Other people have testified that Diddy had a Louis Vuitton med bag full of illicit substances. The former assistant put up his resignation in September of 2015, but he didn't leave until December, right? He gave like a 3-month notice. Now, the reason he gave Diddy at the time was his dad was sick with cancer. He said Diddy was very gracious at the time, also testifying that he did have to compartmentalize his experience working for Diddy. We do have 2 new updates on CNN. Kaplan says he saw Cassie with injuries at Diddy's home. After testifying about one occasion in which he saw Diddy be violent with Cassie on the jet, he talked about another time in which he says he saw Cassie with visible injuries at Diddy's home. Diddy had called Kaplan. Remember, he's the former personal executive assistant. Kaplan said Diddy had called him over an intercom system to meet him in the master bathroom, where he directed Kaplan to pick up over-the-counter products like witch hazel. He said he realized the products would make an anti-swelling agent. To get to Diddy, okay, so whenever he was summoned on the intercom to come to the bathroom, on his way en route through the mansion, he had to pass Cassie, and Cassie was crying in the mansion on the bed with her head in her hands. She had visible bruising on her face. Kaplan added he did not stop to talk to her or check on her. He did not stop and talk to her. He did not check on her. He left the house to get items requested by Combs at a nearby pharmacy, paid for them with the Combs Enterprises Company credit card. Do you see what I mean with the storytelling? It's kind of like, okay, now I'm brick by brick by brick, covering bruises with the company card, using the company money to cover the tracks, according to the testimony. I don't know. I wasn't there. 5 minutes ago, we get another update from CNN.com. Kaplan left Diddy's employment due to discomfort with observed physical behavior. He testified this morning. He left in December 2015, and this is a very long quote, so I'll read the quote. Quote, "The central reason that I left my job as Mr. Combs's assistant was that I was not comfortable or aligned with the physical behavior that had been going on that I had seen pieces of over the course of a couple months. He was not comfortable and not aligned." Rounds of applause, applause emoji in the chat, because this, more of this. Now, could he be lying? Could his dad really had cancer? Maybe, but I'm going to take him for the word and say, even if he's lying, this is the behaviors that we need to be applauding anyway. Don't applaud the behaviors of not checking in on someone and all that. But I got to say, leaving the job. And he's saying because he's not aligned or comfortable with the physical behavior. Thank you. He said he didn't want to be a party to fixing those types of things. Thank you. Thank you. If everybody would just quit, then Diddy would have nobody to do this, right? He would have to be the one at CVS getting witch hazel. Dwayne Reed, wherever they were. He said it was extremely challenging because I was obviously extremely grateful to be in the role and have a great deal of respect for Mr. Combs. But in my heart of hearts, I knew it was the right thing to do. Wow. Applause. Less than a minute ago, we get another update from CNN.com. Diddy once threw apples at another girlfriend. The former assistant testified he once saw Diddy throw a number of decorative or real green apples at another girlfriend. So maybe they were real apples, maybe they were fake. Could they be wood? I mean, what are they made out of? Those big Kirkland apples. To me, it really does kind of make somewhat of a difference because some of it is like, serious like weapon. And then some is like, all of it is assault. I'm not saying it's better or worse. I'm just saying like imagining an actual apple flying at my head versus one of them big old like Kirkland's, like, those wooden things everybody's mom had in 2001. Okay. The incident was in late 2015, so still right around the same time this guy quit. Diddy was very angry. He was throwing the apples hard. Dang. Quote, she was trying to shield herself with her arms as she moved away from Diddy. So again, we're getting shielding behaviors. He testified that he did not intervene. He said he was a young kid and was really trying to make it in the entertainment industry. This is a quote, this was essentially my first professional endeavor. And I actually thought for a second, this might be normal. I think it might be, but that doesn't mean it's legal and it doesn't mean it's right. But it might happen a lot. Less than a minute ago, again, CNN.com, he learned business lessons from Diddy. So it's like, again, you can kind of see the mindset of him, right? It's like he had those good times with Diddy and he has respect for him. And he's, just like Cassie, she still has love for what was. But it's like, I just couldn't, it doesn't align with what I am and what I'm trying to do. Agnifilo is now cross-examining this George Kaplan. And he asked Kaplan to expand on the positive things about working for Diddy. This is a quote. Working for Mr. Combs made my world so much bigger in such a short period of time. He said he still carries business lessons he learned from Diddy with him to this day, and he believes he would not have had the jobs and the success he's had if he didn't work for Diddy. And it's probably true. He previously testified that he started at Combs Enterprises in 2013 as an executive assistant to the chief operating officer, and then he was promoted 10 months later to executive assistant. Let's go back to Inner City Press. This is the last one we read from him. I assume he has many more tweets now, so I want to, 21 minutes ago. Why did you leave Combs Enterprises? This is the most recent one where it's like, after I heard glass breaking, Diddy asked me to get creams. How did you pay for it? The corporate credit card, brick by brick. Brick by brick. Follow the, what color should the brick road be to Rico land? The man behind the curtain is going to be Sean P. Diddy, Puff Daddy Combs. Next question. This is Inner City Press. Shout out to him. His Twitter, that's where you can read this, is linked in my description box below permanently. Next question. Maureen Comey was still asking, why did you leave Combs Enterprises? He said, I didn't think I should be covering things up, like buying the witch hazel. Also, my father did have prostate cancer. Any of the violence? That was the next question. He said, well, he threw things at Gina in the entryway of the main home on Star Island. What was he throwing? He said green apples. How hard was he throwing? Very hard. Later, I took the medicine bag into their room. Diddy wanted me to leave quickly. Then what happened? He said, well, then I heard Gina at the gate and male voices. Who were the male voices? He said, security. Now remember, security flipped over, according to his testimony yesterday. Security was like just kind of like the friends and family security. And then in 2015, he testified that the security started being handled by an actual like licensed security like company. And it became a little more professional. How hard was he throwing? Okay. So I heard Gina at the gate, he said. Male voices. Who were the male voices? Security. And when you left, what did you do? He said, I had to process the whole thing. So I collected myself. And then I went to work for an integrated marketing firm. I don't know what that means. And that was it. Then it was time for Diddy's lawyers to be able to question on the cross-examination, is what this part of it is called. First question we get up, at least as typed by Inner City Press, he says, why did you go to work for Combs Enterprises? He said, well, he was an incredible entrepreneur. I have learned from him. What did Brian do as chief operating officer? So who's Brian? Brian is this guy's first boss within the Diddy Enterprises. The chief operating officer of Combs Enterprises. This was the 710 Broadway. He started in New York, and then he started working for Diddy in LA after 10 months. His first boss was this Brian guy. So Mark Agnifilo, Diddy's lawyer, is like, what did Brian do as chief operating officer? What did your first boss at the Diddy Enterprises do? He said, what his job was to ensure profitability of each unit. Okay, so his job was to make sure each and every unit was profitable. Okay, the guy goes on. He says, I was an employee with the companies when Revolt TV launched. Remember, Revolt TV was the network that Diddy launched or co-launched with some other people. They done kicked him off the board or something now, last I recall, because of all of these allegations and the criminal charges and stuff. He said, Mark Agnifilo said, tell me about your time, or whatever, about Revolt TV. And it's like revolting, I mean, he said, we were all on the 6th floor. They like the 6th floor. Diddy likes the 6th floor, right? That's where the intercontinental stuff happened, on the 6th floor. Or was it the 5th? Put it in the chat, 5th or 6th. I recall 6th. Okay, so okay. He said, I was an employee when Revolt TV launched. So this would have been between 2013 and 2015. That's whenever this guy, George Kaplan, worked as for Diddy. Okay, so I was an employee when Revolt TV launched, and Diddy's lawyer says, tell me about it. He said, well, we were on the 6th floor of 1710 Broadway. Everyone was there, and it was momentous. Was diversity important to Diddy? Kaplan said, yeah, but like specifically African-American diversity. What did Blue Flame do? Hotter than the bluest flame. What did Blue Flame do? George Kaplan said Blue Flame was the marketing company for Ciroc vodka, right? That's Diddy's vodka. I don't know how to say this. Is it Diageo? What is Diageo? Agnifilo asked. This George Kaplan, former assistant, said, well, they own Johnny Walker and other liquors. Diddy set up an entire marketing entity for Ciroc. So that must have been what Blue Flame was. Let's see if there's anything new. I need to make a little chart of this, actually, so I can put it into the web. So Blue Flame is the marketing entity. Okay, so this is building the RICO. If y'all are trying to keep the elements here or whatever, this is the enterprise. This is him using the business to perpetuate or to market a lifestyle that would, bring him more, quote, victims, according to how the government has tried to lay this case out. So Blue Flame is a piece of that. Blue Flame is its own company. Read between the lines and read exactly the black and white right there. He said Ciroc was owned a division of Diageo, and Diageo had its own marketing already, but Diddy set up specific marketing for Ciroc. Diddy Ciroc marketing for Ciroc. It's interesting that Selena Gomez, Benny Blanco song, hotter than the bluest flame. Okay. We do have a couple more tweets, 2 more tweets. Okay. Right. This is the most recent one, 5 minutes ago. What did Blue Flame do? Marketing for Ciroc. What's Diageo? Well, they own Johnny Walker and other liquors, but Diddy set up a marketing entity for Ciroc. Okay. So your job, what was it? This is Diddy's lawyer asking these questions now. This guy has already been on the stand yesterday. He finished up his direct examination today. He's the government's witness, and now it is cross-examination. I don't know why Agnifilo is building the RICO case brick by brick, but he's helping, it looks like. So he says, your job, what was it? Kaplan said, for example, Diddy would say, we're going to leave the house. He meant 3 to 5 minutes. I had a checklist for the bags and toiletries. It was a bad look on me if something wasn't there. Agnifilo said, is there a binder near you? I can't read that. George looks over. He says, yeah, it says Southern District. He said, okay, I'm handing you, Agnifilo says, I'm going to hand you something to refresh your recollection. Take a look at it as long as you want to. All right. That's the most recent. One new update from NBC. They might be already on it. Okay. We do have an update 10 minutes ago. Assistant, this is Adam Rice and David K. Lee of NBC News. Assistant still said he had an incredible time working for Diddy. Despite testifying that he resigned after witnessing distressing acts of violence, Kaplan still praised Diddy, and he said he enjoyed working for him. He called his work for Diddy one of the most incredible times of his life, and he said the rapper was gracious in accepting the resignation. So he just let him quit. He didn't make him stay, and he just said, okay. The response was drawn out of cross-examination by Mark Agnifilo in hopes of painting a slightly less troubling picture of what it was like to be in Diddy's inner circle at the time. If anything, I can see what Agnifilo is doing, but if anything, it kind of just makes me kind of feel, and I started this out biased. I told y'all on day one I could never have been a juror. I would have been biased. However, I do think I am still open-minded to, like, if Diddy didn't do the exact things he's accused of, he shouldn't be convicted. I think that. I believe it truly. And my mind is open. But Mark Agnifilo may be trying to paint a slightly less troubling picture of what it was like to be in Diddy's inner circle at the time, but what he's actually just doing is showing me why it would have been difficult for somebody like Cassie to leave, and therefore answering the biggest question of the haters, which is, why didn't she leave? It's like, well, I mean, look, there's other times where it was incredible. And again, I got to give credit and tip my hat because I don't think it's an accident. Dr. Dawn Hughes just testified on this. People can have a good time and a bad time with somebody. People could be a victim. They could be being actually actively abused. But still, even in that, there's good sprinkled in. Again, I have an open mind. I haven't made my mind up or changed my mind with the bots. If you get that reference, put a robot in the chat or something. Okay. 3 minutes ago, we get another CNN.com update. The title is Ex-Assistant Describes Combs's Infectious Energy. He listed some of the different businesses that Diddy was associated with, including Sean John, Revolt, Blue Flame, Ciroc. Here's a quote. Quote, when you work with Mr. Combs, part of the job, whether you're close with him or not, he has an extremely infectious vibration. You're around him and you feel his excitement. Yeah, he's probably sucking it out of these ladies or something through his little ritual. I'm just kidding. That's a joke. I'm joking. Isn't it funny? Funny joke. Funny joke. Okay. We have 5 new updates from the Details Queens. Oh my God. Let me get up to date over here. What they're doing over there. See, look. Look. Details Queens, and this was 37 minutes ago. Nobody else picked it up. There was also debate in court this morning, Anne Brannigan, Washington Post, over testimony that Kid Cudi is expected to give about a meeting with Diddy following an alleged arson and burglary. Okay, so shout out to Anne Brannigan, the hardest worker over there at Washington Post. I need to send her a fruit basket. We need to send Anne a fruit basket, okay? There was a debate this morning about Kid Cudi's testimony. He is expected to give testimony about a meeting with Diddy following an alleged arson and burglary. So it is about that. According to Cassie's testimony last week, remember, Diddy threatened to blow up the rapper's car after he found out the two were dating. And shortly after that, the car was actually blown up, set aflame while Diddy was indeed out of the country. He cannot, quote, speculate and say Diddy committed arson and burglary, the judge said this morning. Okay, so there was an order this morning. There was an order this morning. Wow. So Diddy's lawyers every single day, they're on a run. It's been a few days in a row. Every single day, every single morning before the jury comes in, Diddy's lawyers and his legal team, they are arguing something needs to be left out. Something can't be put in. Something's got to be left out. This morning, they were arguing over Kid Cudi's testimony and him talking about who he thought did the burglary, who he thought did the arson. The judge made a ruling this morning. Kid Cudi can speculate. No, sorry, excuse me. He cannot speculate. He cannot say, I think Diddy did it. I think Diddy did it. But the judge said he can. You got to think about this in a like, well, technically, you remember that like one annoying kid from, whatever, 7th grade, and he would like smelled bad or whatever. Well, technically, I'm not touching it. It's like kind of like you have to think about everything in the law kind of like from that perspective a little bit, like because that is how Diddy's lawyers sometimes do act, and that is how the government sometimes does act. Okay, you just have to assume it. It's like kids on the playground. So, well, technically, okay, he can't say I think Diddy did it, but he can share his thoughts, Kid Cudi, on why he called the meeting with Diddy. It may be a fine line for him to walk. So I suspect there's going to be more of these sidebars today. Remember the elevator music joke yesterday? They're playing the white noise, the sidebar with the judge. This is going to be a fine line for the witness to walk because it is one of those, well, technically kind of sort of feeling like the nuances. We can expect the defense to be alert if Kid Cudi's testimony goes off track. Expect a lot of objection, Your Honor. Okay. The court, so 40 minutes ago, Ann Brannigan said the court had concluded going over the morning's expected testimony. George took the stand. Assistant alleged that, this is 5 minutes ago, Ann Brannigan, Washington Post. Assistant alleges Diddy attacked Cassie on private jet. Former assistant testified about an incident between Cassie and Diddy on a private jet. He accompanied the couple on a flight to Las Vegas in 2015. I need to start keeping some of these details. For the book, I'm gonna make a picture book. He said he heard glass shatter behind his seat. He looked over his shoulder. He saw Diddy standing over Cassie, holding a whiskey tumbler over her. Cassie was lying on her back to the ground, legs as those trying to create space between them. There was a, quote, tremendous commotion. I think this is the English guy. He turned his face away and heard Cassie call out, "Isn't anybody seeing this?" I bet you he felt guilty for that because, like, he turned away not to see it. He turned away not to see it. And Cassie said, "Isn't anybody seeing this?" He couldn't remember what Diddy was saying, but he did recall he sounded angry. He said he did nothing amid the crashing and the chaos. Security also did nothing. I just feel like Britney Spears was treated like this. I feel somehow like they did this to her somehow. I don't know who, not Diddy. I don't know who, maybe Diddy. I don't know. Diddy told Cassie to stay at the back of the plane, Kaplan testified. He said when Diddy strode to the front of the jet, no one went back to check on Cassie. 6 minutes ago, Ann Brannigan again. George exhaled heavily. Like that. When asked why he did nothing when he saw the violence on the jet. Quote, "I was 23 years old. All I wanted to do was have a great job in the entertainment industry." He added he couldn't believe his good fortune working for such an icon. And he was also concerned for Diddy's well-being. He's like, is this dude okay? Fair, fine. Look, to me, he redeemed himself a little bit by doing a few things. Having enough of a conscience to finally say this is just too much. I'm like, I can't be involved in this anymore. Like putting a stop to it and testifying. Not everybody's showing up. A lot of people got to be and ain't showing up. So, okay. I'm back on Inner City Press. Wow, this guy is the real deal. He went to Harvard Business School. All right, so the last tweet we read from Inner City Press 13 minutes ago, is there a binder near you? I'm handing you something to refresh your recollection. You look at it as long as you need to or whatever. So we did. You ran an off-site training. A graduate from Harvard Business School. Also, Kenny Burns. I don't know what this means. Did he go to Harvard Business School? I don't know what this is. So maybe I'm just reading it. It is kind of ambiguous. Maybe that's not what it means. I don't know. Maybe that means we'll get more context as it goes on. But the question from Magnifilo, as you can see on the screen, I'm reading it directly from here. You ran an off-site training? A graduate from Harvard Business School, also Kenny Burns. Kaplan says, I remember. You were effective, right? Agnifilo says. The former assistant says, I worked hard. I don't know how you're going to answer, but was it good or bad? He said it was complicated. So I don't know what this is. Off-site training for what? Harvard Business School, Kenny Burns. I'm sure we'll get more details as we get into the other sources. But Inner City Press is always first on the beat here. Okay, the next question, 2 minutes ago, this is Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press. He didn't need to yell at you when you brought 2 waters. What? I don't know if this has to do with working for Diddy or this offsite training. So let's just say, I'm going to say this means the job. You were effective in your job, right? As the assistant. And he says, I worked hard. Agnifalo's like, I don't know how you're going to answer. Was it good? Was it bad working for Diddy? He probably did know how he was going to answer. I mean, even a blind, rat could figure out how he was going to answer. It's very clear that he did enjoy parts of it. He already said that. So whatever. Agnifalo is kind of like a master of this craft, of this sort of jester, court jester, lawyer, performer character archetype. So I do, just from an intellectual and academic perspective, enjoy seeing how he does it. But sometimes it's like, dude, can you just please? Was it good or bad working for Diddy? He's like, complicated. He didn't need to yell at you when you brought back 2 waters. I don't know what this is about, but I do know from the beginning, like I know what's it referencing. The first thing that this guy testified where he had, an issue with was that Diddy was very serious and very demanding. Like Diddy sent the guy to the Whole Foods to get a gallon, BPA free gallon of water or something. They didn't have gallons. So the guy brought back 2 half gallons and Diddy like freaked out on him. That's what it's in reference to, but it's just kind of out of context. I don't know what this. Okay, Biggie has entered the chat. Oh my God. Who? Mark Agnifalo, with a lawyer like this, who needs a prosecutor? Who was Biggie? Diddy's lawyer asked. George Kaplan said he was a huge rapper who unfortunately passed away. Next question. Wasn't Biggie's birthday a holiday at Combs Enterprises? He said, yes, Biggie's birthday was a holiday at Combs Enterprises. That's the most recent tweet. CNN has an update. Oh, man. Less than a minute ago, CNN.com, Kaplan on Combs, quote, this is a god among men. Former assistant confirmed he still remembers how badly he felt when Diddy spoke to him in certain ways. I'm a young man, and this is a god among men, he said, describing their dynamic at the time. He said working for Diddy was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and even though his moral compass did push him to quit, he still wishes Combs well on his birthday every single year on November 4th. He still tells Diddy happy birthday every year. Wow. I'm on USA Today. They claim to be doing stuff live, but they like a day late. So it's not really live updates from court. They're just like putting random stuff up every now and again. I do want to revisit this though to remind y'all what Cassie said in her testimony about the Kid Cudi car blowing up incident, because Kid Cudi is up next. So in court last week, Cassie said that Diddy threatened to blow up the car. The car was in fact blown up, but then she also described that meeting afterward where her, Kid Cudi, and Diddy all had like a meeting together and to like have closure or whatever. And then Kid Cudi was like, well, what about my car? What about my vehicle? And then Cassie testified that Diddy looked over at him and said, what vehicle? And then the meeting was just over. So remember, that was what Cassie testified. All right, let's go to Detail Queens number 2 over here at Fox News, because they do put details in here. I mean, they are flying these updates out. Okay, let's see. Let me just skim this. Physically violent, first witness of the day on day 9 of testimony. Okay, yeah, this is a nice thing to remember too, because I do kind of also forget some of these details. They get hazy. Okay, so Kaplan earlier today named Diddy's long-term partner and mother of his 4 kids, Kim Porter. So Kim Porter and Biggie keep coming up over and over. Cassie and a woman named Gina. Porter died in 2018, and was a, quote, very important person in Diddy's life. Okay, this is a new detail we didn't previously have, so I'm glad I'm reading this. He described Cassie and Gina as Combs' girlfriends. Okay, so Kim Porter was a, quote, very important person in Diddy's life, but Cassie and Gina were just girlfriends. He explained he didn't actually see Cassie often, but he claimed that he did witness Diddy being physically violent with her. According to this former personal assistant, the incident occurred in the second half of 2015 on Diddy's jet. Other people were also on the jet. He explained there was a partition and Diddy and Cassie were sitting behind. Kaplan heard glass break. There was a glass crash and a shatter. He looked over his right shoulder. Diddy was standing over Cassie. Tremendous commotion. Cassie screamed, "Isn't anybody seeing this?" The ex-assistant said he looked away, heard more glass shattering, more chaos. No one responded to Cassie when she said, "Isn't anybody seeing this?" He said, I was 23 years old, just wanted a job in entertainment. He said he didn't want to compromise his position. He also testified he did not call the police because it would not have aligned with what he wanted to accomplish professionally. Okay, and there's Diddy and Cassie. He's got the Revolt shirt on. They're reminding of that. This is him. Just to remind you what he does look like. Immunity deal won't protect him if he lies. We've kind of already discussed that. Received a subpoena. He has an immunity order. The prosecutor keeps emphasizing, though, you better not freaking lie. Kid Cudi, 3 minutes ago, alert. We have the first Kid Cudi arriving at court. Smoking a cigarette. Kid Cudi arriving at court, having an umbrella held over him. Behold, this is courtesy of foxnews.com. No, via Fox News from David D. Delgado from Reuters. 14 minutes ago. Diddy's ex-assistant quit. This is foxnews.com because he wasn't comfortable fixing certain situations. Said he once saw Cassie with bruises on her face. He claimed a second incident happened at Diddy's home after the alleged physical altercation on the plane. He allegedly called Kaplan on the intercom. He went through the bedroom to the rapper who was in the bathroom. But according to him, Cassie was on the bed with her head in her hands. According to Kaplan, he saw Cassie with injuries on her face. Diddy allegedly asked him to go to pick up over-the-counter stuff, which Hazel, he went to CVS, that was the pharmacy, and picked them up. His ex-assistant, this guy, he explained that he left his job in December 2015. He told the jury he was not comfortable or aligned with the physical behavior he had seen, referring to the plane incident and the bedroom incident. He wasn't comfortable fixing those situations. Let's see what we have, if anything, new from the Mirror. More pictures of Kid Cudi. Trial starts. George Kaplan claims she cried for help. Is anyone seeing this? Here's Kid Cudi. This trial is a fashion show. Black leather jacket and was smoking a cigarette as he walked. Okay, let's go back to Inner City Press. Last time we checked, he was on cross-examination by Mark Agnifilo. Okay. Why did you go work for Combs Enterprises? Okay, we already did that one. He was an employee there when Revolt TV launched. What did Blue Flame do? What was your job? Get the binder next to you. You ran an off-site training. You were effective. You worked hard. Who was Biggie? Didn't you have a party every year at Combs Enterprises for Biggie's birthday? Yes, we did. Was it a creative environment? 6 minutes ago, this tweet from Inner City Press, he said, absolutely. Absolutely. It attracted all kinds of creative people, lawyers, musicians, advertising people. Okay, Agnifilo says, I have a few specific questions. You say you used a corporate credit card, right? He said, yeah. And how did Mr. Combs pay? George Kaplan said, well, KK, Christina Karam, the chief of staff, she held his wallet with a Black American Express in it. You have no reason to think he kept track of how baby oil was paid for, right? George Kaplan said, no reason. Or applesauce? No reason. Kaplan said he loves applesauce. Woo! Okay, 1 minute ago, we get another tweet. On cheeseburgers, Agnifilo smiles. Kaplan said he likes it on everything. Okay, new question. Let's talk about the plane. What is that? So Mark Agnifilo is going to try, and I guess they're going to start pointing fingers. And I'm wondering who they're going to start pointing fingers to. I have some theories, but I won't beat a dead horse at the moment. Okay. So how did Diddy pay for stuff? So he's like, okay, so you used a corporate card, right? Yes. Okay, but how did Diddy pay for stuff? Right? You're using corporate cards for stuff, but how did Diddy pay? He said, well, Christina Karam had his wallet, and usually it was a black Amex, so it was probably a corporate card. I don't know. You have no reason to think Diddy, Sean P. Diddy, Puff Daddy Combs was sitting there keeping track of the books of like if the corporate card was paying for the baby oil, right? He's like, no, I mean, I guess not. No. What about applesauce? You think Diddy was keeping track of the books for who's paying for applesauce? He's like, well, he loves applesauce on everything. Agnifilo says, all right, let's get back to that plane incident. You heard glass breaking, but you didn't see it. He said, I didn't see it. The incident with Gina. You walk into the house, there's a thin table. The guy's like, I don't know. I don't know about a table. We do have an update from CNN. Combs' ex-chief of staff was disappointed and saddened by violence. Okay, so now we're going to get a little bit more information about Christina Karam. Okay, so oh man, I'll keep my speculation to myself. All right. And CNN.com 7 minutes ago, defense attorney Mark Agnifilo confirmed with George Kaplan, the former executive assistant to Diddy, confirmed that Christina Karam, Diddy's former chief of staff, was, quote, disappointed and saddened when he told her about the violence he witnessed between Diddy and his girlfriends. So this guy is saying, George Kaplan is saying he talked to Christina Karam about this and told her that he saw violence by Diddy against these girls, these women, and Christina Karam was, quote, disappointed and saddened, according to George's testimony. Agnifilo confirmed with Kaplan that Christina Karam wasn't just indifferent and that she didn't actually endorse the violent behavior. So they're trying to make it seem like maybe Christina Karam, because she's chief of staff. She's the next one coming up. Maybe Agnifilo's maybe either trying to for some reason, rehabilitate Christina Karam's reputation or her esteem in the eyes of the jury, maybe because she's going to testify, maybe because there's other reason to protect her. Maybe it makes it seem like less of an enterprise, like she wasn't a henchman. She actually felt bad about it. Kaplan, when asked by Mark Agnifilo, said it was sad and violence was horrible. But it was also sad, he said, because it compelled him to leave a job he liked and he was proud of. We have two updates from NBC News. 10 minutes ago, Adam Rice and Doha Madani from NBC News. Working for Diddy was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He didn't always like how Diddy acted, but George Kaplan described his time working as Diddy's personal assistant as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He told the court during cross-examination that Combs that pushed him to depths. Combs pushed him to depths he didn't even know he was capable of, and that Kaplan's friends described it as his Harvard. Oh, that's what the Harvard was. He didn't have to go to Harvard because he worked for Diddy. Okay, so that was his Harvard University. He described his work as setting up Diddy's meals, schedule, travel, and planning a company off-site as part of his administrative duties. It appears that Diddy's defense is trying to undermine the government's case on Diddy's racketeering charge, which asserts that Diddy used his businesses as a criminal enterprise. Biggie Smalls' birthday, this is 4 minutes ago, from Catherine Koretsky and David K. Lee of NBCNews.com. The witness knows that late rapper Christopher Wallace, Tanea Wallace, her last name is Wallace too, that's interesting. Tanea and Nova. The Tanea's last name is Wallace. I don't know what the other girl's, I don't think the daughter's name is. Renaya is her first name, I think. Anyway, the witness knows, this is the former assistant, that late rapper Christopher Wallace, aka Biggie Smalls, or the Notorious B.I.G., was born on May 21st because that date was a Combs company holiday. The defense lawyer Agnifilo asked Kaplan if he would have been working yesterday if he was still employed by Diddy. Okay, yesterday was Biggie's birthday, apparently. Happy birthday, Biggie. So Agnifilo was like, would you have been working yesterday if you were still working for Diddy? He said, no, everybody knows that that's Biggie's birthday and we're off work that day. Okay, let's go to Inner City Press. Okay. 6 minutes ago, Agnifilo says, so you don't remember how a person could get out of the gate at 2-Star Island? He said, no. I just heard screaming and commotion. You don't remember how a person could get out of the gate at 2-Star Island? Something is coming up, y'all. This is a foreshadowing, or maybe it already came up. The last tweet is like, there was an incident with Gina, right? You walk into the house, there's a thin table. He's like, I don't know. Agnifilo says, you don't remember how a person could get out of the gate at 2-Star Island? He said, no. I just heard screaming and a commotion. Screams of terror or of how can I open this gate? He said, I don't know how to distinguish between the two. Y'all, 3 minutes ago, we get another tweet. He threatened your jobs, but did he ever physically threaten to harm you? He said, no. You talked about Kim Porter. How was she different? George Kaplan said his respect for her. They had incredible kids. Agnifilo said, thank you. So I guess he's done. But I want to revisit these two tweets. Oh, man. Okay. So they're talking about applesauce and how it gets paid for. And then immediately it switches, according to these tweets. Let's talk about the plane. You heard glass breaking, right? You didn't see it? He said, no, I did not see it. I only heard it. The incident with Gina. You walk into the house, there's a thin table. Kaplan says, oh, I don't know. But you don't remember how a person could get out of the gate at 2-Star Island? He said, no. Now, the gate at 2-Star Island is important for another reason, because Mark Agnifilo is also acting like, and Tina Garagos and the rest of Diddy's team is acting like the fact that the armored vehicle came through the gate and just broke the gate and busted the gate down was like a very unreasonable exercise of force or undue force or whatever, like barging through the gate. That at the 2-Star Island thing. So the gate at 2-Star Island coming back up. I mean, we looked at pictures yesterday of the gate being broken. And the officer, the special agent Gannon, he did actually testify about it. And he said, this is a routine thing that we do. And so look at this. Did you hear screams of terror? Or did you hear screams of how can I open this gate? He said, I don't know what the difference really is. So maybe both. I don't know. Look, I don't know how to distinguish between the two. Did he ever physically threaten you? No, but he did threaten my job. Okay. You talked about Kim Porter. How was Kim Porter different? Kim Porter's coming back up again, y'all. She was different because he respected her because the kids were so incredible. They had incredible kids. So I guess he respected like her, like mothering, or, I mean, I don't know. You'd have to fill in the blank. Oh, and then Mark Agnifilo said, thank you. So I'm assuming he's done. All right. We have another update from CNN.com. Combs' staff, not the mogul himself, are the ones who kept track of purchases. Now, is it going to end up mattering? Is it going to end up mattering? No, because the government is going to argue it doesn't make a difference. Even David James said that in his testimony. The other assistant, the one who was an assistant before this one, he said it's all his money. Like Combs Enterprises, it's called Combs Enterprises. It's all him. He was the brand. Diddy is Sean John. That's his name, Sean John Combs. So it's like even much worse if he was actually using company cards from like a financial standpoint and from like a financial crimes, like if they were trying to go after him for embezzlement or conversion or fraud, wire fraud, maybe it would matter a lot more there. But this is going to be like, yeah, he was making the money. He could have, okay, so what? He could have just raised his own salary and given it to his personal. So it doesn't matter if it was coming out of his personal funds. What matters is these employees in the course of their duty were doing this. It was personal and business was all mixed together. There was rugs everywhere. There was women everywhere. That's what's been testified. I don't know. I wasn't there. 2 minutes ago, CNN.com, Diddy's staff, not the mogul himself, kept track of purchases. Agnifilo questioned this former assistant about how expenses were handled for Diddy. Kaplan previously testified that he paid for things for Diddy or anything work-related on his credit card. So the other guy, remember, he was doing like cash. He was taking out the cash bag. This guy, or not taking it, but the security guard would give him cash out of the Louis Vuitton bag or whatever. This guy is testifying, 5 years later or whatever. At that point, 5 years later, they moved on to just everything's going on the company card. Kaplan says Diddy never, ever personally paid for anything in the moment. Usually an assistant, like chief of staff, Christina Karam, would hold Diddy's wallet. So is she the Lou Taylor plant? Is she the Robin Greenhill of this situation is what I want to know. Watch us find out later Diddy was not allowed to spend his own money. He was under conservatorship. I'm kidding. Okay. Usually an assistant, like, for example, then chief of staff, Christina Karam, would be the one to swipe the card. That had his credit card and his license. His travel and excursions were similarly also always handled by employees. So we're getting more details here. Agnifilo then asked Kaplan whether there was any reason to think he's keeping track of baby oil purchases. Okay, so this is the quote, right? Like any reason, quote, to think he's keeping track of baby oil purchases? Kaplan said, definitely not. No. Like he doesn't think Diddy was sitting there doing the books. His world was the size of the earth. Wow, that is a headline. His world was the size of the earth. Explaining that his boss was dealing at a high level with business situations around the world. And Diddy had employees who dealt with the finer details of finances and ensured that Diddy had whatever he wanted. Quote, to think that he knew where some of these things were coming from is unrealistic. Okay, I mean, that doesn't really help Diddy, I don't think. But it looks like Agnifilo is trying to do a gotcha. We have one more new update from CNN.com. Kaplan does not remember seeing injuries on Cassie after airplane incident. Defense attorney Mark Agnifilo returned to the incident that George Kaplan, a former executive assistant for Diddy, witnessed on the airplane. He said he saw Cassie in close proximity later that night, but he didn't remember seeing any injuries on her. And it doesn't matter. He could have been standing above her and throwing glass all around her. Does it really make a difference in that situation whether or not it scared her? Like, yeah, it does make a difference whether it hit her. She would have injuries. Sometimes he had her eyebrow gashed open or whatever. But like for the purposes of like fear, force, coercion, it doesn't actually matter if she had an injury. That meets the minimum, in my opinion. And I think the jury will see it that way. That's my opinion. I don't know. Later, he said he didn't recall if any of the apples that he threw at Gina actually hit her either. He's just throwing them. Kaplan confirmed that Diddy yelled at him and threatened his job, but he never physically threatened him. And he said he never heard Diddy verbally threaten to harm Cassie either, but he did witness that event on the plane. Let's go to Washington Post. Okay, I already saw that one. I'm a young man, God among men. Okay, all right. So this is some more details coming out about the kind of complicated and complex perspective or perception of Diddy that one of his former employees had. And I think this is probably similar for a lot of people in Diddy's circle. It's this like kind of conflicted feelings back and forth. This is a quote. This comes from Shayna Jacobs, WashingtonPost.com. Quote, I'm a young man, and this is a God among men, he said on the stand, describing how he viewed Diddy when he worked as his assistant years ago. Quote, he didn't just push me to my deepest depths. He took me to depths I didn't know I had. He actually helped me grow as a man. Several people in Diddy's inner circle have expressed a cult-like adoration of the Bad Boy Records founder during the trial. They've described him as having an infectious vibe, attracting and alluring. Kaplan, who's testifying under immunity, said he quit working for Diddy after witnessing his boss abuse longtime girlfriend Cassie, as well as another woman Diddy saw for years. That was Gina. Let's see if, no, I'm just going to get rid of USA Today if they haven't said anything new. No. All right, we're knocking them off the list. Let's see. Fox News updated 6 minutes ago. Two updates here. Diddy threw apples at ex-girlfriend in violent outburst, according to testimony. Gina, who has not testified, began dating Diddy around April 2014. Cassie previously told the jury. While on the stand Thursday, that's today, George Kaplan recalled an incident where Diddy allegedly threw apples at Gina in his home. According to Kaplan, Diddy was angry and throwing green apples at Gina. Kaplan claimed that Diddy was throwing them hard. He testified that Gina was trying to shield herself from harm. He didn't intervene because he was a young kid just trying to make it in the entertainment industry, and he thought for a second that this behavior might be normal. He testified that he did give 3 months' notice to leave Combs Enterprises and a month after the apple throwing incident. During cross-examination, Kaplan claimed he could not remember if any of the apples actually hit Gina. And we have one more. Oh, wait. Kid Cudi here, arriving for court around 9:18. First mentioned during Cassie's testimony. They briefly dated in 2011. I don't know if it's 2011, 2012. I keep seeing different things. He broke onto the music scene in 2007. Later released an album 2009. Day and Night. Oh, that was 2007. The rapper has released 6 Grammy nominated in 2012. All the lights. Okay. CNN has an update. Okay, now we're talking about cleaning up the hotel rooms. Okay. He says he took extra care cleaning hotel rooms after Diddy left because he didn't trust hotel staff. He was right, because look, where'd that tape come from? But for a good reason. I mean, that should have come out. I think I'm fine with it coming out. I'm not saying it shouldn't have. Ex-assistant, okay, so George Kaplan, former assistant, said he took special care to clean up hotel rooms after Diddy left. Because of distrust in hotel staff. He said he was concerned that they would try to sell content from the hotel rooms. And this is how Britney's like hair, underwear, birth control, what was it? Pregnancy tests, all that stuff ended up getting sold. He said he was concerned hotel staff would try to sell content from the hotel room and turn it in and hurt Diddy's reputation, adding, "People want a payday." He said, "I didn't want his reputation to be compromised." He described how when someone was working for Diddy, they were either on or on call. When Diddy was at a business lunch, for example, Kaplan said he would be on. But when Diddy would stay at hotels, he was on call. "You understand that this was his personal time?" Defense attorney Mark Agnifilo asked. Kaplan said, "Yeah, it was his personal time." But whether it was his personal time or not doesn't actually matter. What matters is, was it the employee's personal time? Because if they were doing something as your employee, that's different. It depends. If this guy was on his own personal time, going around the mulberry bush, that has nothing to do with the price of beans in China. But when his boss tells him to pick something up and bring it to him, he's working. Just because what do you think you're doing at a restaurant? Is it the waiter's personal time? Is it the server's personal time? No. Just because you're there on your personal time doesn't mean anything. But Agnifilo is a very good lawyer, and he's probably trying to confuse the jury. What Diddy does on his personal time is hardly the issue. The fact that Diddy was the boss of all the people that he was doing personal time with is the issue. Hope that helps. Agnifilo knows this too. He knows this. We got Kim Porter coming up again, y'all. Okay, so the most recent tweet we read here was, he would threaten your jobs, but did he ever threaten you physically? No. You talked about Kim Porter. How was she different? His respect for her. He had incredible kids. Agnifilo says, "Thank you." So I thought he was done, but he's not done. He asks some more questions. Agnifilo says, "When you set up hotel room for Diddy," oh, this is so sinister. They're trying to clear Diddy's name by saying that Kim Porter wasn't doing freak offs. And they're also probably trying to make Cassie feel bad, because Cassie probably also always suspected that Kim Porter also had to do freak offs, but they're not, They're trying to set it up right here like Kim Porter didn't have to do freak offs. And I also think because so many people are now speculating, like, was Kim Porter like recovering from a freak off whenever she died? She was getting IVs, she was getting massages, like the signs of recovering from a freak off were there, Gatorade bottles all over the room. So maybe this is kind of another attempt to get a headline out there that Kim Porter didn't have to do them. So look, when you set up a hotel room for Diddy and Kim Porter, there was no baby oil, right? He said lotions. You expressed caution about hotels. Why you clean the room afterward? He said, yeah, hotel staff can sell photos. Everybody wants a payday. You sent him a photo of him and Kim Porter? He said, yeah, after she died. I was heartbroken for him. What the hell? This is weird, y'all. Okay, so isn't it true, George, that you sent Diddy a photo of himself and Kim Porter after she died? He said, yeah, I sent it. I was heart. This is just a good guy. It just seems like he's a good guy. He's like, yeah, I felt bad for Diddy because Kim Porter died. Agnifilo goes, oh, so you were close. He said, I invited him to my wedding. I didn't hear back. Objection. Y'all, usually the person saying objection, this is weird. Usually the person saying objection is the one that's not asking the questions. It's the team that's off field, the team that's in the box over there, okay? Usually you're asking the questions as the lawyer up here, the other team's calling objection. So whenever Marion Comey is up here, Agnifilo's screaming objection. Or Xavier Donaldson is screaming objection. But here, Agnifilo's asking the questions and he objected to the answer. I guess he wanted I invited him to my wedding, but not that I didn't hear back. Maybe he didn't want it on the jury record that I didn't hear back. Because maybe it makes Diddy look bad or something. Because look, surprise looks. Agnifilo objected. Like, what? So then Agnifilo just moves to the next question and goes, you respected him? He said, yes. 39 seconds ago, what is this photo of? Oh, somebody, I don't know what this is, just a random tweet. Cassie Coelho said, Diddy beat the hell out of one of Kim's boyfriends, Shaquem Stewart, in Italy hotel. Shaquem's mother had to testify. Kim Porter had to freak off long before Cassie could get that record deal and become the new Kim through forced labor. Was Kim the first to allow the trend? That's an interesting question. I don't know. I'm a lot of thoughts are going through my mind with this Kim Porter stuff right now. What's this photo of? 39 seconds ago, about a minute ago, I guess now. The guy says, it's me, Christina Karam, and Diddy at Teterboro Airport. He had just gotten his jet. That's why there's champagne there. You're happy there, right? He said, no. Refresh it. I don't know what refresh it means. Oh, I guess there's like, they needed to refresh. He needed to look at it again. He said, I was actually glad I had just found the mascara in the back seat. Huh. Wasn't there like a mascara in the back seat meme? Okay, so this guy's saying he was in a picture with KK, Christina Karam, which was the chief of staff, and Diddy, and he was happy that he had just found some mascara in the back seat. This is all coming from Agnifilo. This is weird. I hope we get some updates from the others, some context fill-ins. Agnifilo said, so they found you and subpoenaed you? He said, yeah, and I had to get a lawyer right away. And then Agnifilo says, no further questions. The assistant U.S. attorney gets back up. And remember yesterday, this guy, he was saying, or maybe it was David, I'm getting them mixed up now. But this prosecutor, Marion Comey, says, which incidents shook you? He said, the ones that really shook me, the plane incident with Cassie and the Apple incident with Gina. That's really what shook me. He said, I felt guilty that I didn't do anything after the incident with Cassie on the plane. But you didn't see any injuries, did you? He said, well, people can be injured without injuries being visible. The tonality and tension with the apples he threw at Gina, it was troubling. So he said, it's the tone. It was the tone. and the tension in the room. That's what was the atmosphere was troubling. Next question. You told Miss Karam about both incidents? He said yes. And I told her I'm unwilling to stand behind the behavior and that I was quitting. Did Christina Karam say she was going to quit? No. How long did she stay until after you told her? He said until recently. So breaking news, I guess Christina Karam done quit. Let me retweet that. Hold on. Okay. Let's see if we have any new tweets. Nope, that's the most recent. We do have 2 updates from CNN. 4. Kid Cudi just got called to the stand. Okay, let me read the last bit. Okay, so we're getting things with the pew pew. Don't worry. Kid Cudi's going to have to say who he is, what's his name, where he's from, all that stuff first before they ask anything. Kaplan never saw Diddy with a pew pew. Under cross-examination by Mark Agnifilo, he was asked about security. He testified yesterday that Diddy hired a licensed security group in 2015 that he described as more professional and polished than Diddy's former longtime security guards. On cross-examination today, he confirmed that Diddy had outsourced his security to a company. Kaplan said that the only security personnel he saw with pew pew were the new guards. He never saw pew pew. He says he desperately did not want to testify. He said he desperately did not want to. He said, I desperately did not want to come here today, but he was subpoenaed. He confirmed that he doesn't have anything against Diddy. Kid Cudi's testimony is necessary for the prosecutors to establish a broader conspiracy. Okay, so this is why Kid Cudi is getting brought in, according to a CNN analyst. Look at that picture. That is a cool picture. He does look very cool. I will say, whoever did the styling, slay. So why is Kid Cudi being brought in here? It's the domestic violence. So to prove that it's not, okay, that's why. This is going to, hopefully for the prosecutors, help to establish a, quote, broader conspiracy, which is a required element of RICO. Prosecutors need his testimony to support their argument that arson was just one of the many crimes. Remember the requisite acts? There's a whole bunch of them and you only need 2. Arson is one, other violent acts or whatever. They need him to testify to support their argument that arson was, quote, just one of the crimes carried out pursuant to a broader conspiracy that Diddy was at the center of. Cassie alleged in her testimony and civil lawsuit that her ex-boyfriend Diddy became enraged and threatened to blow up Kid Cudi's vehicle in 2011 when he found out that Kid Cudi and Cassie were dating. Shortly after the threat was made, the car did explode in the driveway. He's expected to take the stand. He just took the stand. He's taking the stand as we speak. Williams said, so the expert said that prosecutors have succeeded in establishing patterns of violent behavior. Okay, so that's one thing that needed to be established. Hit the like on your way in. Thank you. Thank you. And this analyst personally himself has said, all right, they've established the pattern. So now that we have the pattern of racketeering behavior, which is the violence, now we need to show that it was part of a, quote, broader conspiracy. They have to put, patterns of violent behavior. Also, what they have also already proven, according to this lawyer for CNN.com, is they've also proven he procured narcotics and engaged in ST. That's what this guy said. I'm not saying it. Quote, they have to put it under an umbrella for there to be a racketeering charge, or at least to secure a conviction on it. Quote, that he directed pursuant to a broader criminal enterprise, all of these acts happened together, and he was engaged in acts of force and threats to further his criminal activity, end quote. Diddy has pleaded not guilty to charges that include racketeering, conspiracy, and ST. If convicted on all counts, he could face up to life in prison. Okay. Kid Cudi called to the stand. Okay. Let's go to Inner City Press. Kid Cudi's on the stand, and he started answering questions. So let me get Inner City Press up. Okay, next witness, Kid Cudi takes the witness stand in a leather jacket, white shirt, and blue jeans. Could not be bothered. What did you do for work? He said, I'm an actor and a musician known as Kid Cudi. Who is this? Cassie. We dated in 2011. Who else was she involved with? Sean Combs. What did you know about their status? That she and Sean Combs had some problems and they weren't dating anymore. All right, that's the most recent. Let's go to NBC. There's 3 new updates here. Hold on one second. I might have to go do something. I might have to go get a package real quick. Okay, assistant doesn't remember. Let me just wrap up this last post about the assistant on the NBC News. Assistant doesn't remember if he told security about the apple throwing incident. Former assistant doesn't remember if he told Diddy's security about a violent incident involving Diddy pelting decorative apples at the woman. He had no recollection of telling anyone on the security team about the incident. He described under direct examination. Agnifilo also asked whether he was personally threatened. He said not physically, even though his job was threatened. But he was never subjected to the physical threats. Here's Kid Cudi walking into court. Debate over whether Kid Cudi can talk about his dog gets some laughs. Earlier this morning, before the jury came in, the attorneys had some humorous debate over whether Kid Cudi could testify about his dog's behavioral changes after a 2011 break-in. Oh, there was a break-in at his home? Breaking news 6 minutes ago from NBC News. There was a break-in at his home. Did we hear about that before? Maybe. Yeah, the burglary. We did hear about it before. Defense attorney Brian Steele this morning told the judge that the government wanted Kid Cudi to testify that his dog was traumatized after being put behind a closed door on September 11th. Kid Cudi wanted to testify about his dog being traumatized. The prosecutor said the observations about the dog are relevant, Your Honor. The judge said he's not going to testify about what the dog thought. And then the court erupted in laughter. Kid Cudi can testify about the dog, but only in broad terms. And the dog is no longer with us. Okay. 2 minutes ago, NBCnews.com, Kid Cudi and Cassie started dating during a break between her and Diddy. Kid Cudi briefly met Cassie at an event in 2008, but they didn't start to date until 2011. So they knew each other for years before they dated. According to him, Cassie was having problems with Diddy. At the time, to his knowledge, the couple wasn't even dating whenever him and Cassie were together. And that's kind of what she says too. They were on a break. All right. So CNN does fill in some more details about the assistant. So I do want to read those in. I know y'all are excited about Kid Cudi, but there's not that much still yet that's gone on. So let me just skim this. The plane incident shook him tremendously. The prosecution was back up for redirect. This is just 6 minutes ago, CNN.com. I mean, that's how fast it happens. Comey asked why the plane incident shook him if he didn't see injuries. He said, this is a good quote to read in. I'm glad that we are going back. Quote, in my heart of hearts, I told myself I knew what was happening. And I felt an element of guilt to not be stopping it. Plus, people can be injured all the time without injuries being visible. The Apple incident between Diddy and one of his other girlfriends, Gina, also scared him. The tension and the anger in the room was very scary and had never seen or been a part of anything like this. Ex-assistant maintains respect for Diddy despite witnessing abuse. Former assistant testified he has reached out to Diddy since he stopped working for him. He sent Diddy a text in November 2018 after Kim Porter passed. In part, it said, love you. I was heartbroken for him. Another time, Kaplan said he reached out to Diddy to invite him to his wedding. I did not hear back. Kaplan acknowledged that he still has respect for Diddy, even as he testifies at the criminal trial, describing it as a complicated relationship. He confirmed the abuse he witnessed was offensive, saying it shook him tremendously. 4 minutes ago, CNN.com, Kid Cudi says he knew Cassie and Diddy had some problems when he first started dating her. Kid Cudi described himself as an actor and a musician. Identified Cassie in a photo. He said they were friends and they briefly dated. He said they met around 2008. They started dating around 2011. When they first started dating, he did understand, quote, that she and Sean Combs had some problems and they weren't dating anymore. Let's go to Inner City Press. Okay. To Kid Cudi, 5 minutes ago, Inner City Press. The prosecutor, December 2011. Did law enforcement respond to your home? He said, yes, I had a break-in. Cassie called me at 5:30 or 6 in the morning. She said Diddy had found out about us. She asked me to pick her up, so I did. Why? He said, because she was worried. What was her demeanor, Miss Cudi? Very stressed and worried. Where did you go? We went to the Sunset Marquis. I think this is a hotel. Why did you go there? He said, well, I thought it would be safe there. Who else did you speak with? Capricorn Clark, Kid Cudi says. He talked to Capricorn Clark. And what did Capricorn Clark say? She said that Diddy was in the car near my house. Objection, Your Honor, objection. Probably hearsay. This is now Brian Steele. I guess Brian Steele has this witness. You know how each of Diddy's lawyers kind of has their own person? Like yesterday, Don Hughes was Jonathan Bach, which is Alexander Shapiro's husband and firm co-partner. I guess Brian Steele has this witness on cross-examination, and he's the one doing the objections. So he's objecting to, I guess it's hearsay. Diddy was in the car, but the judge overruled it. He's letting it come in. Who else did you speak with at the time? Okay, so he's describing a time that Diddy found out they were dating. Cassie said, come pick me up, and he did so. Cassie was scared. What was her demeanor like? She was stressed and worried. We went to the Sunset Marquis. I think that's a hotel. He said, because I thought it was safe, more off the radar. Who else did you speak with? Capricorn Clark. She sounded near tears. So Capricorn Clark sounded near tears. What did she say? She said that Diddy was in the car near my house. Brian Steele objects. This is Young Thug's lawyer from the YSL trial. But the judge lets it come in. That's the most recent tweet there. We do have an update from NBC. Kid Cudi and Cassie start dating during a break. Okay. Is there anything new on CNN? Let's go here. Washington Post has 4 new updates. Okay. So this is from 28 minutes ago, but they do add more details. Washington Post. Diddy's former assistant describes his final straw. It was his dream job to work for Diddy. He testified Thursday. After seeing his boss attack yet another girlfriend, he quit in 2015. He said he was staying at Diddy's guest house. Remember the guard shack we learned about yesterday where they had the pew-pew in there in a suitcase? He was staying in there in Miami at the time. And late one night, he saw Diddy throwing apples. He wasn't sure if they were real. Very hard at a woman named Gina. She was trying to shield herself with her arms. The mood was tense. He was later called to Diddy's bedroom to bring a medicine bag, and he was rushed out of there. Gina was standing in the corner of the room, and Diddy seemed, quote, on edge. Later, he heard a woman screaming at the front gate of Diddy's estate, along with male voices. So security may be trying to keep her from leaving, is what the prosecutors are going to argue. When questioned by Maureen Comey about why she didn't do anything to intervene, he said he was young and ambitious, and he thought it might be normal. Recounting these events, Kaplan kept shifting in his chair, crossing his arms, looking at the floor, or drawing his hand across his face. And he said that the attack on Gina was the final straw. He gave his notice a short while later, quote, I was not comfortable or aligned with the physical behavior I had seen pieces of. Kid Cudi took the witness stand 14 minutes ago, testifying under his legal name. This is what he looks like on the stand right now. White shirt, black leather jacket, took the stand shortly afterward. Kid Cudi is on the witness stand wearing light jeans, and didn't even wear the dark ones, y'all, and a t-shirt with a black leather jacket. It is very unusual for a witness in federal court to dress so casually. What Cassie has testified about, she wasn't in the greatest place with Diddy. She was secretly dating Kid Cudi. Diddy found out about the relationship by searching her phone during a freak off. He lunged at Cassie with a wine bottle opener between his fingers. She escaped, retreating to her room in a different hotel. The next day, when Cassie went to Diddy's house in LA to try to make amends, she said Diddy threatened to release freak offs of her, videos of her, and would have someone hurt her physically. As she left, Diddy allegedly beat her, kicking her in the back and leaving her with bruises. And we did see pictures of the bruises. So we're really putting more and more evidence on each and every one of these. She testified she stayed at her parents' home for the holidays, and Kid Cudi visited her for 3 or 4 days at her parents' home. But by the time he left, she said she had broken up with him because of the danger and the uncertainty of what could happen if they continued to see each other. At one point, Cassie testified, Diddy told her that Kid Cudi's car would be blown up while they were out of the country, and he wanted Kid Cudi's friends to see it. Indeed, and in fact, the car did explode in his driveway in February the next year, 2012. The pair settled according to Cassie's 2023 lawsuit against Combs. They settled for $20 million. A representative for Kid Cudi confirmed to the media that his car did combust around that time. And Ventura said in court that whenever they had a meeting about it, Kid Cudi asked, "What about my vehicle?" And Diddy said, "What vehicle?" We do have more update. Oh, no, that's yeah, we have one more update. No more updates. Okay, let's go to Inner City Press. Okay, 4 minutes ago. Okay, so where we left off here was the Capricorn Clark, former assistant, is on the phone, right? She's okay. Well, who did you speak with? Kid Cudi said, I talked to Capricorn Clark. She sounded like she was near tears. What did she say? She said, Diddy was in the car near my house. Objection, objection. But the judge lets it in. You called Sean Combs? He said, I did. I said, I'm over here waiting for you. Okay. When you arrived, what did the outside look like? He said, pretty normal. Any security camera? He said, yeah, but then I ended up finding out they weren't working. But the security cameras, he said, had been moved. The security cameras had been moved and they weren't working. Did you move them? He said, no. What did you see inside your home? He said, gifts were open, some stuff I got from Chanel, and my dog was locked up in the bathroom. How did you usually leave your dog? He said, I usually let him roam. How long had you had your dog? He said, 3 years. What changes were behavior of your dog after the break-in? He said, jittery, on edge all the time. I got back in. I called Sean Combs again. I was looking for him. I wanted to fight him, you know? Did he answer? Yeah. Diddy said, I'm on my way. He said, I thought to myself, objection! Objection, Your Honor! Brian Steele. The judge said, objection on what grounds? He said, non-responsive to the question. The judge said, try again. No, overruled. So he said, once I got back in my house, I realized somebody had been inside of there. I called Diddy again. And I said, where you at? Because, see, he was on the phone with Capricorn. Okay, so this is the series of events that's being described to us. Diddy finds out that they're together. Diddy finds out Cassie and Kid Cudi are dating. After Diddy finds out Cassie and Kid Cudi are dating, he lunges. This is all from testimony. I wasn't there. Don't take my word for it. This is all what's been testified. He lunges toward Cassie with a wine bottle opener. She escapes to her room at another hotel. Well, now we realize how she escaped. Cassie told, I guess, Kid Cudi, this is how I'm interpreting it, maybe I'm wrong, to come pick her up. And he did. And I guess he drops her off at the Grand Marquis Sunset, whatever. And at the same time, around the same time, he gets on the phone. He's talking to Capricorn Clark. This is back in 2011. or 12, 2011. He's talking to Capricorn Clark, who's in tears. Diddy is coming to your house. He's in a car and he's close to you, and she's near tears. So he's like, I'll bet. I went to my house too. Started waiting for him. He said, went to my house, looked normal. I later found out that the security cameras had been moved and turned off. But when I went to my house, it looked normal. But then once I got inside, I realized that people had been in there. I usually had left my dog out roaming free. He was locked up in the bathroom. He was acting paranoid ever since. And at the same time, stuff that I had gotten from Chanel, some gifts I had gotten had also been opened. So people were in my house. So I called Diddy again and said, I'm waiting for you. He's like, I wanted to fight him. I was looking for him. He didn't answer. Yeah, he did answer. And he said, and he said, yeah, I'm on my way. And I thought to myself, objection. Somebody cuts him off. The judge lets him. He's like, all right, I just asking you a question. When you saw Cassie, how did she seem to you? Depressed? Did you see Cassie in Connecticut? Yes, I did, and she needed it. Did Diddy call you? Yep. He called me a few times. He hit me a few times. Hit? Called me. Right? Because it's like, especially when it's in the transcript, which is what's going to be read if it ever goes to appeal, the prosecutor needs to make it clear that hit in this context means hit me up or called me, not physically violently assaulted. He hit me a few times. He hit me up a few times. Yeah, he called me a few times while I was in Connecticut visiting Cassie because she needed it. Ooh, you know Diddy is want to fight right now. What did you say to Diddy when he hit you up? That I didn't want to talk to him. He broke into my house and hurt my dog. Did you and Cassie break up? Yes. What about your car? Well, my dog's babysitter, the dog is the star of the show, y'all. The dog's babysitter called him up and said the car was on fire. Where were you? At a relative of my ex-girlfriend, so maybe like his ex-girlfriend's cousin or whatever. And where did you go? He said, to my house. Prosecutor said, let me show you 6 pictures. Do you recognize this? He said, yep, that's my Porsche. Let's go to NBC. 2 new posts from NBC. In his house. Oh, okay. We're getting some clarification here. Okay. In his house, not near his house. Adam Rice and Doha Madani from NBCnews.com are updating us 6 minutes ago. Combs' employee told Kid Cudi that Diddy was in his house. Kid Cudi testified that he got a call from Cassie in December 2011 saying that Diddy had found out about the couple and she asked to be picked up. He was nervous. She was nervous. She was nervous and told Kid Cudi that Diddy was abusive. Okay, so in that, new context. Cassie actually said Diddy was abusive. He abused me. He's abusive. Once Cassie was with Kid Cudi, he told the court, he took her to the Sunset Marquee to help keep her safe away from Diddy. At one point, he said he received a call letting him know that Diddy and an associate were at Kid Cudi's house. He said the call was made by Diddy's employee at the time, Capricorn Clark, and Cassie was with her on speakerphone. So Cassie and Capricorn Clark were together on speakerphone. Oh man, Capricorn's getting called. To the stand. Okay. Kid Cudi said the call was made by Diddy's employee at the time, Capricorn Clark, who was with Cassie. So I guess Cassie found out from Diddy that he was on the way to the house, but it's unclear to me whether Diddy himself went into the house, because at your house don't mean in your house. That's a different preposition. Yeah, no, he allegedly himself broke in to Kid Cudi's house. He recalled how angry he was when Diddy allegedly broke into his home in Hollywood Hills. He said Diddy was remarkably calm when he called to confront him. He said, "What's up?" I said, "MF, are you in my house?" He said, "I'm here waiting for you." The man is a psycho, in my opinion. I'm not a doctor. I don't know. We have 5 updates from CNN about Kid Cudi. Ventura called. Yep. Okay. So I did suspect accurately. 7 minutes ago, CNN.com, Cassie called Kid Cudi distressed after Diddy discovered their relationship. He said in 2011, December, he received a call from Cassie around 6 in the morning. She told him Diddy had found out they were dating. Kid Cudi said he was confused when she said that because he didn't think that she was still dating Diddy. She asked me to pick her up. She sounded really stressed on the phone, nervous, scared, so I went to pick her up. He describes how Diddy's employee was on the verge of tears as she told him Diddy was at his house. He testified that after he picked up Cassie, they went to a nearby hotel and spoke on the phone with Capricorn Clark. Clark seemed very scared, sounded like she was on the verge of tears. So I don't know if Cassie was with him at the hotel. Okay, so I guess, yeah, I'm starting to piece it together more. So he went pick her up. Kid Cudi and Cassie are together at the Sunset Marquee in the hotel room together. They call on speaker. They're together. They call and they get a call from Capricorn on speaker. She's about to cry, Capricorn, and she's saying, Diddy's on the way to your house. So he said, all right, bet. Left Cassie at the hotel and went to his house himself. All the meanwhile, Diddy was maybe in the house. So then he called Diddy. And he's like, are you in my house? And Diddy's like, yeah, I'm waiting for you. So he gets to his house, but no one's there. It's just all messed up in there, like a little bit messed up. The dog was in the bathroom. They probably heard it or whatever, according to his testimony. On this call, though, while him and Cassie are still in the hotel, the Sunset Marquee, Capricorn Clark said that Diddy and an associate were inside Kid Cudi's house, and she was in a car outside waiting for them. So she was the driver. Capricorn Clark is the driver outside in the car. She's like, hey, she's in your house. She was forced to go along with them over there. And we've heard this testimony from David James, a former assistant, that Suge Knight was at Mel's Diner. So we all got to go and get in the car with the pew-pews and bring him down to the diner. He's like, I don't want to be his driver. I had to quit after that. She was forced to go along with them over there. On the way back to his house from the hotel, Kid Cudi said he called Diddy. When he asked Diddy if he was in his house, he said, I just want to talk to you. He said, I'm on my way. I'll be right there. I'm over here waiting for you, Diddy replied. Oh my God. Okay, so 3 minutes ago, CNN.com, items at Kid Cudi's home had been moved, he testified. He continued to describe his return to his home in December 2011 after meeting Cassie at a hotel and after Cassie told him Diddy found out they were dating. The outside of his house seemed pretty normal, but he later realized that his security cameras had been moved. He had not moved them. Inside the house, some of the gifts that he had bought for his family were opened and on the kitchen counter. His dog was locked in a bathroom, but he had not shut the dog in there before he left. He ignored Diddy's texts after the break-in, okay? Rapper Kid Cudi testified that he spent the holidays with Cassie at her family's home in Connecticut because she needed it. Diddy texted him a couple times while he was there, Kid Cudi said. Quote, I guess he was in the dark about things and wanted to talk, but at that point, post break-in, I didn't want to talk to him. You broke into my house, you messed with my dog, I don't want to talk to you, he said. Kid Cudi says he did call the police after this apparent break-in. He said that after he returned to his home, he called Diddy again, asking where he was. Diddy said, I'm on my way. He said, I wanted to confront him. I wanted to fight him. Kid Cudi said he then decided to call the police. He recalled thinking at the time, I don't know who he has with him, and I don't know what his intentions are. Kid Cudi said he did file a police report that day about the break-in, the apparent break-in. Jury sees photos of Kid Cudi's car. So we're going to see those photos after it was damaged in the February or January 2012 fire. One morning in January 2012, Kid Cudi and his dog watcher called him, Kid Cudi said his dog watcher called him from his home. So his dog watcher was there at his house, watching the dog. He called him to tell him his car was on fire. He said he was at his ex-girlfriend's sister's house at the time. What was he doing at his ex-girlfriend's sister's house? Oh, maybe it was like he was dating her at the time or whatever. Anyway, about 45 minutes away, he said, his friend sent him photos of the damaged car in the driveway before he got there. The jury is now reviewing the photos 2 minutes ago, according to CNN.com. On the witness stand, Kid Cudi described the photo as the damage of the bleep cocktail in my Porsche. It looks like the top of my Porsche was cut open, and that's where the thing that made it go boom was put in. We have a new update from NBC. I don't know if you're allowed to say this word on here, so that is what set the car aflame. Kid Cudi's car caught fire in the driveway one day in 2012 when he was 45 minutes away from his home. The rapper testified that his dog sitter called him to tell him that what was happening, and he rushed home. A friend sent him photos that showed the open top of his Porsche open where a boom boom had been thrown in. Prosecutors showed the photos of the car and had Kid Cudi describe it. Cassie testified that Diddy threatened her and Kid Cudi, saying that Diddy wanted to set fire to the car in the man's driveway. And she also told the court that Diddy assured it would not be by his hands and it would be whenever they were out of the country. We have another update. Diddy calmly listened to Kid Cudi's testimony. Ooh, he's in there calmly listening, y'all. He appeared to be calmly taking in Kid Cudi's testimony without showing much emotion. At the time, he sat back in his chair at the defense table with arms and legs crossed as Kid Cudi described his wild confrontations with Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs. Today, Diddy is wearing a cream-colored top and khaki pants. Okay, we have another update from CNN.com less than a minute ago. Kid Cudi says Porsche damage with boom boom couldn't be salvaged after the damaging fire. He said law enforcement found a boom boom in the driver's seat, but once he arrived home, it was just kind of burnt up. When asked his reaction to the incident, he deadpan responded, "What the?" Like he didn't have much of a response. He was just like, my reaction was WTF. Let's go to Inner City Press. That got an objection too. Diddy's lawyers objected. He's funny. He's giving Joker. Do you recognize these 6 pictures? That was the last tweet we read. Yes, that's the damage to my Porsche from the boom boom. Who took these photos? Chip, a good friend and collaborator. What's depicted here? He said, the hole they cut in the roof of my car to put in the boom boom. And what was your reaction to the car being set on fire? WTF. Objection, objection. The judge said overruled. That was his reaction. Wow, this is funny. Somebody said, Nikki B said, this judge is a great director. He breaks at the most shocking moments. This is just the mid-morning break. This probably is not going to be the lunch break. It's just the go to the bathroom break. Let's go to Washington Post. They have a new update. 5 minutes ago, Shayna Jacobs from Washington Post said Kid Cudi testified that he thought Cassie was no longer seeing Diddy when he started to date her. So that does corroborate her testimony because she had previously testified that her and Diddy were on a break when it was happening, but she was still doing the FOs because that had become her job. She was basically a S worker, she said. The witness, Kid Cudi, recalled a day when Cassie frantically called to tell him that Diddy had discovered their relationship. Now, remember, this happened during an FO. Like, the freak off was going on. Diddy took the phone and was reading the emails from Cassie and all that. Cassie said she had given Diddy his home address in LA and feared he might go to his house. Oh, this is details we did not previously have. So how did Diddy know how to get to the house? Cassie gave him the address. Why? She told the jury that he knew Diddy abused Cassie. Okay, so this is another one. He told the jury he knew Diddy had abused Cassie during their 11-year relationship. He said he took Cassie to the Sunset Marquis Hotel after he picked her up. We have another new update from CNN. The jury is on a short break. Let's go to, we already did Washington Post. Let's go here. Oh, we have another new picture of this guy. Diddy's alleged violent behavior shook ex-assistant despite great respect for the rapper. 17 minutes ago, Fox News, Kid Cudi takes the stand in Diddy trial. What Cassie said about him. We already went over that. Kid Cudi 3 minutes ago. Kid Cudi claims Diddy broke into his home after finding out about romance with Cassie. He testified early in the morning. He received a call from Cassie. Diddy found out at the time he and Cassie had been seeing each other during a break in the relationship with Combs. Diddy found out about the relationship. Kid Cudi testified Cassie sounded nervous and scared on the phone and went to pick her up. She was very stressed, nervous, scared, didn't know what Diddy would do. After picking her up, he allegedly went to the Sunset Marquee because it was, quote, someplace safe and off the radar. At the Sunset, Kid Cudi spoke with Capricorn Clark on speakerphone. He testified that Capricorn sounded very scared and seemed to be crying. He said Capricorn, who worked for Diddy, had told them that Diddy was at Kid Cudi's house and she was forced to go with them. Allegedly, she waited in the car. Kid Cudi testified that he drove home after the call. On the drive home, Kid Cudi said he called Diddy and Diddy answered. He said, MF, you in my house? Diddy allegedly responded that he just wanted to talk and he was really creepy and calm and devilish about it. I'm adding the devilish part. Kid Cudi told him he was on his way. He said his tone was calm. When he arrived at home, he found his security cameras weren't working and were positioned as if someone had moved them out of the way. Former assistant praised the rapper. God among men. This is my Harvard and I'm blowing it. Kaplan claimed that when he chose to leave his job at Combs Enterprise, he told his friends, this is my Harvard and I'm blowing it away. He agreed it was a once in a lifetime opportunity. Okay, I'll refresh the Mirror. Let's see if they have anything here. Okay, he quit because of the violence, but he still had an incredible time. Working for Diddy was one of the most incredible experiences he ever had. Rapper Kid Cudi had taken the stand about 40 minutes ago, allegedly set to confirm pieces of Cassie's testimony. George Kaplan desperately did not want to testify, quote, desperately did not want to come here today. He was forced to because he was subpoenaed, and he did plan to invoke his Fifth Amendment right not to answer questions. Kid Cudi claimed Diddy broke into his house. Where are you? He said, I'm here waiting for you. That is scary. Like in a creepy, scary, like, ugh. Hashtag lock him up. But like, why wasn't that prosecuted? You know, that's the type of question comes to my mind. Why that wasn't prosecuted at the time? Why wasn't that prosecuted at the time? That's a big question, right? Is anybody else wondering? All right. Shout out to Jen's Journey for becoming a member. Thank you to Brooklyn Pencil for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you so much for everything. Let's go with this Cudi stuff today. Love you, mean it, Miss BJ. Thank you, Brooklyn for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Jay, for the $2 super chat. First time live. Shout out to you, first live. Shout out to Jack Wilder, gifting 1 membership. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Shout out to Jen X Jen, member for 6 months. Love your Diddy trial coverage, and your astroturfing YouTube video is fire and on target. Thank you. Shout out to Tinfoil Cat, member for 1 month. Morning, everybody. Did you? Yeah, I did. Yeah, that was, I have to go to sleep early, y'all. I had to get in and get out. Thank you so much. Thanks so much, Samantha, for the $4.99 super chat. Finally have the chance to see you live. Bucket list check off. You're incredibly incredible. Absolutely incredible. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Samantha Rogers. Thank you, Manders, for the $10 super chat. Your intuition is on point. I truly feel you got support of the spirit, the ancestors, and God above walking you through it's the truth. It's the truth. It's not me. 1,000 may fall at my side, 10,000 at my right hand, but it will not come near me. I will only observe with my eyes and see the punishment of the wicked. You know what I mean? Thank you, thank you, thank you. It goes deep. You're on the side of truth. You are so winning. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the $10 super chat. Let's see if they're back from their break. I don't want to miss anything. Now, this is not the lunch break. This is just the... This is just a short break. What do they call it? The mid-morning break. We do have an update from Washington Post, getting some more details in. Okay. Scott Muscudi recounted a burglary that took place the day Cassie told him that Diddy found out about their relationship. while Cassie and Kid Cudi were hiding out in the Sunset Marquis Hotel in LA, they had a phone conversation with Capricorn Clark, an assistant who worked for both. She did work for both of them. So someone had said previously that it was maybe David James. I think it was Capricorn. Capricorn Clark worked for both of them. And that's why Diddy was able to read the emails, or why he read the emails between Cassie and Capricorn, probably. And probably why Cassie was emailing Capricorn Clark about her toiletry bag. Capricorn Clark sounded like she was on the verge of tears. Clark told them that Diddy, quote, and an affiliate. Who's the affiliate? Who's this affiliate? Capricorn Clark said Diddy and an affiliate were at Kid Cudi's house in Hollywood Hills, and that Capricorn Clark had been forced to go along and was sitting in a car outside Kid Cudi's house waiting for Diddy. So who's the associate, the affiliate? Is that person going to come up whenever or if Capricorn Clark testifies? These are questions I wonder. I'm just refreshing the mirror. Let me see if anybody else has started to report live. I do expect that they are going to start back up any moment in the next 1 to 5 minutes, if I had to guess. Oh, New York Post is in here. Let's get them in the roster, in the lineup, in the rotation. Diddy trial live updates. Rapper Kid Cudi testifying in STKs. Okay, hold on. Get rid of this. Okay. So just to go over one more time, let's skim this New York Post rendition of this. Yeah. Maybe they have some more quotes, whatever. They do seem to have a lot of quotes. It says Jack Morfett and Priscilla D. Gregory. He told jurors today about how he called Diddy and planned to confront him at his house. Are you in my house? He recounted telling Combs, and Diddy said, "What's up?" very calmly. "I just want to talk to you. I'm on my way over right now," Kid Cudi recounted saying to Diddy. But when he arrived at his home, no one was there. The security cameras were turned away from the front door. Some things had been moved around, and his dog was locked in the bathroom. Some gifts I bought for my entire family were open. Some things I got from Chanel, and my dog was locked in the bathroom. He said he called Diddy, and once again, he sounded very calm. "I got in the car, and that's when I called Diddy. I was looking for him." He got in the car again. And he went around looking for Diddy. He got in his car to look for him. I wanted to confront him. I wanted to fight him. He planned to go meet Combs, but instead he just decided to call the police because he didn't know who he had with him. Remember, it was an affiliate or an associate. So that's going to end up being who we probably going to end up finding out from Capricorn Clark if she testifies. 10 minutes ago in New York Post, Jack Morfett and Priscilla de Gregory, rapper Kid Cudi said he and Cassie ended their fling before the new year, shortly after Diddy allegedly broke into his house. Kid Cudi spent the 2011 Christmas holiday with Cassie and her family in Connecticut. Diddy reached out to him a few times during the holiday to find out more about Kid Cudi and Cassie's relationship. He said, "I told him I didn't want to talk. He wanted to get to the bottom of it and figure it out. I guess he was in the dark. But post break-in, I didn't want to talk to him. I told him, you broke into my house and messed with my dog, and I don't want to talk to you." Kid Cudi left Cassie's family home before the new year, and they were no longer together at that point. So he left the house from her with her parents and said goodbye. 5 minutes ago, Matt Troutman, Jack Morfett, and Priscilla de Gregory said Diddy likes his cheeseburgers with applesauce. Disgusted jurors learn in trial. He bizarrely puts applesauce on his cheeseburgers. Disgusted jurors learned. His preference for applesauce-laden burgers has come up twice this week during the ST and racketeering trial, including Thursday morning as his former assistant George Kaplan took the stand. Kaplan outlined the items that assistants needed to keep at the ready for Diddy, such as baby oil or paying for yachts. "Applesauce?" asked Diddy's lawyer, Mark Agnifilo. Hold on. Mr. Combs loves applesauce and eats it on on the side or on top of a lot of things. Cheeseburgers? Agnifilo asked, cheeseburgers being one of them. His world was the size of the earth. He was doing business all over the world. The eccentric applesauce burger pairing also came up Tuesday, as David James, another of Combs' former assistants, testified about his time working for the hip hop star. Jurors visibly grimaced that day when Agnifilo mentioned that Diddy liked applesauce on his cheeseburger, with one juror making a gag-like gesture. Kaplan's testimony also delved into Combs' relationship with Cassie and a woman only identified as Gina. Both were girlfriends, Kaplan said, as compared to Kim Porter, the producer's longtime love and the mother of three of his children. Look, quote, Mr. Combs always seemed to have an extra gauge of patience with Miss Porter. Miss Porter seemed to make Mr. Combs really happy, even when he was otherwise not happy. This is actually sweet. Kim Porter, rest in peace. Justice for Kim. Well, she died from natural causes, they said, from pneumonia, girl. But anyway, so here's a quote. Miss Porter seemed to make Mr. Combs really happy, even when he was otherwise not. He wasn't going around treating everybody poorly all the time, but he did treat her in a really special manner, different to how he treated others. One new update from New York Post 2 minutes ago. Jack Morfett and Priscilla DeGregory. Rapper Kid Cudi told the jury about how his Porsche was set on fire at his house with a boom boom. Outside his home, January 2012, he was 45 minutes away. He got a call from the dog sitter between 6:30 a.m. and 7 a.m. She told me my car was on fire. That must be demon time, because 5:30 to 6 a.m. or whatever was whenever he found the Cassie found out time as well. She told me my car was on fire and I immediately went to my house. Jurors were then shown a photo of Kid Cudi's Porsche damaged by the cocktail, which Kid Cudi's nearby friend sent him the pictures while he was on his way home. He was closer to my house and I wanted to see the damage. The photo also showed a slash in the convertible top of the car, and the car's red seats were melted. The top of my Porsche was cut open and they inserted a boom boom. He said when he got to the car, he could see the device, quote, bottle, and it was burnt up on the ground outside the vehicle. He called the police to report arson incident. But when law enforcement came, the bottle was in the driver's seat. WTF, he said he thought when the bottle had been moved. That's just to put you on edge. It is. It's like a lot of times these stalkers, they'll break into your house and they'll move something like not obvious. Like opening the Chanel stuff was kind of very obvious, but they'll move something like a little and then you might not even notice. Or if you do, it's like, maybe I put it somewhere. Like the dog in the bathroom thing. It's like, did I lock my dog in the bath? No, I wouldn't have done that. Like it makes you second guess. So it's like when I got here, the boom boom was on the ground next to the car. And whenever the police got there, the boom boom was inside the car. Now, I do wonder if the pictures show that. He asked if his car was able to be repaired. He said no. Yawning. Not for the first time. He's yawning on the stand and cussing and wearing jeans and a leather jacket. Okay, the break is coming to an end. 5 minutes ago, CNN.com prosecutor says team is on track to call all of the witnesses they planned for the day. The judge asked Maureen Comey if they were still on track for the day. She said George Kaplan's cross-examination took 3 times as long as they thought. But she said she still thinks they're going to get through all the witnesses they expected to call today by the end of the day. Short break is ending. Kid Cudi is back in the witness box. Jury is entering. Let's go back to Inner City Press. Okay, we're already at sidebar before I even get back to the updates. Okay, before jurors are back, will you finish witnesses today? 5 minutes ago, Inner City Press. Yes, although the cross-examination of Mr. Kaplan was 3 times longer than we thought. The jury is coming in. Okay, first question. Was the damage, this is the assistant U.S. attorney still asking Kid Cudi questions. They just got back from a short, bathroom break. Was the damage on your car present before the call from the dog sitter? No. Did you think it was accidental or intentional? He said, I thought it was intentional. I thought it was on purpose. Where did you last see Cassie Ventura? He said, at the Soho house. I had reached out to Diddy and said, let's talk. This is getting out of hand. Brian Steele said, can we have a sidebar? Remember, they were already arguing over this specific testimony earlier this morning. Brian Steele is trying to keep this testimony out about this meeting that they all had where Diddy said what vehicle. Because apparently, I'm guessing they're going to say it's hearsay. Brian Steele, okay, so Kid Cudi says, oh shoot, hold on. Kid Cudi says, last time I saw Cassie was at the Soho house, the meeting with her, Diddy, and me. I said, let's talk. This is getting out of hand. Before he says anything else, Brian Steele says, can we have a sidebar, Your Honor? The judge said, do you have an objection? He said, yes. Judge said, fine, sustained. Moving on. Who set up the meeting at Soho House? D-Rock and my manager, Kid Cudi said. Mr. Muscati, who set this meeting up? D-Rock, which is Diddy's security. And he said, my manager. Who is his manager? I don't know. What was Diddy doing? He said, standing there like a Marvel supervillain. And then people in there laugh. So he's really cutting up on the stand. He is really cutting up. Kid Cudi goes, Diddy said, we were homies, That's my girl. What did you say, Mr. Muscati? He said, I thought y'all broke up. Then Diddy offered me water twice. It was weird, him being so calm. What did Cassie say? That we have fallen in love and things happen. And what did you say to Diddy? I said, what about my car? And he said, I don't know what you are talking about. And I walked away. So Cassie said, okay, the question is, what did Cassie say? Kid Cudi said, well, Cassie said we had fallen in love. But I don't know if we means her and Diddy or we means her and Kid Cudi. Because they had broken up. Okay, we got another tweet from Inner City Press. Did you ever see Diddy again? He said, yeah, a few years later. Also again at Soho House. He said, I'm just sorry for all that BS. I was surprised. Kid Cudi said, I was surprised, so I found peace with it. The assistant U.S. attorney said, no further questions at this time. All right, now it's time for the cross-examination. Here comes Brian Steele. Diddy's lawyer also had represented Young Thug. I want to ask you some questions about your Porsche in 2022. Oh, man, off to a really bad start. Ooh, he pulled a Agnifilo. They don't know when stuff happened. Brian Steele, first question out the bench, out the gate, out the stall. I want to ask you some questions about your Porsche in 2022. Kid Cudi said, 2012. Oh, right. Yeah, I apologize. Anyway, you get a call about damage to your vehicle. Any surveillance photos? He said, no. My dog's babysitter did send me a picture of the damage. The DNA taken. Are you aware that it came back as being female DNA? Objection! What? There's no foundation for this. Judge said true. No, new question. Do you know that there are DNA results? He said, no, I didn't know there were DNA results. Nobody told me about a DNA result. One new update. Watch it come out, y'all. It's about to be breaking news. Cassie is going to match Cassie's DNA, the cocktail. Don't let me start any rumors, please. She's been going through enough. Kid Cudi reached out to Diddy after car fire. He testifies 1 minute ago, CNN.com. The last time Kid Cudi saw Cassie was at a private club in Los Angeles a few days. Soho House is a private club. Interesting. A few days after his car was damaged in the fire. He reached out to Diddy after the fire and, quote, finally told him that we needed to meet up and to talk. He had been wanting to talk to me, so after the fire, I was like, "This is getting out of hand, and I need to talk to him." And remember, what he wanted to talk about, what Diddy apparently, allegedly, whatever had wanted to talk about was he was in the dark. He didn't know how this happened. He was feeling betrayed. Whatever he wanted to, you're my boy, you're my guy, you're my friend, you're my homie, whatever he had said. And he's like, "Why would you date Cassie if you knew we had dated?" And Kid Cudi was like, "Well, because y'all broke up." But after my car blew up in my driveway, I decided, fine, I will talk to you. Chill out, dude. Let's go back to Inner City Press. Okay. Ooh, 17 seconds ago, we get some drama. Drama alert. Mr. Steele. So Brian Steele said, "Cassie told you it was over?" He said, "No, we just stopped talking." Okay, so you told this honorable court and this jury that Cassie played you? He said, "Yep." "She played you and you had no clue?" He said, "No clue." Wow. Listen, if it's true, it's true. If it's true, it's true. Did you tell this honorable court, this is Brian Steele, Young Thug's lawyer, you told this honorable court and this jury Cassie played you? Yep. You had no clue she played you? No clue. Wow. 3 new updates from NBC. Let's get those. Okay, we get a little bit of reporting on his demeanor, on his style, on his tone, which it does kind of already come through. But look, Kid Cudi is comfortable. This is 9 minutes ago. NBC News, Adam Rice and Catherine Koretsky. Kid Cudi is comfortable and matter of fact in his testimony. He doesn't appear to be nervous or stressed at all on the witness stand, answering questions with a very matter of fact tone. The rapper seems comfortable and is speaking in a conversational manner as he relays his past interactions with Diddy. Tense moment in court as defense objects. Okay, we had a tense moment in the court, y'all. The defense, that's Diddy's lawyers, Brian Steele probably, objected to Kid Cudi connecting Diddy to a fire. The car fire. There was a hot moment in court when Kid Cudi was asked why he requested to meet with Diddy after his car was set on fire. The rapper responded that he reached out because he knew Diddy was involved with the fire. Diddy's defense objected to Kid Cudi's speculation, and his answer was struck from the record. The judge denied a request for the attorneys to sidebar, and the prosecution continued to question Kid Cudi. The witness compared, this is 2 minutes ago, Adam Rice and David K. Lee from NBC News. Kid Cudi compared Diddy to a comic book bad guy shortly after the witness' car had been torched in an attack he blamed on Diddy. They agreed to see each other at a Los Angeles hotel meeting room, and Diddy was already there by the time Kid Cudi arrived. He was calmly looking out the window with his hands behind his back, looking like a Marvel supervillain. We have another update from CNN, new update. He's now testifying about the meeting he set up with Diddy after his car was damaged. He said when he first walked into the meeting, he was alone with Diddy. Diddy was standing there, staring out the window with his hands behind his back like a Marvel supervillain. He said they went on to discuss his relationship with Cassie. We discussed pretty much the whole story about how me and Cassie first started to date, what it was, to how it ended. He said he told Diddy that he had taken Cassie's word when she told him that she and Diddy were over. Man, we're talking about DNA. We're talking about it being female. Cassie apparently played Kid Cudi, according to Kid Cudi. They wouldn't let him do the sidebar. That's the most recent. I want to go to his main page. Let's go to Washington Post after this if there's nothing new. Why is the newest thing from May 19th? They suppressing out here or what? Okay, that's the most recent still. Okay, no clue. I had no clue she was playing me. Okay, this is crazy. I'll repost that. All right, let me go to Washington Post, and we haven't updated from over there in a while. Okay. We already read that 12 minutes ago. Now we've come to Kid Cudi's long anticipated testimony about how his car exploded. 10 minutes ago, Shayna Jacobs, Washington Post. Miss Cudi said he got a call from his dog sitter early one morning, January 2012, shortly after Diddy learned of his relationship with Cassie, and he raced home to find his Porsche mangled in his driveway. WTF, he remembered saying. Let's go here. We have one new update here. Did I read this already? 13 minutes ago, Fox News. Kid Cudi called police after suspecting Diddy broke into his house. Okay. After being alerted that Diddy was at his home by his executive assistant, Capricorn Clark, Kid Cudi left Cassie at the Sunset Marquee. Yeah. Okay, good. When he arrived, he said no one was at his home. Gifts that he had purchased for his family were opened, and the dog was locked in the bathroom. He explained his dog was usually allowed to go free. The dog then became very jittery and on edge all the time. He testified he then got back into his car and called Diddy again. He can't remember his exact words, but he claims that he was asking where Diddy was. And Diddy allegedly told Kid Cudi he was on his way again. Kid Cudi claimed he thought to himself, I don't know who he has with him or what his intentions were. So then he also recalled that Diddy had a calm tone. After the call, he said he thought about the reality of the situation and decided to call the police. After calling the police, he returned back to his home, spoke to the police, made a report about the break-in, and he explained that he saw Cassie later and described her as stressed. Dang, this is like a big revelation. Diddy's defense says DNA taken from Kid Cudi's damaged car belonged to a woman. But yeah, so what? Maybe Cassie was sitting in the front seat recently. Weren't they dating? On cross-examination, Kid Cudi confirmed that DNA was collected from his vehicle after it was damaged in the 2011 fire. Brian Steele asked, this is Diddy's lawyer, asked Kid Cudi if he was aware that the DNA results that came back were from a woman. He said he didn't hear any follow-up from the authorities about the results. And why didn't they prosecute? That's my question. Let's go see from the Mirror. Okay, Kid Cudi claims that he broke into his house. He claimed he found presents open and his dog locked in the bathroom. But Diddy was nowhere to be seen. All right. Let's go to New York Post. Look, is that a picture of him from today? Yeah, he took his jacket off to go to the metal detector. Okay, so we have 3 new posts from New York Post, or 2 new posts. Kid Cudi says he knew Diddy had something to do with car bombing. He reached out to Diddy a few days after the car was blew up with a boom boom because, quote, because I knew he had something to do with it. I reached out to Sean Combs after my car caught fire and told him we needed to finally meet up and talk. He had been wanting to talk to me. After the fire, I thought this is getting out of hand and I need to talk to him, quote, because I knew he had something to do with it. 4 minutes ago, New York Post, Jack Morfett and Priscilla DeGregory, it says, Diddy's lawyer begins grilling Kid Cudi. Brian Steele, a lawyer for Diddy, has just started cross-examining rapper Kid Cudi. CNN has an update. Kid Cudi, less than 1 minute ago, CNN.com, just stopped talking with Cassie after relationship ended, he testified. On cross-examination, he testified that when his relationship with Cassie ended, they just stopped talking after being in contact almost every single day for about a year. She played you, right? Said Brian Steele. Yes, said Kid Cudi. Which I can understand him being upset. I can understand why Cassie couldn't reach back out to him. I mean, look at all of the chaos and literally life and death danger it caused by her just talking to him and dating him already one time. However, I can see him being like, we used to talk every single day for like a year and just never talked again. Like, that is like traumatizing. Okay. Wow. Next set of questions. Diddy's lawyer's asking this too. In 2011, you went on a tour? Yes. 65 locations? Yeah. And at that time, Sean Combs was an icon. Fair to say? Yep. And you and Cassie had a sexual relationship. Objection! Your Honor, we are not going to have them up here, this is the federal government, talking about Cassie's sexual life. These are private details and they're irrelevant if she was having a sexual relationship with him or not. Please. Sidebar. They go do a sidebar and they come back. Okay, after sidebar, Kid Cudi said, "Mr. Steele, can I just say something? I think it's relevant here." He said, "No, you can do that on redirect." Oh, sorry, excuse me, I misread it. Hold on a second. I have to do some AstroTurf management real quick. All right. Okay, so they go do a little super secret to the side. They're playing the white noise, all that. They come back from the sidebar, and then Kid Cudi, he decided he wants to lead. He wants to lead the questions now. He's like, Mr. Steele, can I say something? And the judge is like, no, Kid Cudi, you got to wait till cross-examination. Sorry. You got to wait till redirect. You got to wait till the government. And then Mr. Steele, Brian Steele, this is Diddy's lawyer, goes, is there something you want to say, Kid Cudi? And Kid Cudi says, yeah. Diddy asked me about doing a song with Cassie in 2010. Brian Steele said, thank you. So I don't know why they wanted to get that in. But in 2010, Diddy approached Kid Cudi and asked about doing a song with Cassie. And then Cassie, of course, starts a relationship with the guy. Updated 12 minutes ago. Where are we here? We already read that. Marvel supervillain. We already read that. Let's see. Updated. How long ago? Okay. We do have a new update from Washington Post, Shayna Jacobs, 4 minutes ago. Kid Cudi said he and Diddy met at the Soho House in Los Angeles after someone blew up his car. The first time the men had seen each other since they entered a love triangle with Cassie Ventura. Quote, Sean Combs was standing there with his hands behind his back like a Marvel supervillain. He testified, but he said that Diddy spoke calmly, told him they were homies, and said he couldn't understand why Kid Cudi would have a fling with Cassie Ventura. He claims, okay, this is important for the timeline. So Kid Cudi says that this happened 1 month after the alleged Diddy break-in. He claims his car was hit with a boom boom roughly a month after Diddy allegedly broke into his home. So it was about a month later. January 2012, Kid Cudi's car caught on fire. The rapper testified Thursday that he got a call from his dog's babysitter. After hearing about the fire, he immediately went home. Jury was shown the photos. Let me look the photos up and see if they came out. You know how they've been releasing the pictures. I don't think they released them yet. Looks like they haven't released them. All right. Let's go back to Inner City Press. Okay, we got another new tweet 10 seconds ago. All right. So Kid Cudi said he was contacted by Diddy in 2010 about doing a song with Cassie. So maybe that's why Diddy was more upset, because he thought that they were friends or whatever, and he felt betrayed or something. And then so that's okay. Thank you. So less than a minute ago, we get another tweet. Combs Steele, so this is Brian Steele. So, Mr. Miss Cudi, you believe you left your front door unlocked, right? He said, yes. So there was no forced entry? No, my front door was probably unlocked, but the presents were opened. The door in the bathroom was closed. I'm not belittling. I'm just asking. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, wait. Okay. I missed this right here. Okay, so no forced entry, right? Kid Cudi said, no forced entry. Brian Steele, just presents opened, door in the bathroom. I'm not belittling. I'm just asking. Then you called Diddy? Yeah. And he was calm, right? Yeah. Two new updates from NBC. Wow. 2 minutes ago, we have this title, Diddy apologized years after off-putting meeting. Diddy's calmness during their post-car fire meeting was off-putting, Kid Cudi told the court. He said it was off-putting. He was acting like a Marvel supervillain. At the end of the meeting, he said he shook hands with Diddy and asked Diddy what they were going to do about his car. Diddy told him he had no idea what he was talking about. Diddy then asked if they were cool, but Kid Cudi responded that Diddy burned his car. A few years after the meeting, Kid Cudi told the court that Diddy gave him a general apology for the past. It was the last thing he expected to hear from Diddy, Kid Cudi said. 1 minute ago, another update. NBC News, this is Adam Rice and David K. Lee. The intimate life of Cassie and Kid Cudi is ruled out of bounds. Okay, so we get an update a minute ago from the judge. He has said you can't ask if you had an sexual relationship with Cassie. Are you literally out of your mind, Brian Steele? No. What are you freaking talking about? The U.S. District Court judge appeared to shut down defense efforts to get into the deeply private details of Cassie and Kid Cudi's relationship. And they're just trying to shame them, in my opinion. They're just trying to shame Cassie, make her look like a, you know what. They're trying to shame everybody. This is a warning shot. Anybody that tries to speak out, we're shaming you. That's my opinion. That's what I think is going on. The judge said, no. When Brian Steele on cross-examination asked Kid Cudi if he and Cassie ever had consensual relations, the government objected and both sides met for the sidebar out of juror ears. When that meeting broke up, Steele went on to another line. Okay, so when they left the sidebar, Steele just went on to another question. He didn't ask that again. We have another new update from CNN. Diddy's demeanor, the calm demeanor was off-putting. He did apologize years later. Kid Cudi, because we get some more details here. Quotes, fresh quotes out of the docket here. I mean, out of the courtroom here from CNN.com. Kid Cudi described Diddy's calm demeanor during that meeting as off-putting. He said, quote, I was upset to find that she had kind of went back to him. She explained, we fell in love and things just happened, he said. When Kid Cudi asked Diddy about his car, he said, I don't know what you're talking about. Kid Cudi pulled his hand out of the handshake. Diddy asked him what was wrong. He said, wait, I thought we were cool. He confirmed with Diddy that his word was he didn't have anything to do with the damage to Kid Cudi's Porsche. So yeah, he confirmed. He said, on your word, you didn't have anything to do with my car getting blown up. And Diddy apparently gave him his word. Kid Cudi and Diddy ran into each other again at Soho House in 2015, that same year. No, 4 years later. Diddy, who was there with his daughter, I don't know which one, pulled Kid Cudi aside and apologized. Man, I just want to apologize for everything and all that BS. Kid Cudi recalled Diddy saying. He testified that he has now, quote, found peace. He found peace, but this was a year before the Intercontinental Hotel incident. Didn't look too peaceful to me. Quote, that was the last thing I was expecting to get from him, said Kid Cudi. We have another new update from CNN. Kid Cudi said, Cassie first spoke to him about her relationship with Diddy in 2010. Now, remember, they first met, Kid Cudi and Cassie first met each other in 2008. So it wasn't after knowing each other for 2 years that Cassie finally did confide in Kid Cudi about her relationship with Diddy, 2010. During the cross-examination with Brian Steele, Kid Cudi said he wanted to clarify that he believes Diddy asked him to do a song with Cassie in 2010, not 2011. Okay, so we're getting a little more clarification here 1 minute ago, CNN.com, why Kid Cudi was saying he wanted to correct the record on the song he did. Like, Diddy asked him to do a song in 2010. It was the next year that the incident happened. The first time Cassie spoke to him about the relationship was around Thanksgiving of 2010. Now, remember, a year later, he was spending the holidays with her family. That was when Cassie was telling me she was having problems with Diddy. Let's go back to Inner City Press. Yes. I hope Judge Subramanian heard our pleas, everybody. Yes, American Hero, Inner City Press. Y'all, this is a breaking news update. So you know how I've been every morning, starting my morning, very cranky that everything's so super secret and they're filing stuff off the record and filing stuff to the judge. And I said, this is going to be a mistrial because some stuff's not going to get put in here and it's going to be a whole thing. And I've been freaking out. I didn't feel like beating a dead horse today, so I refrained. Well, I have an update on that. Look. Update. In the middle of Kid Cudi cross-examination by Brian Steele, the judge responds for the second or third time to Inner City Press's unsealing request, saying now letters must be in the docket. Look at this. Order as to Sean Combs. It just came out 7 minutes ago, 11:55 a.m. Order as to Sean Combs. In response to a letter from the press requesting that email correspondence from the parties be posted on the public docket, the court has issued an order requiring that email correspondence be docketed by the end of the week it was originally sent. To clarify, this schedule only applies to actual emails that are sent to the court. All letters to the court must be docketed when they are submitted, even if they are also emailed as attachments to chambers. Okay, good. I'm glad he's putting even more rules in line for them to make sure that there's transparency. I still think they shouldn't be allowed to put emails to the court. Anyway, okay, so back to Inner City Press tweets. You believe you left your front door unlocked? Yes, this is the last tweet we read. No forced entry, right? Right, I don't think there was forced entry. So just presents opened, door, the bathroom. I'm not belittling, I'm just asking. Then you called Diddy? He said, yeah. And he was calm? He said, yeah. And you went to see him. You didn't think he had a pew-pew. He goes, I couldn't call it. That wasn't the answer Brian wanted. He said, I don't know, maybe he did. I don't know. That's probably why I called the police. You're a strong person, right? That's how you categorize yourself? He said, yeah. This crossed the line. Like, you're not going to shame me, Kid Cudi. Scott Mess Cudi sitting up here on the stand like I haven't had 15 years to think about this. This is way more than me being a strong person, buddy. Don't break into my freaking house and blow my car up. Are you crazy? Cassie told you she was abused? Kid Cudi said yes. 36 seconds ago, we get another tweet. But she never said she was actually abused, right? She did not. You loved her. Tell me if I'm wrong. I did. You got played by the same person who played Sean Combs, Cassie Ventura. It's going to be very hard to prove to this jury that Cassie played Sean Combs. Even if they somehow were able to prove that she played Kid Cudi, they're going to have a hard time proving she played Sean Combs. Good try, though, Brian Steele. A for effort. We have 2 new updates from CNN.com. 2 minutes ago, Kid Cudi confirms there was no damage to his home after apparent break-in. Kid Cudi testifying about the 2011 incident in which he said Diddy told him that he was inside his house, confirmed there was no damage to his home after the apparent break-in. So that the house wasn't damaged. So again, this is only a mitigating factor. If the house was damaged, it would be worse, but it is still a break-in. Or is it a break-in? Because did he have to force entry? I don't know. Lawyers can argue about it, not me. Number 1. Oh, sorry. 1 minute ago, Ventura confided in Kid Cudi about physical abuse by Diddy. Kid Cudi testifies, CNN.com, 1 minute ago. He confirmed that Cassie had told him there was physical abuse in her relationship. So that's a bad fact, right? That does corroborate Cassie's story. It does make her seem more credible because this guy doesn't really seem to like her anymore. He's like, she played me. I don't even like her no more. But yeah, she did. Yeah, she did tell me at the time she was getting abused. I don't think she's making up. What? But it wasn't Eshuel though, right? Did he hang her? Did he hang her out in front of the village square, tar and feather her, and dunk her into a pond to see if he was a witch? No, see, it wasn't that bad, was it? That's kind of where Brian Steele is kind of having to go because it's a bad fact. It's a bad fact for Diddy that Kid Cudi is saying, yes, Cassie testified she was being physically abused. It doesn't matter about Eshuel abuse. That proves maybe not the ST, maybe not the transportation for prostitution, but it does show force, fraud, coercion, or at least corroborate force, fraud, coercion, which is what has to happen as well. So, but she didn't say Eshuel, right? No, but she did say there was physical abuse. He said Diddy never interrupted the time he spent with her. So he never busted in while they were together. Poor Kid Cudi, and he loved her. I feel bad for him too, but I feel bad for her too. And I do see why she had to do what she had to do. I can't imagine. And she said that was like one of the last things she did say in her testimony was like, she feels bad. And the reason that she's testifying is because she's done things that are wrong to people and used people and stuff, hurt people. All right, we get another tweet from Inner City Press a minute ago. Attorney Steele says, in the 13 years that have gone by since, have you ever been notified in California that there has ever been any more action on this car fire? He said, no. Did Cassie have multiple phones? Kid Cudi said, I don't remember. So then Brian Steele shows him some exhibit. I don't know what the exhibit is. Exhibit 35-12. And Kid Cudi said, if I said it, I said it. So he must be trying to ask him, does this appear to be an authentic text or email or whatever? This is interesting though. I don't know where Brian Steele is going with this whole because look, listen, I asked y'all to put it in the chat if you were wondering too. Why was there no investigation on this arson? In the 13 years since, have you ever been notified that there's ever been any more action on this car fire? No. So Brian Steele maybe is trying to say, so now they're trying to put this on my client, Sean Combs, as a prior bad act, but the police didn't even investigate it. So I don't know why you're even saying that. Do you know what a burner phone is? He said, Kid Cudi said, untraceable. Brian Steele said, now the trespass to your home. You call it a break-in. Cassie told you she'd given your home address to Diddy? Wow. Kid Cudi said, yeah, in the morning. That morning. Cassie gave that address that morning. Nothing further, Your Honor. Thanks, Kid Cudi. Kid Cudi said, no problem. Wow. He did a good job. Okay, let's see if the prosecutors are going to come and do it. I'm sure they're going to do a redirect. 1 minute ago from NBCnews.com, Adam Rice and Doha Madani, Kid Cudi and Combs met over both of them being, quote, played by Cassie. Defense attorney Brian Steele asked Kid Cudi about the meeting he had with Diddy, characterizing it about a relationship where they both had been played. Kid Cudi did agree with Steele and responded, true, when Steele asked if the person who played both men was Cassie. Steele also asked Kid Cudi if Cassie was living two different lives, to which Kid Cudi responded, yes, she was. Cassie was living two separate lives. I don't think that really impeaches Cassie, though, because I think she actually also did say that. She was kind of like trying to forget when she had to do these freak offs and stuff, but it ended up at some points becoming like all encompassing. Steele finishes cross-examination. This is CNN.com. Defense attorney Brian Steele finished cross-examination. Thank you so much, sir. Yeah, no problem, Kid Cudi responded. He testified that he was bothered by how Diddy treated Cassie. Defense attorney asked Kid Cudi if Diddy if his treatment of Cassie bothered him because he was in love with her. He said yes. Brian Steele also suggested to Kid Cudi that during his meeting with Diddy, Kid Cudi's understanding was that him and Diddy were in the same position, having been played by Cassie, who was living a double life. The person who played you and the person who played Diddy was Miss Ventura. True? He said, true. 3 new updates from Washington Post. Kid Cudi described this as Anne Brannigan, the tense meeting with Diddy after the car was burning. His demeanor was off-putting. Quote, he kept offering me water. It was weird that he was so calm. What was in the water? That's what I want to know. The pair talked about Kid Cudi dating Cassie when she was still in an on and off relationship with Diddy. You knew that was my girl. This is a quote Combs told Miss Cudi, who replied that he had believed Cassie and Diddy were broken up. Cassie eventually showed up to the meeting and explained that Kid Cudi and she had fallen in love and things just happened. The meeting concludes. So she kind of was like, oh, I'm back with Diddy. I had fallen in love with Kid Cudi. So she was like making excuses and stuff. And she says this because she was scared for her life. She was scared Kid Cudi was going to get unalived by Diddy and her. And the car incident had already happened. Ventura eventually showed up to the meeting and explained that Kid Cudi. So like every relationship Cassie has is just ruined by Diddy, according to this testimony. I mean, her best friend out of the picture. This guy's still clearly holding a grudge against her, saying she played him. And it's like, come on, dude. Like, look at what was going on. But again, like I said earlier, I do see why he would feel that way. Somebody goes from talking to you every single day for a year. It's hard to like be like, just leave him, not be like that. The meeting concluded with the two men shaking hands. He recalled asking Diddy, what are we going to do about my car? And when our hands were clasped together, he wanted to look in Diddy's eyes when he said it. He said Diddy gave him a cold stare and said, I don't know what you're talking about. Kid Cudi snatched his hand back, and Combs seemed surprised and said, wait, I thought we were cool. He was referring to his Porsche, which he said someone had blown up. 9 minutes ago, Kid Cudi will face cross-examination from Diddy's lawyers next. During a sidebar break, the witness let out a pronounced yawn as he stretched both arms above his head. He's kind of like, I think he's trying to like be like, oh, I'm comfortable, man. Just look at Diddy like, sucks for you. 9 minutes ago, Anne Brannigan, Washington Post, years after meeting with Diddy, Kid Cudi told prosecutors the two returned to the same Soho house to clear the air again. Combs brought his daughter, and Kid Cudi recalled that he pulled up aside at one point to say, man, I just want to apologize for everything. All that BS. I kind of found peace with the whole situation, Miss Cudi told the jury. The last thing I was expecting to get was an apology from him. And as he finished his initial testimony, he told the court he had no other beefs with Diddy or anyone else at the time. Kid Cudi believed that Diddy was involved in the car fire. He testified he had reached out to Diddy and told him they needed to meet. It was getting out of hand. There was objection. Kid Cudi confirmed that he reached out to Diddy because he believed the rapper was involved in the car fire, but there was an objection from Brian Steele, and the judge said the jury will disregard that. When an objection is sustained in court, it means the judge agrees that the question or answer is not allowed in. Let's go to the Mirror. Kid Cudi's colorful response to prosecutors' questioning. The rapper was asked by the prosecution, what was your reaction to the car being set on fire? And he said, WTF? The judge allowed it to stay in. Now we're going to New York Post. The most recent was 1 minute ago, and then before that, it was 15 minutes. Cudi admits Cassie played him about being broken up with Diddy. She admitted to Diddy's lawyer that he was played by Cassie. She told him her relationship with Diddy was over, but it wasn't. She played you? Yes. You had no clue she was still dating him? No clue. And there they are right there. You had no clue, dated for less than a month. Oh, wait, no. They dated for less than a month, but they had talked every day for about a year, I guess. He said he was blindsided when he found out that Diddy and Cassie were still together somehow, and Diddy was livid about their fling. Oh, she was living two different lives. Hold on, I lost my spot because all this crap. Diddy's lawyer grills Kid Cudi about the lack of evidence tying music mogul to car bombing. I didn't hear any follow-up about the fingerprints or anything, he said. There's no eyewitness that puts Diddy at your house, right? Right. And you don't have any information anyone affiliated with Diddy was on or around your property? No. But he did have the call from Capricorn Clark, which is why I think they're going to bring her in. She played you. You had no clue. No clue. She was living two different lives. Yes, this was about a girl, a relationship, and both of you guys were played. True? True. He also admitted he was in love with Cassie. 3 minutes ago, they broke up for their safety because of drama. Okay, 3 minutes ago. This is interesting. Kid Cudi testified that he and Cassie stopped seeing each other for their safety and because of all the drama involving Diddy. The drama was getting out of hand, and I kind of wanted to give it some space. The break-in and everything, I just felt like things were getting out of hand. For my safety, for her safety, I knew Diddy was violent, he added, of why he was concerned for their safety. So that kind of does bring it back around to Diddy being violent. Even if Cassie is out here being a two-timer and playing people, somebody can play people and be a victim, you know. I mean, I don't know what exactly Brian Steele is trying to do out here. Cassie said Diddy hit and kicked her. Kid Cudi testifies. This is CNN.com 5 minutes ago. Emily Johnson is back up for redirect on Kid Cudi. Asked what Cassie had told Kid Cudi about the physical abuse from Diddy. That he would hit her, sometimes kick her. It's not looking good for Diddy. We got a new update from New York Times. Under cross-examination, Kid Cudi said there was no damage to his home in December 2011, the day that he believes Diddy and his associates broke in and unwrapped his Christmas presents. Diddy's attorney, and he probably thought they were for Cassie. Diddy's attorney, Brian Steele, noted there was no chairs turned over, no broken glass, no holes in the wall. But this is why these freaks do this, y'all. So they can say like, oh my God, like chill out. Like no one even did anything. Like all we did was abuse your dog, poison it, kick it, lock it in the bathroom, open the Christmas presents that you had wrapped for your family, break into your house, walk into your house unannounced without your permission in an ominous way. Nothing was broken, right? So chill the fuck out. Stop being such a punk. Like they do it on purpose. To make Kid Cudi look crazy, to make the victim look crazy. Now, did Diddy do this? I don't know. Apparently there's female DNA. I mean, what a shocker. Kid Cudi said no. There was no overturned chairs, but someone broke into my house still. Left the front door to my house unlocked, so there was no forced entry. Brian Steele, Diddy's lawyer, highlighted that Diddy sounded calm when they met later. He said, yeah, but that was creepy. That he sounded calm was kind of weird. The defense attorney also asked if Kid Cudi ever saw Diddy be violent with Cassie. He said, no, I never saw that. And she never disclosed any sexual abuse. Let's go back to Inner City Press. Okay. So now they're on redirect here. This is 10 minutes ago, Inner City Press. So Brian Steele has just wrapped up, and now we have the prosecutors asking their questions for a second round. What did Cassie confide in you about abuse? Kid Cudi said that Diddy would hit her, sometimes kick her. On the day of the break-in, was Cassie carefree? No. What did Capricorn Clark tell you? That Diddy and an affiliate forced her into a car to come to my house. I called the police. How would you describe Cassie that day? Just really shook, him finding out about us. Why did your relationship end with Miss Ventura? The drama It was just getting out of hand. I wanted to give space. What drama? The prosecutor asked. The break-in for my safety, her safety. Objection! On what grounds? The judge said. What do you want now, Brian Steele? Brian Steele says, speculation. Speculation of danger. The judge said. Overruled. Sit down. Why did you have safety concerns, Mr. Cudi? Because I knew Sean Combs was violent. Your Honor, may we approach? Okay, they do another freaking sidebar. We have another tweet, though. The meeting at the Soho House. This is the assistant U.S. attorney, not Brian Steele. Diddy said, I don't know what you're talking about your car. Did you believe him? The judge said, rephrase, because Steele did an objection. Okay, fine. What was your understanding when he said, what car? My understanding was that Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs was lying, Kid Cudi said. No further questions, Your Honor. Any recross? Brian Steele. No, Your Honor. Mr. Cudi, you're all done. He said, all right, and leaves. Let's see if we have any more detail. Two minutes ago, NBC News, Adam Rice, Doha Madani. Cassie was worried and shaken up over Diddy, Kid Cudi says. Cassie was worried that Diddy would go to Kid Cudi's home, and she appeared to be shaken up about Diddy discovering her relationship with Kid Cudi. Emily Johnson took over Kid Cudi's questioning after the defense, asking, okay, so Emily Johnson goes back up because originally Maureen Comey was asking the questions, right? Or did she not? Yeah, she took over Kid Cudi's questioning after the defense, asking what Cassie told him about Diddy abusing her. And Kid Cudi said, Kid Cudi told the court that Cassie informed him that Diddy would hit and sometimes kick her. 1 minute ago, we get another update from NBC News. Kid Cudi testified he had to break away from Cassie because drama was out of hand. He said he and Cassie had to stop seeing each other due to the blowback of events that seemed to unfold. The drama was too out of hand, and I had to give her some space. The witness said of them pumping the brakes on any possible relationship. Okay, so now they're on lunch break. They're supposed to come back at 1 p.m., so I am going to stay on because stuff's going to get put in, and by the time I leave off of here, it's like about to be, I need to come back anyway. We have a new update from CNN.com. Kid Cudi testifies that Cassie was really shook after Diddy discovered a relationship between Cassie and Kid Cudi. On redirect, Kid Cudi testified that Diddy's employee Capricorn Clark called Kid Cudi from outside his own house that morning and told him Kid Cudi was in his apartment and forced her into the car. He also said Cassie was really shook that morning, worried about Diddy finally knowing that we had been hanging out and that he had my address and that he was probably going to go to my house. Kid Cudi said he and Cassie broke up in December 2011 because the drama had become too much and he was concerned for her safety and his because I knew Diddy was violent, he testified. He's off the stand and the court is taking a lunch break. The judge said come back by 1 o'clock. After lunch, breaking news. We're getting confirmation from CNN. The next witness on the stand is Myla Morales. She is the former makeup artist for Diddy and Cassie, and she's up next on the stand in about a half hour. What we know less than a minute ago, okay? CNN's Ali Rosenblum reporting what we know about Christina Karam, Diddy's former chief of staff, former top executive of Diddy, okay, so she must have quit, has been mentioned several times during testimony since the music mogul's federal criminal trial. She's the former chief of staff for Combs Enterprises, now known as Combs Global. And according to a 2021 Facebook post from Diddy, she was essential to his business life. Christina, aka KK, keeps everything in my life and my business running. She's been my right hand for the last 8 years and has consistently proven to execute and get beep done. I don't know how I'd function without her. Christina Karam came under scrutiny earlier this year when she was named as a defendant in 3 different civil complaints filed against Diddy. These civil complaints are separate from Diddy's federal criminal trial, and she has not been charged with any crimes that we know of. She released a statement in March to address the allegations levied against her, saying for months, horrific accusations have been made about me in various lawsuits regarding my former boss. These false allegations of my involvement are causing irreparable and incalculable damage to my reputation and the emotional well-being of myself and my family. I am confident that the allegations against me will be proven untrue. Remember, Diddy is facing charges of racketeering, da-da-da. Prosecutors engage, among other things, that between 2004, for 20 years, 2004 to 2024, Diddy created a criminal enterprise using his business empire where he engaged in forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. New York Post has given us 2 new entries. 6 minutes ago, Kid Cudi testified he believed Diddy was lying when he claimed not to know about the car Boom Boom. He said when he and Diddy had a come to Jesus talk following a break-in of Miss Cudi's house and a boom of his Porsche, Diddy pretended to not know about the car. What are we going to do about my car? I don't know what you're talking about. He said he thought Diddy was lying. He testified that he thought Diddy was lying. Kid Cudi wraps up his testimony and they take a break for lunch. They're going to be back in about a half hour, so I'm just going to stay on. I wonder if they're still arguing in there. Let's see. No. Okay, let me see this. We have another update from CNN, and just to do a recap, the jury has been dismissed for lunch. Here's what happened today. I'm not going to read every single word, but we'll just skim through. The jurors have heard from 2 witnesses today. Here's a recap of what Kid Cudi said. Early days, this is so ChatGPT. He met Ventura in 2008. They were friends, started dating in 2011. He understood that Cassie and Diddy had some problems. They weren't dating anymore. He learned that Kid Cudi and Cassie began dating. Told Kid Cudi by phone, December 2011, he wanted to talk to him. The musician testified, break in at his home. His security cameras were moved. His dog was locked in the bathroom. He filed a police report. The Porsche was damaged. I wonder if they put those pics out. Let me go look that. He felt played. Shout out to the mods in the chat. I'm going to look for pictures. Give me a second. Oh, Sky News is doing live updates. I'll add them to the roster. Okay, let me see. I'm looking for pictures of the car. Oh, wow. Okay, we got 2 new sources. That's good. Sky News and CBS, although we've used CBS before. Okay. His testimony wrapped up about 15 minutes ago. We got another new update from CNN. Okay. On redirect examination, the prosecutor asked about his meeting with Diddy after Kid Cudi's car was damaged by a fire, and he thought Diddy was lying. Let me go check the docket. I haven't done that yet. See if anything new has been filed in the Diddy case. During cross-examination of Kid Cudi, the judge made an order. It's a circus. It's a free-for-all. All right. I'm looking up the docket. In the, here. You can see it. Okay. So today's the 22nd. Two things fought. Okay. Here's one thing. We got 2 new filings, breaking news. 2 new filings today so far. Okay. I'm glad he said this. In response to a letter from the press requesting that email correspondence from the parties be posted to the public docket, the court issued an order requiring that email correspondence be docketed by the end of the week that it was sent. To clarify, if you're sending letters, those need to be docketed all the time. All letters must be docketed when they are submitted, even if they also are emailed as attachments to chambers. Okay, so they're taking, again, like I told y'all, it's not going to work if you're leaving it up to the likes of people like Mark Agnifilo and Maureen Comey on the honor system. They're not going to file that stuff how they're supposed. They're going to take you give them an inch, they're going to take 6 miles. So I'm glad the judge is clarifying. I don't think anything should be able to be off the docket, though, even an email. But look, we have something else that I don't think's been discussed. Okay, hold on. Let me save this to my computer at least. What docket number is this? 348. They are on lunch break right now. They're going to be coming back in about 25 minutes. So I just decided to stay on today, but there's a brand new filing. It's something about Jane Doe, and it's from Jane Doe's lawyer. So I'm just saving it to my computer right now to make sure I don't lose it and, I don't have to pay for it again. Oh, what is today? 22. And this is docket number 348. Okay, and it's a letter submitted under seal 2 days ago from Jane Doe's lawyer. Okay, so letter from Jane Doe lawyer. It was sealed, but now it's unsealed. Wow. Okay, so let me pull that up. I want to know what it says. Sorry, if I don't if I don't do it like now, then it just doesn't end up getting done and I don't have the document and it's a whole thing. So, you can exercise some patience real quick, practice that. Almost there. Hold on. This is a letter from Jane Doe's lawyer. Now, this was filed, what's today? The 22nd. So this must have been filed 21st, 20th, Thursday, Tuesday. This was filed Tuesday. I'm sharing my screen right now so y'all can see it. Look. Okay. Dear Judge, this letter is submitted in an abundance of caution on the behalf of my client, Jane Doe, who has been granted the right to proceed at trial under a pseudonym. She's victim 2, okay? So this is victim 2 we're talking about here. Victim 2's lawyer. Victim 2's, come on. Victim 2's lawyer. Sorry, I'm just having to adjust the screen. It's like kind of glitching a little bit. Is writing out of a quote, abundance of caution, This letter pertains to the court's May 20th order, so an order today at docket 342, requiring all email communications from the parties regarding evidentiary and other issues should be docketed by May 27th. In order to comply with the court's order, assuming it implies to interested parties such as Ms. Doe, this letter serves as a request to be added to the docket as an interested party in the above captioned case. Oh, so that I may file my documents by ECF. At present, this request pertains to in particular to my May 14th letter. What is this? Oh, okay. So this guy, victim two's lawyer, we're getting the filing just today, but it's been off the record for a while. We're getting the filing just today from victim two's lawyer. Look, that he wrote a letter back on May 14th or May 12th. Yeah, no, May 14th. So about 2 weeks ago, he did write a letter to the judge, an email. And he said, Robert Ballin and okay, so these were the lawyers. So remember whenever all those news organizations were requesting to have the freak off videos played in court, and a bunch of the victim lawyers, the alleged victims lawyers, came out and said no, like Douglas Wigdor said no, don't do that. Tyrone Blackburn, I don't know, whoever it was, the victims lawyers. And the judge did ultimately decide not to play the freak off videos in open court, but to only let the jury see them. There was privacy screens and all of that. Well, this lawyer, apparently the lawyer for victim 2, who's going by Jane Doe, I don't know who this person is. Is it the same person as Mia or not? But this is a brand new, this just hit the docket today while we were reading, while they were in court. He said, because my May 14th letter to the court included a request that the letter be filed under seal, this letter also constitutes an application for leave to file this with us. So he wants to basically be added to the docket. This is Lindsay Lewis, her name or his name. The purpose of the requested redactions is to avoid revealing sensitive information contained in the letter, which could frustrate Miss Doe's ability to remain anonymous. Who is victim 2? Who is victim 2? Jane Doe. Is it the same person as Mia? Does the Diddy docket have any insight? Because they have a good repository of all the witnesses and the jurors so far, I think. Okay. So this lawyer is basically just saying, look, you made an order earlier today that everything needs to come and be on through the docket. I sent you an email earlier, but I can't put anything on the docket, Your Honor, because we're not interested parties on the case. Can you update my PACER status so I can file stuff on the record for this client, even if it's under seal? Thank you, Lindsay Lewis. Yes. Exhibit 1 shows that it's narrowly tailored. So what's Exhibit 1? Must be sealed. Okay, fine. Whatever. That's fine. Oops. Shoot. I didn't mean to press revert. Hit the like. Shout out to Origins and Facts for the $1.99 super chat. Thank you so much to Origins and Facts again for the $1.99 super chat again. Thank you for all your hard work bringing the truth. Celestial Essence, thank you for the $4 super sticker. Thank you, Jim, for the $19.99. Look into Kim's niece, who served as nanny for the 4 girls after she passed for years. She went by the name Roxy Bacardi and sued him for wrongful termination in recent years. Oh, the one that got pregnant? Is that her? Haven't been seen since, but no doubt knows things. Thank you for that tip and for the $19.99 super chat. Thank you, Star HR, for the $10 super chat. Thank you, Nettie Daisy, for the €10 super chat. You are my one stop covering this case. Thank you so much for the €10. Thank you, Jack Wilder, for the £5. All it takes for evil, this is the truth. All it takes for evil to succeed is for good men to stand by and do nothing. And women and people too. We all can do our part. But yes, I'm familiar with the quote. I believe it. I like it. Thank you for the £5 super chat, Jack. Thank you, Unnamed and Unindicted, for the $2. Good morning, friends. Show love and hit the like. Shout out to Franny Law for the $5. Shout out from Jersey City. Great job, sister lawyer. Or is it cousin? Let's see then tax returns. Did he deduct for the CV healing meds from the biz? That's what I want to know. The CFO is scheduled to testify today as well. The lunch break is going to be ending in about 15 or 20 minutes. The jury is expected back into the courtroom in about 15 to 20 minutes. We're going to hear from the makeup artist, Mila Morales, but then we maybe also are going to hear, we're supposed to hear from 4 other people beside that too. Wait. 3 other people beside that. Or maybe 4. A lot of people today. A lot of people expected today. So I'm excited. I'm looking forward to hearing from the CFO. Thank you, Alicia, for the $9.99 super sticker. Thank you, Danielle Riddick, for the $5. And check out day 26 interview on Vlad. Whatever Diddy did to them had them all crying. I did check it out, Danielle. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It is pretty crazy. I wonder what happened. Thank you so much, Jess Lee, for the $4.99. The way it works is employees pay for stuff on corporate card, and the bookkeeper assigns it to a category in the business or the personal books at TriStar, Jess Lee said. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you, JW, for the $49.99. Thank you. I hold space for Diddy use Britney theory like Cassie in The Plane. She named her captors in court, but once free, she almost immediately named him publicly as someone to look at his behavior. I don't remember this. JW, can you send me a reminder? You probably already did. I know you send me stuff sometimes. Thank you for the $49.99 super chat. I would love a refresher on what Brittany said, because you know those tweets get deleted and those Instagram posts get deleted. Thank you, Ashley, for the $19.99 super chat. Thank you for your raw input on such important matters. We need more people speaking up. I would not be surprised if Diddy gets out of this. And this whole trial is just for show to humiliate Diddy publicly. Yeah, and like kind of clip his wings. I wouldn't be surprised. Thank you for the $19.99 super chat. Thank you, Sonia, for the $5 super chat. The way you said cocaina and objection. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Sonia Grosky. Fro Baby Lou, thank you for the $4.99. Please hit the like. Oh, please like the live. 13,000 people in here and less than 3K likes is crazy. Show her you appreciate her time and efforts, and it's free, no excuse. Thank you. Thank you, Leverage, for the $5 super chat. Still doing FOs during breakup, not in a relationship, not DV. Exactly. Thank you, Lizzie. Thank you, Lizzie. Kellogg for the $49.99. Thanks, BJ, for your analysis. You are a joy to listen to, even with such a dark, dramatic trial. You're very bright. What's your background? You're very bright. What's your background? School of Hard Knocks, grew up on the Bayou, went to LSU for linguistics, and English was my degree, but linguistics was kind of like the concentration. I minored in German. Then I went to law school at the University of Pennsylvania. I practiced law for a little while, and then Britney Spears' business manager hired my law firm and demanded I stop making videos about her, so I quit doing the work at the law firm. I gave up my law license so nobody could hold it against me, and now I make YouTube videos. That's my background. Thank you for the $49.99 super chat. Thank you so much, Lucy Lou. For the $1.99 super chat. Lucy Lou said, me and my boyfriend love your channel. Hashtag That Surprise Warrior. Oh my God. Shout out to y'all. Y'all are fun. Y'all are cute. Love y'all. Love you, mean it. Thank you, Blue, for the $5 super chat. A little donation to the caffeine fund. That reminds me. Appreciate you. Thank you for being an arbiter of truth and justice always. Please like the video, y'all. Thank you, Blue, for the $5 super chat. Wow, thank you, Stephania, for the €23.99. I really appreciate excuse me. I really appreciate the daily updates you provide. Keep up the great work. Did you see the interview with the Punisher on Piers Morgan? No, y'all. I told y'all he was on a media PR push. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I'll go check it out. I was kind of boycotting it, but people keep telling me I need to watch that and the one on the other. He did News Nation or something too. Thank you for the €23.99, Stephania. Sounds like kidnapping of Capricorn Clark, Lenny Smith said. Great observation. I wonder if that's what they're building up for. Thank you for the $2 super chat. And also, yeah, I think you might be onto something with that. Thank you, Asha Kyla, for the $10 Canadian super chat. Not me taking over the big TV to watch your coverage on this and my toddler being mad. He got the iPad this time. Sorry, kid. BJ's on. Thanks for all you do. Oh my gosh. Shout out to the kid. Hey. Thank you for the $10 Canadian. Love your reporting along with the Popcorn Planet. Thank you, Angela. Thank you for the $1.99. Thank you, Snowfire, for the $2 super chat. So Soho is in this. That place is shady as heck. That's interesting to know. Thank you for the $2 super chat, Soho. Edie Saffron, thank you for the $9.99. My mom called me excited saying Adi arrived at court. She sent a video of him walking in. I said, no, Mom, that's Kid Cudi. She said, I don't know, they look alike. I said, oh my God, Mom, he's black. Oh my God, girl, your mom is too excited. I guess the only thing is like Cudi and Adi kind of sounded like maybe she misheard it. Thank you for the $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Tech Nikki, for the 119 euros. Hollywood is a glorified DDICTS. Well, I think it's really not up for you to decide, Sativa Sunflower, whether she's a victim or not. But thank you for the $2 super chat. In my opinion, she is. Sunflower, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. BJ, have you seen a movie Friday when the guy asked Debo for his bike back and Debo goes, what bike? Then knocks the guy out? Diddy reminds me of Debo. Never heard of it in my life. That's crazy. Thank you, Kay Baby, for the $5 super chat. My mom and I are stuck watching you daily. We love all your tops you wear. Where are they from? Thank you for all your amazing coverage. This actually is a dress. I'll show you since we have 14 more minutes left of the lunch break. It's like this. So it's a dress. This one I got from a little shop on Instagram called Sri Fashions, SRI Fashions. I like her stuff. I think I got 2 things from her before. Thanks so much for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Alex, for the $4.99 super chat. Friday, not Friday. Not Friday. That's disturbing but funny. I know I haven't seen Friday. But I know there's a whole series, right? Like Friday After Next and all that. That's the same series, right? Let me check if there's any updates. We do have an update from NBC. The government and judge are livid. Oh, y'all, we're getting some drama. Hold on, let me put this up. We're getting some drama. The government and the judge are livid over SUL questions. Away from the ears of the jurors, Judge Subramanian chastised the defense, that's Diddy's lawyer, Brian Steele, for asking Kid Cudi about any sex he might have had with Cassie. Assistant U.S. Attorney Maureen Comey called the defense lawyer's line of questioning outrageous. She said, we were shocked that the defense spoke about SUL activity with this witness. The judge agreed. Y'all, the judge said the line was clear and crossed. Mr. Steele, you knew the rule and you did it anyway. Is it going to happen again? He said, no. These lawyers do whatever they want. I will let you know. They do whatever they want. Okay, we already read that one. Let's go to CBS. Oh, the heck? Did they stop? Diddy trial live. CBS was doing, hold on, I want to go to, maybe they're not doing it? Oh, I guess they took down the website. Okay, Washington Post. Let's see if they have, they have 4 new updates. Ooh, you know, they like the details over here. So let's see if we get some new details. Okay. Okay, cool. We got a lot of new updates here. 28 minutes ago, Shayna Jacobs from the Washington Post said the defense is using Kid Cudi's testimony. So Diddy's lawyers using Kid Cudi's testimony to question the character of Cassie, whose fling with the rapper allegedly incited Diddy to break into his home. On cross-examination by defense lawyer Brian Steele, Kid Cudi said when he and Diddy met to resolve the romantic dispute, they agreed that she had misled them into believing that she was unattached. Quote, the person who played you and the person who played Mr. Combs was Miss Ventura, wasn't it? True, Kid Cudi said. He was almost okay. So Ann Brannigan from Washington Post said Kid Cudi was almost comically casual in court this morning. As my colleague Shayna Jacobs noted, the rapper known as Kid Cudi wore a black leather jacket, a white t-shirt, and jeans, and most men have been wearing suits on the stand. He yawned a few times during his testimony and seemed to take pleasure in describing Diddy resembling a Marvel villain. When the defense attorney Brian Steele thanked Cudi for his testimony, he said, "Yup, no problem." 18 minutes ago, Ann Brannigan, the last question prosecutors asked Kid Cudi before he left the stand Thursday morning was about his meeting with Diddy and Cassie in 2011. And they discussed their love triangle. Kid Cudi, whose real name is Scott Miscuddy, testified earlier that Diddy told him, quote, "I don't know what you're talking about," when Kid Cudi asked about compensation for his Porsche, which he recently had found burned in his driveway. Y'all, who was the female DNA found in the car? It might have been Cassie's DNA in the car. Obviously, if she was riding around with him, it would be. But where else was the DNA found? Assistant U.S. Attorney asked Kid Cudi what his understanding of Diddy's comment was when he said, "I don't know what you're talking about." And he said that he was lying. 18 minutes ago, court on lunch break, and the government is expected to next call Mila Morales. Let's go to Fox News. They also give us some details that others are kind of scared to give. Okay, this is something. We have two updates from Fox News. I guess this is him. He was taking his jacket off. 34 minutes ago, Diddy denied setting Kid Cudi's car on fire. Diddy denied his involvement in the fire. The rapper described meeting Diddy. He said, hold on. Where am I? Okay. He said one wall was all windows, and Diddy was staring out the window with his arms behind his back like a Marvel supervillain. So he walks in and Diddy's looking out the window that way, and his hands are behind his back. Like he didn't even bother turning around. According to Kid Cudi, Cassie was not present for the meeting. They discussed the whole story about how Kid Cudi and Cassie started to date. He said Diddy pointed out, "We were homies." Kid Cudi told him Cassie said they were broken up. He said Diddy was very calm, which he kind of found off-putting and weird, like almost too calm. It wasn't like, oh, he was calm, right? It was like too calm. It's very strange. Cassie did eventually arrive at the meeting. She allegedly told Kid Cudi that she and Diddy were in love. So we're getting different reporting. Okay. We're getting some people reporting that Cassie said that she and Kid Cudi had just fallen in love. Oopsie daisy. Now we're getting Fox News reporting that Cassie told Kid Cudi that the people who had fell in love was actually her and Diddy. Now, from Inner City Press's reporting, it was ambiguous. It just said Cassie said we fell in love. So who could it be? Could it be we, me, and Diddy? We, me, and Kid Cudi? Unclear. So I don't know. Just take that under advisement. Kid Cudi said he then took his hand away from the handshake. Oh, wait, sorry. The meeting ended with Kid Cudi and Diddy shaking hands. Kid Cudi asked what was going to happen to the car. Diddy said, "I don't know what you're talking about." And Kid Cudi snatched his hand away and said, "I thought we were cool." Kid Cudi testified that he saw Diddy a few years later. Diddy apologized, but just generally. He didn't really apologize on anything specific. Okay, Kid Cudi remained in contact with police following the vehicle fire. So I wonder if they've been doing their investigation into this enterprise since 2011. Kid Cudi testified Thursday during Diddy's trial that law enforcement officials were involved following an incident where Kid Cudi's car caught fire. Kid Cudi, whose full name is Scott Miscuddy, claimed his vehicle was hit with a boom boom while parked at his home in January 2012. Diddy's lawyer Brian Steele questioned Kid Cudi and asked if police took DNA samples and fingerprints after the incident. Kid Cudi said he stayed in touch with authorities, but he was never made aware of any DNA or fingerprints that were recovered. Brian Steele mentioned results from a fingerprint test, and they matched a female, but the prosecution objected, and the judge was like, "What the hell? Yeah, what? That doesn't have anything to do with anything." When they asked Kid Cudi if he remembered anyone affiliated with Diddy being around his property, he said he didn't have that information. He didn't know who it was. On the night that his vehicle was hit with the boom boom, he testified that he got a call from his dog's babysitter. It was not the night. I think it was the morning. About 6 in the morning, 7 in the morning, he said. No one else was present other than the babysitter. At the time, Kid Cudi was at his ex-girlfriend's sister's house. After hearing about the fire, he immediately went home. I'm just making sure we're caught up so that once the jury comes back in about 5 minutes, we're ready to hit the ground running. Okay. Court takes lunch. Okay. All right. We have some more insight. 4 minutes ago, from Diddy's body language. Now, previously it was reported Diddy was seemingly pretty laid back and comfortable. His arms were crossed, his legs were crossed. But now from Kyle Schnitzer and Priscilla DeGregory of the New York Post, we're getting slightly different news. Diddy, look, the title, New York Post 4 minutes ago, Diddy appears tense during Kid Cudi testimony. He appeared tense throughout the testimony of the rapper who claimed the disgraced hip-hop mogul once broke into his house and set his car on fire. He did not make eye contact. Oh, Diddy and Kid Cudi did not make eye contact at any point during the bombshell testimony about, no pun intended, about the love triangle involving the two rappers and Cassie. Diddy appeared strained throughout Kid Cudi's testimony, which stood in stark contrast to Diddy's nodding his head several times when his former assistant testified right before. So Diddy liked that assistant. He was like, and the assistant, I think the assistant was credible. He told the truth. And the truth is that probably many, many people, if not most, have this sort of conflicting perception of Diddy, where it's like the good times were really good and the bad times are really bad. And so Diddy this morning, we're getting told by the New York Times right now, the New York Post right now, Diddy this morning was nodding his head along with that assistant, that former assistant. He liked him. But then when Kid Cudi took the stand, Diddy appeared tense and strained. Wow. So, this isn't being televised, this isn't being streamed. So we just have to take these in court people's word for it. And look, Diddy appeared strained throughout his testimony. Look, when Kid Cudi's name was called by prosecutors, the courtroom became quiet. And when he entered, most of the eyes in the courtroom followed him as he walked to the witness stand. He appeared to answer questions candidly in an understated manner. We have another new entry. Diddy fan got kicked out. Oh, girl. 1 minute ago, Diddy fan got kicked out of the courtroom after holding up a makeshift sign. An apparent fan, y'all, I've already made 2 videos about this, and I just recorded another one today about the Diddy PR push, the pro-Diddy PR AstroTurf campaign. 2 videos already just put up. My last 2 videos on BJ Investigates have to do with this, AstroTurfing and the pro-Diddy movement, and I just recorded another one because stuff keeps happening. Look, here's another piece of evidence. Diddy fan gets kicked out of courtroom. An apparent fan of Diddy, Sean P. Diddy, Puff Daddy Combs, was escorted out of the courtroom during a break after he held up a sign for the fallen music mogul. The man scrawled something faintly on a piece of paper and held it up in front of the jury. This is obviously to influence the jury, in my opinion. This man should be arrested. When you go to see stuff, you can't, whenever we used to go to the Britney Spears court hearings in California State Court, we couldn't even wear Britney Spears merch. We couldn't wear anything that said Free Britney. You would not be allowed in the courtroom. You wouldn't even be allowed inside the courtroom if you had on clothes that said it or anything like that. It's totally not allowed. And this is federal court on a criminal case. Diddy put on his glasses. Okay, the man scrawled something faintly on a piece of paper and held it up for the Bad Boy Records founder to see. Diddy put on his spectacles, and said, "I can't see." The man then came to the second row of the courtroom gallery with the writing, and Diddy responded, "Thank you," as he tapped his chest once with his right fist. That's the family, the Combs family, capital F. This is what his sons do too, the one fist tap. I'm doing a bunch of times so y'all can't confuse me with doing it for them. But that gesture of the one fist. When a courtroom marshal realized what was going on, he grabbed the piece of paper and the supporter then was out of the courtroom, escorted out of the courtroom, y'all. It is happening. It is going on in this clown show, okay? 15 minutes ago. Look, they must have stayed. They did stay. Brian Steele got in trouble today. If y'all are just joining back from lunch, hi, hello, welcome. Make sure to hit the like on the way in. Judge warns defense over SUO line of questioning with the jury out for lunch. With the jurors exiting the courtroom for lunch, the judge has given Brian, I don't hate when they spell defense like this, has given Brian Steele a dressing down. This is Australian news, Sky News. That's Australia, right? Or is that UK? There is a Sky News Australia. I don't know if that's a separate one. Anyway, they spelled defense wrong in any event. Brian Steele, and y'all saying y'all spell it right? Incorrect. This is the American court system. You forgot. It's with the S. Thank you. With the jurors exiting the courtroom, the judge has just given him a dressing down. Brian Steele also criticized by the prosecution for asking Kid Cudi about sexual activity. Maureen Comey said the line of questioning was outrageous. We were shocked that the defense, spelled wrong, spoke about sexual activity with this witness. The judge agreed and said the line was clear and it was crossed. You knew the rule and you did it anyway, the judge said. Is it going to happen again? No, said Brian Steele. We can check the Diddy docket again if y'all want before we go back. Let's see. If I do it back this way, it might. Yep, something new has been filed. Oh, breaking news. Diddy wants more phone minutes. Diddy wants more phone minutes. Breaking news. It's always something, y'all. Breaking news today. Mark Agnifilo, Teeny Garagos. Dear Judge, we respectfully request that the court order the Metropolitan Detention Center, the MDC, to increase the number of phone minutes allocated to Diddy per month from 300 to 500 minutes to allow for Mr. Combs to call his attorneys on weekends and during after court hours. Additionally, we stated on the record, we also ask that the court order the MDC to allow for Diddy to do video teleconferencing until 9 p.m. every evening to allow for Diddy to prepare for trial with counsel for court. So Diddy's lawyers want, I just got to save this. Diddy's lawyers want two things. Breaking news. Diddy's lawyers want two things. They want more minutes for Diddy on his phone because remember he was buying minutes from other people. He got in trouble for it or whatever. Not only does Diddy want more minutes for his phone, but his lawyers want him to be able to Zoom talk with him until 9 o'clock every night. Now, already Diddy gets to come to court about 7, I think, in the morning to meet 7 or 7:30 in the morning every morning to meet with his lawyers. So now they're saying they want him to be in there till 9 at night on the video, on the Zoom call. So he wants to clock out of court and go for 7 hours to be on Zoom, I guess. I mean, I don't know if this is a typical thing that's granted, but breaking news, just letting y'all know, Diddy's lawyer, Mark Agnifilo, is asking for more phone minutes and more Zoom phone time with him. Diddy request for more phone minutes and Zoom time with lawyers. All right, so the jury should have taken the stand. They are due in court 3 minutes ago. We have one new update from NBC News. I think the updates are going to start rolling in now. Makeup artist Mila Morales to take stand. Mila Morales, a makeup artist, Cassie mentioned her in her testimony. She's expected to take the witness stand when the court comes back after lunch, which is supposed to have happened 4 minutes ago. Last week, Cassie told the court that Mila stayed behind to nap as she and her friends went to a last-minute party at Prince's home. Okay, so Prince is coming back up again. Remember the party that Cassie and her friend, I think it maybe was Carrie, I don't exactly remember who it was, went to this party at Prince's house. Prince was supposedly performing in his basement, but then Diddy showed up to the party and then Cassie ran away. Well, Mila Morales apparently was sleeping at Cassie's house during that time, on the couch or whatever. She stayed at Cassie's house to nap. She and her friends went to a last-minute party at Prince's home, but Cassie rushed out once she saw Diddy, who she didn't speak to before going to the party. According to Cassie, Diddy tracked her down and beat her in another room while Morales was in the vicinity. Cassie told the court she then stayed with Morales for a few days as her injuries healed. Okay. Let's go back to Inner City Press. They're back. Before the jury is brought in, the assistant U.S. attorney said, Your Honor, they want to put in exhibits showing Cassie scantily clad. We think it plays into a stereotype that if she dresses like this, she must have consented to freak-offs. And I think it's a legitimate concern. The assistant U.S. attorney does not want pictures to come in that Cassie was dressed, like a SLUT, because that is obviously what Diddy and them are trying to argue. She was just a SLUT. She liked freak-offs. She was into it. She was just a insert mean name, word, whatever. And Diddy and them are not above abusing this woman over and over again on a stand. So we'll see what the judge says. I think he probably will keep the pictures out if it really is scantily clad. Judge said, I can't see what you're talking about. I only have this album cover. Diddy's lawyer said, don't worry, Your Honor. We can bring it up on the screen. Now, who's talking is Estevallo. Estevallo is probably going to be on the cross-examination of Mila Morales, but she's also the one who did the opening. No, she questioned Cassie. She's the one who questioned, cross-examined Cassie. We can bring it up on the screen. Does, but not for the public gallery. We have withdrawn some of the exhibits, Diddy's lawyer said. It's rather about her career opportunities and the like. So there's a picture, a scantily clad picture. I don't know what it is. If it's an album cover, I don't know why an album cover can't come in. Well, the assistant U.S. attorney is saying, Maureen Comey is saying, they're trying to say Cassie's like a hoochie mama, so she must have asked for it and she must have liked the freak-offs. Let's see if we have any other updates from anybody else. So they're back in session right now. The court is back in, but the jury is not there yet. Okay, so this is interesting right here. Kid Cudi says that the alleged Diddy break-in, quote, crossed a line during his cross-examination. He asked if there was any damage to his home during the break-in, and Kid Cudi said no. He admitted he left the door unlocked and there was no forced entry, and he did agree that Diddy was calm when they spoke both times after the break-in. There was no mention of a pew-pew in Kid Cudi's testimony, but he did testify that the break-in crossed the line. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. He kind of was like a little bit iconic. He kind of became like a little iconic after that. He's like, this is the new black dandy. Okay. Move over, Met Gala. Move. This is him leaving. This is him walking out with his he's funny. Smoked a cigarette while arriving at the courthouse. Testified he believed Diddy was involved in a fire. One new update from Washington Post. Judge reprimands defense attorney Brian Steele over Kid Cudi questioning. That's him right there. Is that Steve Futterman? Before the court left on its lunch break, prosecutor Maureen Comey had some harsh words for Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs' attorney. And also this is Young Thug's attorney from the YSL trial, Brian Steele. During cross-examination, Brian Steele had started a line of questioning asking Scott Mescudi, who goes by the stage name Kid Cudi, whether he had a physically intimate relationship with Cassie. Steele should have alerted the court that he was going to pursue that line of questioning per the Shield guidelines, said Comey. It was frankly outrageous that it was asked in open court, Your Honor. The judge agreed and fussed at or reprimanded Steele, saying the questioning was out of bounds and that he should have told the prosecution he was going to ask about their sexual relationship. It's not state secrets. You need to at least let people know. It's not state secrets. This judge, he's got jokes now too. Mark Agnifilo and them must be rubbing off on him. He said asking questions about an sexual relationship is not state secrets. You need to at least let people know. There's a law. It's called the RAPE Shield Law, and it's supposed to be put in place to protect victims of specifically sexual abuse. You're not supposed to ambush questions about sexual activity. It's supposed to be, everybody's supposed to be on notice. You're not supposed to just bring it up. And so basically he broke a law is kind of what it's being framed as here. I'm not saying that. I don't know how this works. I'm just reading this. But there is a law that says you're not supposed to be able to do that. And there he is doing it. He said he had safety concerns. He's kind of like a shapeshifter. He looks very different every time I see him. Does he have topics? Does he have that makeup in his hairline? Maybe it was just short here. Assistant Attorney Emily Johnson asked Kid Cudi what abuse Cassie had told him about, and the rapper said Cassie told him that Diddy would hit and kick her. According to Kid Cudi, Diddy had described Cassie as carefree, but Kid Cudi said Cassie was not carefree when she called him that morning during the redirect. Kid Cudi claimed Diddy's executive assistant, Capricorn Clark, was forced to physically go into the car. And then also they went into his home, testified he was angry about the break-in, but after thinking about it, he said he realized he was unsure if Diddy had any weapons. He had then described Cassie as shook the day of the break-in, or the alleged break-in, because Diddy found out about her relationship. The drama was getting out of hand, and so we broke up. He also had safety concerns because he knew Diddy was violent. Let's go to Inner City Press. Now they are back from the lunch break. Okay. There's Mila Morales right there. Okay, so they're arguing right now before the jury comes in about some exhibits. And Diddy wants to put some pictures in. There's 3 exhibits. One of these pictures, they want to put up Cassie scantily clad, like in a revealing clothes or whatever, outfit or whatever. The assistant U.S. attorney is like, no. They want to only put these in because they're trying to perpetuate a stereotype that if Cassie dresses like this, then she must have consented to all the freak-offs. The judge said, I don't even have these exhibits. What even is it? All I have is this album cover. And so Estevao was like, okay, Your Honor, we'll bring it up on the screen. This is Diddy's lawyer. She does bring it up on the screen, but only for the judge, not for the public. So the public can't see the picture. And she says, we've also withdrawn some of the exhibits. So it's really more about Cassie's career opportunities. The judge said, what's the relevance? What's the first rule of evidence, y'all? First rule of evidence. It has to be relevant to something. It has to be relevant to prove or disprove an issue, a central issue to the case or something like that. If it's not relevant, it doesn't matter. So, or if it's not relevant, it can't come in. If it is relevant, it doesn't necessarily mean it definitely can come in, but that's the first checkbox. Is it even relevant? The judge said, okay, so what's the relevance? Asking Diddy's lawyers. The next witness did Cassie's makeup, but what is the purpose of the pictures? It's a 402 issue first. What's the relevance? Diddy's lawyer said, well, Cassie testified about her career being impacted. And the assistant U.S. attorney just said, I'll stipulate. Maybe stipulate to what? Okay, let's go to CNN. They have been... Nope, not them. Let's go to NBC. Let's go to Washington Post. Only one on the beat right now is... Ooh, okay. Brick by brick, y'all. Kid Cudi's testimony supports the prosecution's RICO charges, expert says. Okay, so we have an expert weighing in on how Kid Cudi's testimony is actually supporting. Remember earlier this morning on this live stream, we read that an expert, I think maybe from CNN, was saying that the reason the prosecution is calling Kid Cudi and the reason for his testimony is specifically because he was going to help to provide evidence that there was a broader scheme than just a pattern of racketeering activity. It also has to be a broader scheme, right? So we have another lawyer now after the testimony is over weighing in saying it worked. The 6-time Grammy nominee rapper allegedly breaking into his home, Diddy, da da da. He believed that Diddy was involved in a car fire that damaged his Porsche beyond repair. According to Kid Cudi, both incidents. Oh my God, what if it was Lou Taylor? Who's the female DNA? I'm dying to know. If it's Cassie, I won't be that suspicious. Like if they were dating, she would have been in his car. Doesn't mean she dropped the boom boom in there. According to Kid Cudi, both incidents occurred after Diddy found out about his relationship with Cassie. The alleged arson and the alleged break-in helped make the prosecution's case on Diddy's racketeering charges. Former federal prosecutor told Fox News Digital, "This is arson, and arson is a RICO predicate. Is setting Kid Cudi's car on fire domestic violence and jealousy? Maybe. But it's a RICO predicate while you're at it." All right. Quote, this is what the lawyer said. Combs also threatened Cassie and Kid Cudi and extorted $20,000 from Regina Ventura, which is another RICO act. Now, I'm not saying this. I'm reading a quote. Okay. I wasn't there. Innocent or proven guilty. Quote, the lawyer goes on, this evidence proves racketeering without ST. So the government can still secure a conviction on the RICO conspiracy, even if the jury believes the freak-offs were consensual. Listen to that, y'all, one more time. Let it sink in. There is a lawyer, a former federal prosecutor, telling in an interview just minutes ago, the evidence that has come up, what evidence? All right, not domestic violence, no. Arson alleged break-in. Arson is setting something on fire, breaking in, is the door locked? Is the door unlocked? Are they going to be able to prove a break-in? I don't know. But look, quote, Diddy also, quote, Combs also threatened Cassie and Kid Cudi and extorted $20,000 from Regina Ventura. All of these are RICO predicates. I think we just got another new update. Which is another RICO act. They updated it right. They updated it as I was reading it. It doesn't say the same thing anymore. This evidence proves racketeering. Okay, so look, the whole thing people have been saying, I think it's AstroTurf bots, but the whole thing they've been saying is like, it's just domestic violence. It's just abuse. Maybe he's guilty of domestic violence, but domestic violence isn't RICO. There is a lawyer right now, like a TV lawyer, but also like a former federal prosecutor who would have tried cases like this. He said it don't matter about if it was what about Cassie or not. There's all this other stuff without the ST. Now, yeah, they do have to prove ST. ST maybe is going to come down to the consent, the coercion, but you can still prove a whole RICO case. Look, quote, even if the jury believes the freak-offs were consensual. So now this lawyer is saying we've moved beyond the past. We've moved past the point where to get a guilty conviction. This is what this lawyer is saying. We've now moved past the point where in order to get a RICO conviction, they can get it whether Cassie consented or not. They don't even have to prove that no more. Cassie's mom testified that she felt physically sick when Diddy threatened to release SEX tapes of Cassie in 2011. Diddy allegedly demanded $20,000 from Cassie's family, which forced Cassie's mom and dad to take out a home equity loan to pay the Bad Boy Records founder. That is one of the lowest of the low things, in my opinion, that I've heard. There's a lot more, but that's just low. Because you can't say it was like a heat of passion thing, right? Like, heat of passion, I just found out she's cheating on me. Like, I don't think it's excusable at all in any way, but like, you really have to be cold-hearted to sit there and know you're making some lady that don't have the money have to refinance her, all of that. Like, at any moment, he could have pulled the plug on that. All right, we do have some more tweets, but it looks like they're still arguing over evidence. Let me get to the bottom of this. Okay. The judge isn't having it with Maureen Comey either. He's a very fair judge. The judge, like, what's the relevance of these exhibits even? What is even are they? What's the purpose? Are they relevant? Yeah. Cassie testified about her career being impacted. The judge said, okay, this picture right here is of a public event. What's the problem? Cassie went out in public like this. So what's the problem? Well, Your Honor, it's a low cut dress. The judge said, so I'm letting this picture in of the public event where she's wearing a low cut dress, but there's two pictures he's keeping out. So sided with Diddy on one by allowing in a picture of Cassie in a low cut dress, but he's not allowing in two other pictures. He says, bring in the next witness. All right, everybody, breaking news just less than 5 minutes ago. Mila Morales, celebrity makeup artist, has entered the chat. She's on the stand. She's started to answer questions. Oh, is this the cover they're talking about? Maybe, I don't know. This doesn't even really look that like revealing because she is covered up by like this other stuff. All right, the next tweet, we have one more. Do you recognize anyone you've worked for in this room? Mila Morales said, yep. Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs in the gray sweater, in the white collared shirt, or in the white collar. When did you work for Diddy? She said, the year 2000 to 2005. Who else? Then who did you work for? Then I worked for Rihanna. Who else? Jennifer Lopez, Cassie. Okay, this is given Lou Taylor. Who else is a Lou Taylor client? J-Lo. Rihanna is Jay-Z Connect. So celebrity makeup artists are celebrity makeup artists. They could have met each other any kind of way. I'm not even trying to say like, ooh, it's suspicious. I'm just, I like to keep track of the entry points and all of that. When did you work with Cassie? Okay, so let me get back to that tweet because when did you work with Diddy and then when did you work with Cassie? All right, hold on. That's what I think. Yeah. When did you work for Mr. Combs? 2000 to 2005. Then who'd you work for? Then I worked for Rihanna, then J-Lo, and Cassie. So when did you work for Cassie? She said 2007 until that time. I'm not allowed to say that for some reason. She was like a little sister to me. This makeup artist did testify just now. How much older than her are you? She said a few years. Did you ever see her with any injuries on her face? Yes. 2010, Grammy weekend, Prince party. When did Prince die? 2014? Michael Jackson passed 2009, right? Let's see if there's any more tweets. Yeah, we got one 38 seconds ago. Where were you with her? She said, I was, so 2010. Okay, so the question was, did you ever see Cassie with any injuries on her face? Yes, 2010, Grammy weekend, Prince party. Where were you with her? Mila said, I was in Beverly Hills. I fell asleep in the room and I woke up to a commotion. Cassie walked in and then Diddy asking, where the F is she? What did he do? He walked into the bedroom and shut the door. One new update from NBC. Government calls out sexual stereotypes conveyed in topless pictures. Prosecutors accused the defense of prompting sexual stereotypes by handing over no-shirt pictures of Cassie. Diddy's team gave the government pictures that showed... Okay. Diddy's team had turned over to the government some pictures that showed when Mila Morales did make up for Cassie. Several of the pictures were of a topless Ventura, which drew the prosecutors' criticism. We don't want the suggestion of sexual stereotypes that if she dressed like this for a photo shoot and in public, it's more likely she consented to sexual activity. The judge also questioned whether any of the topless photos were relevant. And Anna Estevallo said, it shows that she had a full and blossoming career. The judge allowed them to use some of the images, but he did take out the topless ones. Thank you, NBC, for filling in those details. Diddy and Cassie's former makeup artist is called to the stand. So she did makeup for Diddy himself from 2000 to 2005, and then also Cassie during that time. But she then went on to do Cassie's makeup as well, starting in 2007. 10 minutes ago, Washington Post Shayna Jones said, the government is arguing to exclude defense photos of Cassie. It said it's too revealing and it could suggest that she's sexually promiscuous. Maureen Comey said the photos could suggest sexual stereotypes that are inappropriate at this trial. The judge did leave out a photograph that showed Cassie holding a pew-pew to her mouth. The defense argues that the photos it wants to introduce help illustrate that what her career was like at the time. At least some photos were part of a photo shoot for Cassie's album. Updating the Mirror. Court returned from break. It was about 7-8 minutes ago. Makeup artist is set to take the stand. Okay, New York Post claims to have a new entry 10 minutes ago. Cassie's makeup artist called to the stand, has begun testifying. Let's go to the Sky News. Makeup artist worked with Rihanna and J-Lo. She told the court she worked for Diddy, who she refers to as Puff. Between 2000 and 2005, she says she did men's grooming for him and light makeup for the camera. She said after working with Diddy, she worked for Rihanna for 13 years. Whoa. She also worked with J-Lo and Cassie. She says she first met Cassie when she was only 16 years old, and she described Cassie as like a little sister. She said she did makeup for Cassie for photo shoots, music videos, and editorials for fashion magazines, in the studio, in the trailer, at her home, and on location. So she would do makeup for her a lot. Okay. We have some new tweets. The most recent tweet was 4 minutes ago that we read. Where were you with her? She said, Beverly Hills. I fell asleep in the room and I woke up to a commotion. Cassie walked in, then Diddy walked in, asking where the F is she? What did he do? He walked into the bedroom and shut the door. What did you hear behind the door? Yelling and screaming, both of them. Then Diddy left. What did you see next? Cassie. She had a swollen eye and knots on her head. I packed her things up and we went to my house. Then what happened? My doctor friend came and examined her to see if she had a concussion. What were you afraid of? Diddy. I feared for my life, the makeup artist said. Objection, move to strike. The judge said, no, that can stay in. She can say she was scared for her life. How long did Cassie stay at your house? The makeup artist said, days. She stayed with me for days. We have an update from CNN. She testified she worked for Diddy until 2005 and became Cassie's makeup artist. She said she worked for Diddy from 2000 to 2005. She mentioned she stopped working for him because she moved on to other clients, including Rihanna. She wanted to do like girl makeup. She was like not trying to do men's grooming and boy makeup. She said she first met Cassie on a photo shoot in Brooklyn, New York, when Cassie was only 16 years old. She started doing her makeup regularly when Cassie signed with Bad Boy in 2007. We were close. She was like a little sister to me. She said the last time she did Cassie's makeup was actually in 2021. So this is years after Cassie and Diddy broke up. So she stayed friends with Cassie. Diddy always made sure that the look was perfect. So we had to report back to him with pictures. I'm going to New York. Washington Post. Okay, no. We do have 2 minutes. Okay, Kid Cudi's car, everybody. 2 minutes ago, breaking news. Kid Cudi vehicle fire damage submitted as evidence in Diddy trial. Breaking news, we have the pictures. This is the inside of the car. This is the top. Look, he said someone cut his roof over, and it does appear someone did cut the roof open. The U.S. Attorney's Office submitted evidence Thursday of Kid Cudi's Porsche following a car fire that happened in 2012. The dog babysitter told him about it. After hearing of the fire, he said he immediately went home. So these are the only pictures. I want to see the pictures. Okay, let me actually Google Kid Cudi because I was looking it up earlier. Car picture evidence. So that's the only pictures they released so far, I guess. I don't see anything else. This was just put up 2 minutes ago. Look, 3 minutes ago. So, oh, sorry. Here. 3 minutes ago. See up there it says that 3 minutes ago. So, maybe more pictures will come out. From Tracy Wright. Oh, Fox News. Okay, let's go back to Inner City Press. Okay. Kim Porter's coming up again, y'all. She just got mentioned again. Have you done interviews about this? Remember I told y'all that this morning? She's one of the ones that has done interviews. She said, yeah, a couple. Were you ever paid for any of those interviews? Nope. Did you provide evidence? She said, yes. Pictures of me and Kim Porter in the early 2000s. Were you paid for those pictures? She said, yep, $1,000. Miss SpaceX, she always looks for stuff, said, interesting that I don't seem to find pictures of Mila and Kim together. Let's go to NBC. Anything new? No. Okay, I'm refreshing Mirror. New York Post is teasing me with a new one. I said, really? Yes, they really do. Okay, hold on. Okay. 23 seconds ago, New York Post, celebrity. I don't think they're going to get to all the people today. Not by 3. Okay. New York Post, a few seconds ago, celebrity makeup artist recalls Cassie's swollen eye and busted lip after fight with Diddy. This is Jack Morfett, Kyle Schnitzer, and Priscilla DeGregory. Celebrity makeup artist Mila Morales testified about a 2010 fight in a hotel room between Diddy and his long-term girlfriend, Cassie, that left her with a swollen eye and a busted lip. He said it was the weekend of the Grammys when Cassie was slated to attend a private party at Prince's house. So it was Grammy weekend 2010. Let me go to Getty Images. I want to look up Grammys 2010 Diddy. So I guess Cassie didn't go that year, but Diddy went. Look. I typed in, as you can see, Grammy 2010 Diddy. Is it actually the Grammys though? No. Okay, well, anyway, we'll get back to that later. An irate Combs. Okay, so Morales said it was the weekend of the Grammys when Cassie was slated to attend a private party at Prince's house. An irate Diddy came into the hotel room where Mila Morales and Cassie were staying, saying, "Where the F is she?" Then the couple went into the bedroom, and Morales said she heard yelling and screaming. After that, Diddy stormed out and left. Cassie emerged from the room with a swollen eye, busted lip, and knocks on her head. I guess knocks. She took a distraught and upset Cassie to her house and called a doctor friend who said Cassie did not have a concussion. Morales said she didn't call the cops because she, quote, feared for her life. We got 2 new updates from CNN. Okay, makeup artist Ventura had injuries following a 2010 hotel argument with Diddy. She saw Ventura with injuries on her face once around Grammy 2010. After going to a party at Prince's house, they went, not Morales and Ventura. It was just Ventura. Remember Morales had stayed behind to take a nap. So Cassie returns to the hotel room and Diddy came into the room, asked where Ventura was. She said, quote, I was just frantic and I didn't know what to do. Later, Diddy stormed out of the hotel room and Cassie was distraught. She had a swollen eye and a busted lip and knots on her head. She ended up taking Cassie home where she stayed at her house for a few days. She said she didn't call police when she saw Cassie, this is still CNN.com, because she feared Diddy. She said she had a friend who was a doctor, came and checked Cassie out. The doctor examined the injuries to Cassie's face and stomach and ribs. And the doctor recommended Cassie go to the ER. But she refused. Breaking news, Cassie refused to go to the emergency room. And so Cassie also, they didn't call the police. She said she didn't call the police because she feared Diddy and feared for her life. After the incident, she said her and Cassie never talked about it again. We have a new update from Washington Post. 2 minutes ago, Anne Brannigan, Mila Morales is now on the stand answering questions from the government. She's a makeup artist who worked with Diddy and Cassie. So Diddy from 2000 to 2005, Cassie from 2007 to 2018. Morales and Ventura were close, describing herself as a big sister to Cassie. She said she would do Cassie's makeup for photo shoots, music videos, fashion magazines, and the photos would all be checked by Diddy. Diddy always made sure the look was perfect. So again, coercion, control, force, I think that's what they're trying to get at here. Topless Cassie photos not allowed into evidence. This is Tatiana Christina from themirror.com. Photos showing off the makeup that Mila Morales did for Cassie were put into evidence by the defense, but the prosecution was not having it. As some of the photos showed Cassie topless. We don't want the suggestion of sexual stereotypes that if she dressed like this for photo shoots or in public, she maybe consented to the freak-offs, the prosecution said. But Diddy's lawyers said, oh, no. These just show that Cassie had a full and blossoming career. The judge allowed some of the pictures, but not the other topless ones. Then they're reminding us that it was testified by Kid Cudi that Diddy was like a Marvel supervillain. What is this from? Oh, I was looking for the pictures, but it's not in there. Okay. Okay, let's go back to Inner City Press. Okay. All right. The last tweet we read 10 minutes ago, have you done interviews about this? She said a couple. Were you paid for your interviews? No. Did you provide any evidence to be used, like any of your intellectual property or anything like that in the documentaries or whatever? She said, yeah. And it was photos of me and Kim Porter in the early 2000s. And were you paid for those pictures? She said, yes. $1,000. No further questions. Now it's time for Diddy's lawyers to get to ask their questions. And the first question, it's Anna Estevallo. Did you assist Cassie for any red carpet events? The makeup artist said, possibly. Some music video, black and yellow. We have photos. 647, please. So then they put in photos from a video shoot. The goal was that she looked put together. Wouldn't you say? Mila Morales said, yeah. And these photos show your artistry. You reposted them on Instagram, didn't you? Yeah. You were in her hotel room, though. You were in her hotel room, but you lived nearby? Yeah. What are they trying to get at here? You know? Somebody dropped the photo, someone said. We have a new update from NBC. Cassie left with swelling and busted lip after going into room with Diddy, Morales testifies. She corroborated some prior testimony from Cassie, who alleged that Diddy beat her in a hotel room after spotting her at an unexpected party, or unexpectedly spotting her at a party at Prince's LA home. I'm sorry, I'm losing it. The makeup artist told the court that she stayed behind to take a nap on the couch. It says coach, but I think she means couch. Of Cassie's Beverly Hills hotel room that night. She woke up to a commotion. Later, she testified that Cassie came in and went straight to the bedroom, and Diddy came in right behind her. So, okay, that's new information. So, Cassie wasn't just hanging in and then Diddy showed up. It's like Cassie came in and then Diddy followed her. They went straight to the bedroom. Yet again, we have another hotel with a bedroom that you can close the door to. This keeps coming up over and over. Morales testified Cassie went straight in and Diddy went right behind her. The couple shut the door to the bedroom, and Morales said she heard yelling and screaming before Diddy left the hotel. She did not witness what occurred between the couple, but she said Cassie had a swollen eye, a busted lip, and knots on her head. She testified that Cassie stayed with her for a few days after the incident, and a doctor friend came to check her out, and Cassie refused to go to the ER. The incident left Morales in fear for her life. She didn't call the police. That's why. She and Cassie saw each other a few times after that, but they never acknowledged the incident. 2 new updates from CNN. 5 minutes ago, prosecution ended their questions for Morales, and then the defense got to start. I don't know why all of a sudden I'm just like, it's Diddy's demons. The Diddy demons. Entered the chat. Wiz Khalifa's coming in. Jury sees a photo of Cassie wearing makeup that Morales did. She's showing the jury photos of Cassie from a music video shoot for the Wiz Khalifa song Black and Yellow. You know what it is. Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. Anyway, Milo Morales, who's now on the stand, did Cassie's makeup for the Black and Yellow music video. Before the jury came in, the defense argued to admit these photos. So the reason that the defense wanted to put these photos in of Cassie in the first place is because they're arguing, this is Diddy's side, they're arguing, look, this shows that we're pushing back. This goes against Cassie's previous testimony that Diddy stifled her career, and the freak-offs he allegedly orchestrated took time away from her ability to pursue it. Look, they're like, look, she was in one music video one time, so obviously Diddy couldn't have possibly been messing with her career. Diddy's lawyer also told the court they want to show the jury that Cassie had to spend time upkeeping her appearance for work events, not just for freak-offs. Okay, but were the other employees required to do freak-offs? Because that seems like something else. Okay. We do have new tweets. Okay, the most recent one was, these photos show your artistry, don't they? You reposted them. She said, yeah. And you were in her hotel room, even though you lived nearby. She said, yeah. Diddy's lawyer said, all right, so you met with Cassie's family? Mila said, her father. I met with her father. You called a doctor and a lawyer? She said, yep. And the lawyer lives in San Francisco. You also provided emotional support for Cassie? She said, yes. Look at these 2 comments. Miss SpaceX said, what's the point of this, Morales? Again, is this relevant? We don't know. And then we have a lawyered up say, I hope Estevallo has a good reason for opening this possible can of worms and exceeding the scope of direct testimony. 55 seconds ago, we get another one. You did an interview with CNN and Extra TV, Don Lemon, Pierce Morgan. Did Dateline reach out to you? She said, I don't look at those anymore. Okay, interesting. So, isn't it true, Diddy's lawyer asks the makeup artist, that you did an interview with CNN, Extra TV, Don Lemon, and Pierce Morgan? She said, yep, sure did. And did Dateline reach out to you? I don't know. I don't look at that no more. Did you ask the government if you could do more? Look at this. Oh, this is a cool little chat GPT generated tweet. Understanding the RICO framework. This is 5 seconds ago. Under the RICO Act, prosecutors must establish the following 3 things. Number 1, existence of an enterprise. Number 2, the commission of criminal acts by the enterprise. And number 3, that the defendant, that's Diddy here, directed or benefited from these acts. I think they might have already done that, y'all. I'm sorry. I think they might have. Put a 3 in the chat if you think they've already shown all 3. Did an enterprise exist? Yes or no? If the answer is yes, check to 1. If the answer is no, that you're allowed to think that. None of us are on the jury, so it really doesn't matter what we think. We're just doing opinions. Number 2, did the commission of criminal acts occur by this enterprise? I think it's indisputable. I don't think that's up for debate. I would say yes. That's my opinion. Number 3, did Diddy direct or benefit from these acts? That is where I think I think yes, but I think they could give some more information. I think they could give a little bit more, but I think they have proven it. Crucially, proving just 2 of the following 8 predicate crimes within a 10-year span is enough. Kidnapping, arson, bribery. So arson would be Kid Cudi. Bribery would be I'm going to release the S tapes unless Cassie's mama gives me $20,000. Witness tampering, forced labor, ST. So this is the ST is only one part. There's only one. Look at there's 8 different things. Kidnap, arson, bribery, all that other stuff. Key developments in the trial. Kid Cudi's testimony. Rapper Kid Cudi testified about the car. That's the arson. If they proved it or not, we don't know. Cassie's allegation detailing severe abuse. She alleged that she not only alleged sexual stuff, she also alleged physical violence. Then there was the former assistant, George Kaplan, who didn't even want to testify. He talked about booking hotel rooms under aliases, preparing them with items, baby oil, liquor. He also claimed to have witnessed Diddy assaulting women, including Cassie. Then there was the evidence from the Miami home raid, which had all of the AR, pew, illicit substances, including all these ones, various SEX items. A loaded pew was also in the guest house. The accumulation of testimonies and evidence, this is the legal implications section, and I think this came from ChatGPT. The accumulation of testimonies and evidence suggests prosecutors may have grounds to satisfy the RICO criteria, potentially leading to severe penalties, including a life sentence, asset seizure, and the dismantling of Combs' enterprise. Diddy has pleaded not guilty to all charges. The trial is expected to continue for several more weeks, and there will be more witnesses. So, keep an open mind. Let's go back to Inner City Press and see if he has tweeted anything. Yes. Okay. So they're trying to impeach this lady's credibility. Again, I mean, it's going to be pretty hard just because she went to try to tell her story of what she knows on the news. That somehow is a bad thing. She didn't get paid for it. You asked permission to speak with Dateline, didn't you? She said, of course I asked permission. After the incident, neither Diddy or anyone from his company ever approached you, did they? No, no one did. For a documentary you were paid? She said therapy. I don't know what that means. CNN has an update. Maybe they can tell us. Okay. 1 minute ago, CNN says Morales confirms concern for Cassie in 2010 hotel incident. The attorney, Ana Estevallo, revisited Mila Morales' testimony about the 2010 incident. The makeup artist testified that she and Cassie spoke with a lawyer. She and Cassie spoke with one. Oh my gosh. Is it that John Croft? Hold on. Is John Croft the lawyer she spoke to? Hold on. It was in San Francisco. Elevate Law. I wonder if this is the guy. I don't know. I mean, it seems like a common name, so I'll just wait. Okay. So Mila Morales did testify that she actually brought Cassie or somehow linked Cassie up with a lawyer. You were concerned, weren't you? Diddy's lawyer said. Very concerned, of course. She confirmed she continued her friendship with Cassie after she and Diddy had broken up. We have another new update. Morales says she hasn't been paid for any interviews she gave about Cassie and Diddy's relationship. She said that she's done about 8 media interviews about her knowledge of Cassie and Diddy. And the 2010 incident in the past year. She said she wasn't paid for any of the public interviews, and her testimony is now complete. She seemed pretty credible from what we read so far. You sold those Kim Porter photos to CNN for $1,000? Yes. No further questions. Next witness. Your Honor, I call the next witness to the stand, Frederick Zemmour, the general manager of L'Hermitage Hotel LA. Okay, he comes to the stand. We got to look him up. Sir, why are you here today? He said, "'Cause I got a subpoena." Who's lying? Who are they saying lied? Anybody that's like that caught up in it, I gotta hold on. I gotta block some things. All right. I don't understand why this is like, yeah, no, people, there's so many AstroTurf bots. If you don't know already, I have a whole series that I start first two episodes of that series, and there's another one coming out soon. Okay, so you sold those photos of yourself and Kim Porter to CNN for $1,000. Yeah. So what, you supposed to just let CNN use your stuff for free? She didn't charge for the appearances. She didn't charge for the money. She charged for something she owned, which is a property. They're gonna make money. She shouldn't. I'm not saying she should have been charging for her testimony and her story, but she didn't. She's just telling it. But we're on to the next witness now. I do anticipate we're gonna get some follow-up from the other sources. So just, we're gonna be reading those as well. But we have Frederick Zemmour up on the stand. I'm gonna look him up. I like to know what the people look like. Oh, man. Oh, wow. Okay, this is him right here. Right here. Frederick Zemmour. Oh my gosh. Wait, hold on. Melinda, are you serious? Melinda Go Big said his taste and smell must be damaged. We used to put applesauce on the patients with dementia's food to get them to eat it. Can you imagine if that's why they keep mentioning it? This one right here, this is Frederick Zemmour. He's on the stand right now. Just got called up. Okay, let's go to Inner City Press. All right. You sold the photos. Okay, no further questions and more. Okay. Why are you here today? He said, I received a subpoena. Are you familiar with the hotel's reservation system? Yes. We have a system called Opera. We enter in personal preferences. How long do you keep them? He said they stay forever. That's Frederick right there. Thank you, Miss SpaceX. Almost every hotel besides Hilton uses Opera. Okay. We do have an update from CNN. Hotel employee is next to testify. He is the 15th witness. Let me write that too. Mila Morales was 14. Kid Cudi was 13. And Frederick Z, whatever his name is. Prosecutors admit, breaking news, everybody. Prosecutors admit records from the Beverly Hills Hotel into evidence. What are the records? They're admitting hotel reservation records dating back to 2008. Whew, okay. Hotel records from 2008 are being shown right now, entered into evidence. I bet the jury's going to see him soon. Okay, so 12 minutes ago, let's just wrap up with the Milo Morales thing from Washington Post so we don't miss anything while they're telling us they're entering this stuff for the next guy into evidence. Milo Morales says she was napping on the couch, Grammy Award weekend 2010. They both busted in. She heard yelling and screaming. Cassie was distraught. She took her home in the morning. A physician friend looked at her injuries. She recommended that Cassie go. The doctor recommended that Cassie go to the emergency room, but she declined. 7 minutes ago, defense attorney Ana Estevallo asked the makeup artist about work that she had done for Cassie Ventura. She previously told the judge she wants to demonstrate that Cassie had a thriving and vibrant career. Possibly a strategy to undermine the government's argument that Diddy stifled her career as a pop star. Diddy's lawyer showed the court a number of photos from a music video with Wiz Khalifa, Black and Yellow, as well as several magazine shoots. Morales did confirm that she did Ventura's makeup on those occasions. Five minutes ago, makeup artist feared for her life. I already read that. Okay, we have a new update from the New York Post. 1 minute ago, New York Post, Jack Morfett, Kyle Schnitzer, and Priscilla DeGregory. Celebrity makeup artist Milo Morales has finished testifying, and now hotel manager Frederick Zemmour is testifying about Diddy using fake names for hotel stays. He testified Diddy would book rooms under different names, including, okay, breaking news, one of Diddy's aliases is Ryan Lopez. That'll probably end up being important because remember Frank Black ended up circling back around. 1 minute ago from NBCnews.com, we get another update. Makeup artist testifies she gave a handful of interviews. She confirms she's done a handful of interviews in recent months. She acknowledged speaking on the record to well-known media figures, including Don Lemon, Pierce Morgan, and participating in some documentaries. They sought to paint her as an attention seeker, but the effort seemed to fall flat. Thank you for that update, NBC News. Okay, let's go to Inner City Press. "52 seconds ago, we got another tweet. Ryan Rico Lopez, CMT said. Okay, so how long do the records stay in the Oprah system, or opera, excuse me, opera system, Oprah. But he said they stay forever. Who reserved this room for Sean Combs? He said, Ryan Lopez. Other names were also used. When was this profile first created? The hotel manager said 2006. It did say Sean Combs and Bad Boy Records, but then they changed it to Jackie Star, another alias. Ryan Lopez, like Jennifer. What's Jennifer Lopez's daddy's name? Ryan Lopez, Jackie Star, like Maurice Star. All right, I want to direct your attention to 2011, 2012 time frame, if you don't mind. Okay. I'm just looking through the other sources for any possible updates elsewhere. Nothing new there. Now I'm on the Mirror. The 15th witness called by the prosecution will be Frederick Zemmour, the general manager at L'Hermitage Hotel in LA. He takes the stand admitting hotel reservations have been admitted into evidence. So I want to look up this hotel just so we can get an idea of what this place is. Is it gonna, oh, I guess it's loading. Okay, that's taking too long and freaking me out. Okay, let me do images. I guess this is the hotel. This is like the entryway. I guess this is what the hotel rooms kind of look like. Okay, interesting. 2 minutes, a new witness. This is a new Sky News. A new witness takes the stand. General manager of 5-star luxury hotel. So if you're just joining, we did get information that Diddy uses aliases to check into hotels, including the alias Ryan Lopez and including the alias Jackie Starr. Now, this comes after previous testimony earlier in the week and earlier in the trial indicated that Diddy uses the name Frank Black and sometimes Frank White. So we got Frank Black, Frank White, Ryan Lopez, and Jackie Starr. In addition to Sean Combs, Sean Puffy Combs, Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs, P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, and apparently Love. Okay, the most recent tweet was still this one right here. I want to turn your attention back to 2011, 2012. So we're just waiting for an update here. But I want to know what they're going to ask this guy. I want to know what, because this is a Beverly Hills hotel. Oops. I'm trying to. Okay, nothing new there. Let's go to NBC. Maybe he's taking a while to look at it because we're kind of reaching one of those points where it's like, where's the updates? Sometimes that happens when they're doing sidebars and stuff. Prosecutors are admitting hotel reservation records dating back to 2008. New update from Washington Post. 3 minutes ago, Anne Brannigan said defense attorney Ana Estevallo just concluded her cross-examination of Mila Morales, a makeup artist who worked for Diddy and had a sisterly bond with Cassie. She previously testified that she feared for her life when she saw Cassie's injuries after Diddy struck her while, well, she believes, allegedly, because she said she was behind. She didn't see it happen, but then, that's what she believes. When they were sharing a hotel room in 2010, she explained that her fear prevented her from talking to Diddy or calling police about the incident, and that neither Diddy nor his employees ever approached her about it. Okay. Let me refresh Inner City Press. Something's going on in there, y'all. 6 minutes ago, a new witness took the stand. There's Kid Cudi. Photos of Cassie and the Wiz Khalifa music video. Nothing new from that. Get to some of these. Shout out to Kiki becoming a member. Thanks so much to Cindy for the $9.99 super chat because you got me through my root canal this morning. Oh my God, please. Oh, I hate going to the dentist. Thank you for the $9.99 super chat, Cindy. Hope you get well soon. Thank you, Amy K, for the $10. I sent you an email last night regarding an AstroTurf video that showed up on YouTube. It said Wendy Williams had testified. I made a video about this morning, Amy. Thank you for the $10 super chat, Amy K. I made a video about this morning, about Wendy Williams testifying at the trial and all that, had court sketches and everything. It was wild. Thank you for the heads up. And a video is coming out on BJ Investigates. Diddy's role in Get Him to the Greek, Dominique Barnett, was pretty on the nose, right? Thank you for the $1.99 super chat. Shout out to you. Thank you, LM. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Thank you, Nicole Warden. New members, shout out to you. Thank you, Allie. The disgusting irony of them SL shaming Cassie when their whole basis for the defense is that Cassie is being framed for having a robust S life. It's so, I mean, look, listen, I can't get into these people's minds. It don't make sense to me. Thank you for the $5 super chat. So basically, he wants to get Epstein treatment. LOL. Pfft. Thank you, Birmingham Leprechaun. Thank you, Mary, for the $19.99 super chat. Thank you, Daphne, becoming a member. Shout out to you. Thank you, Grandma McGrew. Thank you, BJ, for all you do. I enjoy watching you cover the trial. Everybody hit the like button. Thank you, Grandma McGrew, for the $5 super chat. Let's see if we got anything new here. I'm on the edge of my seat. 43 seconds. We got it. This reservation, what's on the bill? The guy answers, this is a hotel manager. This is witness number 15 in the trial, Frederick Zemmour. He is the hotel manager for like a 5-star hotel in Beverly Hills. What's this bill? And it's from 2011, 2012. This reservation, what's the bill? He said it's over $2,000. It says only charge if Christina Karam approves. Okay. The bill was for over $2,000 and it says on it only charge if Christina Karam approves. Okay, next question. So what were the instructions? He said, put the room out of service for cleaning and they like the room hot. So set it for 75 degrees. So they like the room hot because he probably wants them sweating. All right, that's the most recent tweet there. Let's go to NBC. CNN. Washington Post. Fox News. They somehow made it on the roster. Okay, they are circling back to the Milo Morales. Let's just make sure we didn't miss any important details while we're waiting for more to come through from the guy on the stand now. I'm very interested in what's going on in the stand right now. $2,000 bill, only charge if Christina Karam approves. Now, Diddy's lawyers are going to lick their chops at that because they're going to probably try to blame a lot of this on her. However, they did seem to be kind of rehabilitating her reputation earlier, so I don't know what they're going to do. Former makeup artist consulted a lawyer after Diddy was allegedly violent toward Cassie. Around the Grammys weekend 2010, she had fallen asleep on the couch in the hotel. She woke up to a commotion. The makeup artist testified she heard yelling and screaming. She claimed that she consulted her doctor friend to examine Cassie. She didn't have a concussion, but the doctor did say you need to go to the ER with all this bruises and all that. A hairstylist friend also came over. That's a new detail. And this time a lawyer came over and they allegedly spoke to him about what occurred. I want to know if the lawyer is going to be called to testify. Morales confirmed, the makeup artist, that she provided emotional support to Cassie at this time and she needed more. She would have given it. She testified that she would have driven her to the hospital. She would have called the police. She would have done whatever Cassie needed in that moment. Good. Thank you. Thank you. Good. All right, let's go back to Inner City Press. Okay, everybody, breaking news. We're talking about some of the damage done to the hotel. Next question from the Assistant U.S. Attorney. Can you describe for the jury, what are these complaints on this bill that's over $2,000? The hotel manager said candle wax on the carpet, security was called, and there was a $500 charge. No further questions, Your Honor. Cross-examination? None. Next witness. So In and out. All right. I do have a feeling we're going to be getting more information from this hotel guy as the other sources pipe in. But now we are moving on to the next witness. We're already on to the next witness. And I'm hoping it's the one that raided the California house. Now, listen, y'all, from a strategy standpoint and from where they are in the trial, think about it this way. Every single day, doesn't it seem like they're trying to get stuff for inside the media, trying to get the headlines or whatever? I mean, these allegations have been going on both sides. Today's the last court date. There's no court tomorrow, and there's also no court on Monday. So there's about to be 4 whole days of media cycle, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday of no court. So I have a suspicion that right at the last moment, these prosecutors are about to give us something to talk about. Next witness to the stand is Special Agent Josh Croft. I wonder if he raided the California mansion, because what do we know already about the raids? Well, the New York hotel was searched. We got those pictures the day before yesterday. We also know yesterday and the day before the Miami home, the Miami mansion. And then Diddy's kids were handcuffed and all that. 3 minutes ago, most recent. Okay. I don't know if this is. Hold on. I need to take care of some astroturfing campaigns and block them real quick. I think this might be fake news. I'm not going to read that part. Okay. Because it didn't come from him. So look, 3 minutes ago, that was the most recent tweet, right? We call Special Agent Josh Croft. We do have 2 updates from CNN. These are the notes. Ooh, breaking news, everybody. These are the notes that the hotel put on Diddy's profile. So here's the notes. The jury just saw notes associated with the hotel profile of Sean Diddy Combs. Here's the notes. Ooh. Please monitor outside his room down the hall to spray air freshener. Always spills candle wax on everything and uses excessive amounts of oil. Place the room out of order upon departure for deep cleaning. Please authorize an extra $1,000 when the guest stays with us to cover any room damages. So he was tearing these hotel rooms up, according to these notes. Look, these are the notes on his file. When this guest stays here, it stinks. Place a monitor outside his room to spray the hall with air freshener. Why did it stink so bad in Diddy's rooms? Breaking news. The hotel had to spray special air freshener in front of his room. Always, capital, always spills candle wax. This is CNN.com. On everything. He uses excessive amounts of oil. Place the room. So when he checks out, put the room out of order. We got to do a deep cleaning when he leaves, and we got to charge him an extra $1,000 every single time. Direct examination concludes. The defense declined to ask him any questions. We have another new update. Computer forensics agent. Y'all, we're getting into computer. We're getting into computer stuff. A lot of y'all were asking, what about the recording devices? What was on his devices? We have a computer expert called to the stand. The government has called Joshua Croft to the stand. He's a computer forensics agent working with Homeland Security investigations. Emily Johnson is questioning him, and this is the 16th witness called by the prosecution. One new update from Washington Post. The government is now questioning its 4th witness on this packed day. Oh no, see, look, they put this up a minute ago and it's already outdated. Frederick Zemmour, the general manager of this French hotel in Beverly Hills. He's being asked about hotel records showing reservations that Diddy made over the years. Oh, I want to see those. Page 6, put those out. We got a new update from NBC News. Hotel manager says that the room marked out of what needed to be marked out of order after Diddy stayed there, and it would always require deep cleaning. He testified the room would require deep cleaning after Diddy stayed there. He told the court that he would stay under an alias, including Ryan Lopez and Jackie Starr were 2 of Diddy's aliases for hotels. Now, we also know he had prescription aliases, which was Frank Black. Zemmour noted that Zemmour told the court that Diddy would stay under an alias, and notes on his hotel profile were marked that included notes that Diddy used excessive amounts of oil and spilled candle wax on everything. The room had to be marked out of order after Diddy left for deep cleaning, and an additional $500 fee was charged for damage at this one time in 2011, 2012. Diddy's lawyers decided not to ask a question. Now, this is the second time they've done that. The other time was with Cassie's mom. The defense attorneys did not ask her any questions. 3 seconds ago, oh, that's a different thing. Okay, let me get to this. Okay, so they're asking this now. We're on to the next witness, but don't worry, we are still probably going to get some updates from that Zemmour guy. But in real time right now, we are on to the next witness. Special Agent Josh Croft. Where do you work? He said, Homeland Security Investigations. I extract data from computers. What is your training? He said, the SANS Institute. Okay, what does the SANS Institute stand for? He said, I don't really know. They're opaque in that way. So you don't know. He don't know who he works for, what his training is. He said, oh, they never told me, but I got the training. I'm going to look it up. SANS Institute, Homeland Security. Look. SANS EDU, the SANS Technology Institute. So this is where he got his education from. The SANS Technology Institute offers career-focused undergraduate and graduate programs on the cutting edge of cybersecurity. We are one of the largest cybersecurity programs in the United States. This feels like a little government-funded op right here. Sorry, I just think it does. They don't even know what it stands for, and they go to the school. That's weird. Anyway, back to Inner City Press. Let's see if we have anything new here other than his opaque education. Okay, that's the last one there. Let's go to NBC. Nope, nothing there. Let's go to CNN. Nothing new. This guy's apparently a computer forensics expert. He extracts data off of computers. So I think they just probably only have this guy in here to say, this is my credibility. This is my credentials. This is what I do. This is what I'm the one who got the data off the computer, just to kind of establish some type of chain of custody and like, how did you get it off the computers? I doubt the guy's going to be on the stand very long because, I mean, court ends technically in 40 minutes. 3 minutes ago, gave interviews. Couldn't remember. Okay, so the makeup artist was cross-examined by Diddy's lawyer, Ana Estevao, who asked how many interviews she had given. She said she couldn't remember, but she did speak to CNN and was part of a Diddy documentary. She wasn't paid for the interviews, and Cassie did not ask her to do them. She couldn't recall if Dateline reached out. She said she don't look at those emails anymore. She asked if the government had reached out for permission to do interviews, and she said she couldn't recall. The lawyer showed her something on the stand to refresh her memory, and she said she did ask to do Dateline. Until the interview, she claimed she had never spoken about the incident again, and she claimed a documentary reimbursed her $250 for therapy. There's a new entry at the New York Times. Diddy racked up $1,000 in bills for damage at ritzy Beverly Hills hotel over excessive oil use. A ritzy Beverly Hills hotel always charged Diddy. This is New York Post, Kyle Schnitzer, Jack Morfett, Priscilla DeGregory. A ritzy Beverly Hills hotel always charged Diddy an extra $1,000 to repair damages after he left the hotel room covered in baby oil and candle wax. The hotel's internal notes about Diddy detailed the rooms that he stayed in, and they showed that they had had to be placed out of order for deep cleaning because he, quote, always spills candle wax on everything and uses excessive amount of oil. The jurors heard this testimony today. Please authorize extra 1,000 when guest stays to cover any room damage. He also liked his room hot. Found large deposits of candle wax. Okay, once on January 10th, 2010, hotel staff found large deposits of candle wax on carpets in the living room area and on the nightstands in the bedroom area. Where the candle wax coming from? He was charged $500 according to the records. 3 minutes ago, Sky News, the jury was shown hotel records also created under the name Sean Combs in 2006. A profile was updated in 2009 to Jackie Starr. The name was later changed in multiple times to Frank White, Frank Black, and eventually it was changed to Ryan Lopez. Notes added by hotel staff on his profile say he always spills candle wax on everything and uses excessive amounts of oil, places the room out of order when he leaves, another note, uses excessive amounts of baby oil, likes room hot, set temp at 75. 1 minute ago, Special Agent Joshua Croft up on the stand. He said he extracts data from computers. That's the most recent tweet. Let's go to the other sources. CNN. Let's go refresh on Washington Post. Let's go to Fox News. Nope. Mirror. Let's try the Mirror. Okay, here we go. Hotel notes on Diddy's profile released. Please authorize extra 1,000 when guest stays. Now, nobody else, interestingly, out here except Inner City Press had name dropped Christina Karam. I find that to be interesting. Sky News. We already did that one. God, what are they doing with this guy? "28 seconds ago, we get another tweet. And the question is, what tools did you use? And he said, I used TX1 and Digital Collector. Whose laptops did you extract? He said, well, this is a MacBook Pro from 2010, 2011 with a white case. So Cassie. He extracted data from Cassie's laptop. Okay. I think the guy, oh, look, here's some video right here. Who is this? NBC News. There was some outside the court footage. Who cares about her? Look at him walking in. Interesting. Okay, let's see. So I think they're just bringing this guy in to say, like, okay, who did the stuff off of Cassie's laptop? Did you boot it up? The next question. I got the MacBook. Hold on. What tools did you use? He said he used the TX1. Come on. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Sorry. Did you boot it up? He said, yes, I did. And I got the MacBook. I got to the MacBook factory default screen. The assistant U.S. attorney said, okay, but you still got data? He said, yep. The hard drive had data that wasn't overridden by the factory reset. Okay, so somebody had reset this thing, factory reset, but there was some data that was remaining. It didn't get overridden. So there was some stuff still on the hard drive. So he was able to recover data from the hard drive. Okay. And so we get another side of this from CNN.com. They're saying actually the defense did some damage on cross-examination of Kid Cudi, the legal expert said. His testimony that Diddy's car blew up did not prove Diddy was behind it. They did some damage on cross-examination because there was no direct evidence that Diddy was involved. There was never an arrest. There was never prosecution relating to that incident. And I brought that up. I'm like, why not? He just believed it to be Diddy because Diddy was violent, quote, violent. The arson incident, legal experts say, is a key piece of the prosecution's argument that Diddy ran a criminal enterprise consisting of violent behavior, ST, and the procurement of narcotics. Well, I think what they're going to do, I think they're going to get Capricorn Clark on the stand. She's going to say who the other accomplice was or the alleged associate. They're going to get that person on the stand. That person's going to say Diddy did it. And then maybe they will be able. I mean, again, y'all, we got weeks. We got over a month left of this trial. This is only week 2 of testimony. Okay, let me refresh Inner City Press. Right now we're hearing from the computer forensic, whatever data like guy. He said that he was able to get some data off of Cassie's 2010, 2011 computer. The computer had been factory reset, but there was some stuff on the hard drive that had not been overridden. So he was able to get that off of there. I'm on the edge of my seat, rapidly flashing between tabs to try to see who's going to say first what this is. The defense said some damage. We already read that. Okay, let's see. Live updates. Nothing from Washington Post. Let's refresh this. Let's refresh the Mirror. Okay, New York Post, Sky News, new witness up. All right, that's all we have. Let's go back to Inner City Press. Most recent one. Let me get some of these. Thanks so much, Daphne, for the $2 super chat. I just joined your channel. Shout out to you. Love your comments. Thank you, Daphne. Thank you, Liz Elaine, for the 149 super sticker. Thank you, Art Minensen. In hindsight, the Cassie song "Me and You" seems like an ad. Well, apparently it was like before Diddy, and he heard the song and it was already in existence, and that's why he signed her. But I don't really know. Thanks so much for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Life Lessons and Lions. I wonder who Bonds and D-Rock are going to testify for. That is a great question. I also wonder. I'm on the edge of my seat. They're probably going to be pretty vital, right? But are they going to also say they don't want to testify without immunity too? That's what I wonder. Thank you, Life Lessons, for the $1.99. Thank you, Zulia. Placer Dalama becoming a member. Shout out to you. Thank you, Brolic Boss. The Diddler's lawyers are not doing the best, Brolic Boss said. Thank you for the $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Emo Hamtaro, for the $4.99 super chat. It wasn't even a lick, but the selling Kim Porter photos is the best lick the defense has got in the whole 3 weeks. True. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Let's go back to Inner City Press. I want to know what data he got off of this. I'm like, got any more of those updates? Super keen. Somebody said super keen to hear this. Me too. Okay, let's go. Man, NBC must have took a nap. Okay, refreshing CNN. Oh, refreshing Washington Post. I'll go look for the Kid Cudi car pictures too. Let me go do that while we wait. Yep. All right. Does TMZ have them? Yes. Okay, here we go. An hour ago from TMZ. See Porsche fire damage, new exhibits in Diddy trial. Photos of Kid Cudi's car fire aftermath were just entered as exhibits in the case, and they appear to show what Kid Cudi testified about in terms of the fire damage to his car. There's the seat right there. There's the roof. He testified that in January 2012, he got a call from his dog sitter that his car was on fire. He told jurors that he knew Diddy had something to do with it, but he didn't know. He didn't see it happen, but he just knew it. All right, let's go to Inner City Press. Okay, y'all. 15 seconds ago, we get another tweet from Inner City Press, and it's like a kind of a technical question. What is unallocated space? The special agent said it's something that's not viewable, something that's previously deleted. Okay. Can you explain how computers store data? He said, yeah. You have a table of contents. A file can still be stored in an unallocated space. That doesn't really explain anything. It seems like he's maybe testifying about something very technical because like everybody's just kind of stalled out. Okay, 3 minutes ago, Fox News, hotel manager in Beverly Hills testifies Diddy made reservations under multiple fake names. While on the stand, the prosecution introduced exhibits showing older reservations starting in 2008 for guest names Ryan Lopez and Sean Combs. The manager explained sometimes they would merge the profiles together. Another exhibit entered showed the activity log for the Ryan Lopez profile. So, I mean, like, is there a real Ryan Lopez out there? Like, is this identity theft or just an alias? The activity log showed the name change on the profile. The profile was originally created under Sean Combs in December 2006. It was changed again in 2009 from Sean Combs to Jackie Starr. The hotel manager then walked the prosecution through the name changes to the profile from Starr to Frank White to Frank Black, telling the jury there was multiple changes from September 2001 to January 2012. A note about prior stays reflected some concerns. January 2010, so this is like 9 years after he starts staying at these hotels. This is during the time that he was going by Jackie Starr. Housekeeping allegedly found a candle wax all over the carpet and nightstand. So the most recent tweet here is the special agent who was able to get they thought it was deleted data off of Cassie's laptop, but it wasn't actually deleted. It hadn't been permanently overwritten by the hard drive. So that guy is like trying to explain to the jury how a computer works right now or something. So I think it's just like going a little slow, but they're probably just needing to establish the chain of custody, chain of evidence, like how they came across it and how they got it off and all that. Because Diddy's lawyer, all they have to say is this is fake. So this guy has to come in and say, no, this is not fake. This is how I got it. Less than a minute ago, we get another update from CNN.com. Data extracted from Cassie's laptops. Forensic agent testifies. He testified he extracted data from 3 of Cassie's laptops. So one from 2010, one from 2011, and one with a white case. He said one of the laptops had been set to factory default and another opened to a login screen with user profile for Frank Black and a guest profile. The third laptop, which had some dents and bends, would not power on. So one seemed to have been like beat to death. It wouldn't turn on. Wow. Okay. Breaking news. 1 minute ago, CNN.com. 3 laptops they tried to search. One laptop, it had been reset to factory, but he was able to get some data off of it. Another laptop, when it opened to the login screen, it had a profile for Frank Black on it. So 3 different people have now testified some Frank Black stuff. Cassie said Diddy would go by Frank Black with the doctors. The hotel manager that just testified said that Diddy did have a Frank Black, according to the reports we just read. And now we're hearing from a computer data analyst about Frank Black. Also, 4 people testified because remember, Special Agent Yassine Binda, she also testified about Frank Black, and we saw those pictures from inside the New York hotel with prescriptions of clonazepam or whatever for Frank Black. I'm surprised he doesn't go by Mora Takali, y'all, in any of his names. Okay, let's see. So thankfully we did get these updates from CNN. Third laptop was all beat up. Like somebody maybe physically beat the laptop so it would not power on. He said it wouldn't even power on. 2 minutes ago, we get an update from Washington Post. Shayna Jacobs from Washington Post said hotel flagged Diddy as a messy candle melter, oil spiller. The hotel manager was walking people. The reason that he had those files at all, it was because it was supposed to be for regular guests, showing he was considered problematic and likely to damage property. Always spills candle wax on everything, uses excessive amount of oil. Internal note, the same notes instructed employees to charge Diddy an extra $1,000 for expected damages to mark the room out of order after he leaves. And at one point, Diddy was charged $500 extra for excessive amount of candle wax on the carpet. The manager testified that he booked the room under aliases, including Frank Black and Ryan Lopez. However, the staff did know his real identity and lodged him only in certain entry-level rooms, according to court exhibit. So he only was allowed to stay in entry-level rooms. I don't know why. Prosecutors and witnesses have said that Diddy held freak-offs at various luxury hotels and demanded that the rooms be prepped exactly to his liking with candles and mood lighting and copious amounts of baby oil. The manager pointed to a line in the staff notes that said that Diddy likes the room hot, with instructions to set the thermostat at 75 degrees. My God, that's hot. In Beverly Hills, as California is hot. 9 seconds ago, we get another tweet. Another question. So on these 3 laptops, hold on. I did see a tweet. Look. And so on these 3 laptops, how are they backed up? The agent answers, iTunes was used before iCloud. Some look a little funky. But you can validate the funky, as you say, data by going to the raw data? He said, yes. Okay, nothing further, Your Honor. Now it's Diddy's lawyer's turn. CNN reported less than a minute ago, defense team started cross-examination of computer forensic agent. So Teeny Garagos is now asking him questions on cross-examination. Now, this seems to be, they're going to attack the reliability of the evidence that they found on these laptops. Prosecutors, have finished their questions. Defense attorney Teeny Garagos takes her turn. One new update, Washington Post. 1 minute ago, Ann Brannigan from Washington Post. Joshua Croft, a Homeland Security special agent specializing in computer forensics, is now on the stand, the 5th and likely last government witness for the day. Croft said he extracted data from multiple devices involved in the case. He laid out his methodology, which was quite technical, in detail for the jury. He gave a broad overview of what he found on different laptops. Somebody needs to tell me what he found. No one told me what he found. Signs of damage or being erased to factory settings, for example. Okay. So signs of damage and being erased to factory settings. As he went over this, Diddy scooched his chair up to the table, his blue spiral notebook in hand, and bent his head to write in it. So remember, they found a Frank Black login screen in one of Cassie's laptops. Teeny Garagos apparently has started on her cross-examination. So I'm waiting to get the line of questioning from her. Let's go to NBC. Man, I guess they took off for the rest of the day. They ain't said nothing in 26 minutes. All right, let's update CNN. Okay. Diddy's writing in his notebook. In his blue notebook. Maybe he's going to say that's his computer and Cassie stole it. Let's go to the Mirror. We already read that. New York Post. I'm going to say Doomsday. Okay, let's go to Sky News 3 minutes ago. Okay. All right. We do have some more details. Thank God. Sky News. Data. This is 3 minutes ago. Data extracted from Cassie's computers. Special agent is on the stand. Croft explains the tools he used to extract texts. Okay, so it's text messages. Also, he got other data. So look, he explains the tools he used to extract texts and other data from devices, including phones and laptops. His testimony includes lots of specialized technical terms. He says Diddy had numerous electronics seized from his multiple homes. He says he examined 3 devices, 2 MacBook Pros and 1 MacBook Air, all of them belonging to Cassie. And he said each one of these had their own unique challenges to searching. He describes one being set to factory default, another having the user profile Frank Black and a guest profile, and another that appeared to be damaged and it wouldn't power on. Damage. Nothing I can lay on. Watch me get copyright struck because I sound so much like the original. Okay, NBC, ever since they put this video of Chloe Mayloss up, I mean, nothing seems to have happened over there. All right, 4 minutes ago. I haven't even seen one single question that Teeny Garagos apparently asked. I mean, she apparently started cross-examining him like 5 minutes ago. Not a single source has put out a single damn thing she's done said. I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm getting impatient. I want to know what they're talking about. I want to know what the texts say. This would be a very boring final witness of the day, don't you think? There was supposedly one more. Remember the CFO? Former CFO of Combs Enterprises? They want to start that today? Okay, I'm going back to Inner City Press yet again. I've once again returned. Okay, yes, we got another one. Woo! All right, we got another tweet. On one of the laptops, there was a Frank Black profile. Yes. This is Diddy's lawyer. Did you process every file? Yes. Have a wonderful weekend. Okay, now the prosecutor comes back up. Frank Black. Did you proceed under Cassie's consent? So he searched through the Frank Black profile. So again, like I said, like I anticipated, like I predicted, it does seem like they are trying to argue that this was Diddy's personal laptop and he didn't consent to it being searched. Unreasonable search, Fourth Amendment, mistrial. They're always angling for one. So the assistant U.S. attorney said, okay. Did you proceed under Cassie's consent to search the Frank Black profile? He said, no, I proceeded under a search warrant by the federal government. So it's almost like Diddy's lawyer seems to be trying to set up Look, on one of the laptops, didn't it say Frank Black? Yeah. But you searched that profile even though it said Frank Black? She said, yup. Or he said, yup. Okay. That's all I needed to know. Like they're trying to do like a unreasonable search and seizure. Then on redirect, the government's like, why did you search the Frank Black? He said, because there was a warrant, a search warrant. So I wonder if that's going to be her only and last question. Okay, let's go to NBC. Now, I think there was supposed to be at least one other witness testify today. And I think it was supposed to be Tony Abrahams, the former CFO of Combs Enterprises. Tony Abrahams. Oh, wow. CEO of AI Media Technologies. Ew. Is this him? Somebody tell me who knows. That's him? Former CFO? Tony Abrahams? Is that him? Co-founder since 2003. So maybe he wasn't. I don't know if that's actually him. You know, don't take my word for it. Oh, let's go back to Inner City Press. Oh, she glitching. Okay, there we go. No more witnesses. Jurors, I intend to release you early. Any objections? And they all laughed. All right. And the judge tells them some funny stuff. So I guess the CFO will be up on Tuesday, but I'm going to stay around for at least a few more minutes because we're probably going to get some insights as to who's going to be coming up next. The government has to arrange travel, et cetera, et cetera. And jurors, I'm going to let you go 15 minutes early. Any objections? And they all kind of laughed. Don't read anything about the case. Go for a walk. Watch the Knicks avenge their game one loss. More laughter. And you must tattle. We're making great progress. All rise. You must tattle. I don't know what that means. All right. So the jury got, in real time, the jury has been just dismissed. It was rather boring, uneventful. I expected them to end the trial on a bang, the trial day on a bang here, because they're not coming back till Tuesday. Now, I do expect for the lawyers to give a preview every single day the last, I think, 3 days in a row. We have gotten a preview of who's going to be called up next. So I would be remiss to leave. I would be remiss not to say who's going to be next. Less than 1 minute ago, CNN.com, the jury is dismissed. The trial will resume on Tuesday. The jury is dismissed. Court is dark tomorrow and Monday for Memorial Day. The judge gave the jury strict instructions to avoid even the conversations about this case and the media coverage over the holiday weekend. Trial ends on break until after Memorial Day. The trial wrapped up. Well, the jury was dismissed, but I bet you the judge is going to want to know what he is going to walk into on Tuesday. So let's just wait for a few more minutes. I'm dying to know who's next. I think it's going to be that CFO, former CFO from Bad Boy. Someone check for the judge at the Knicks game, somebody said. He's always talking about those Knicks, isn't he? Okay, let's go to Washington Post and see if they have any new updates. Just want to make sure that we don't miss anything very important. A lot of very important stuff gets said right in this like about 10 to 15, 20 minute time period. Homeland Security agent claims Diddy laptop evidence was reset to default settings. Computer forensics expert with the Department of Homeland Security testified today. He told the U.S. attorney that one MacBook Pro laptop from 2010 or 11 was reset to factory default, but he was able to remove the hard drive and extract data that had not been wiped during the factory reset. The login screen for one user, Frank Black, appeared on a laptop in addition to another login for a guest user. Oh, look. It's a new detail. Another laptop powered on but had a clicking noise. The hard drive had to be removed to extract the data. So they took the hard drive out and hooked it up to something else because the laptop wouldn't power on. He said he was unsuccessful at recovering all the data, but he got the majority. Oh, so it is a little bit of a cliffhanger. So they're letting us all know. Power up. Photos show damage to Kid Cudi's convertible. Prosecutors admitted photos into evidence today that showed burn damage to the car. He said it was caused by a boom after an incident with Diddy. So they're trying to say Diddy did this or had it made somebody do it. Here are 2, 3. Oh, this is a brand new image. I haven't seen this one. The burn on the door here. This is scary. Shows what appears to be a burned hole through the top, as well as scorch marks on the driver's seat. Oh my God. The mirror, let's refresh that. Computer forensics agent was the 5th witness to testify today, 16th so far total against, Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson questioned him. Let's go to New York Post, trial end. Okay, let's go to Sky News. Nothing there. Let's go to Inner City Press and see if they're and the court's still arguing. Okay, I don't know if they left out or what. Enjoy, he said. All right, let me go to the I want to go to Pacer. Let me go to Pacer. I want to see if they filed anything else today. This feels a little anticlimactic. I mean, am I missing something? I thought they were going to end today with a bang. I'm going to Diddy's docket. I'm going to see if there's anything else filed. There was 2 things filed, I think. Yep, letter motion, Lindsay Lewis, and opposition. Okay, so this is the thing we just saw earlier. They finally, I guess, made it public for this lawyer. She had written it, yeah, back then. This is about, I wonder who is victim 2. Any guesses? This is long. This is 9 pages long. We got another update somewhere. Where was it? NBC? New update, yeah. The weekend comes early for jurors. Left the witness stand. Juror closed the testimony. The court will not be in session tomorrow and Monday. When he left the witness stand and it was said there would be no more testimony, the judge jokingly asked jurors if they had any objections. After a bit of laughter in the courtroom, the judge told jurors to go for a bike ride or watch the Knicks play in the playoffs. We got a new update from CNN. Okay, I knew it. Capricorn Clark. Announcement, breaking news, everybody. Next witness going to be called to the stand after the holiday weekend is going to be Capricorn Clark. Comey didn't disappoint. She said the first witness they're going to call on Tuesday is the one who called Kid Cudi in tears and said, they're in your house right now and I was forced to come here. So she's going to be able to say, who was that other so-called accomplice? What did he call it? Associate. Who was the associate? Who was the other associate that went to Kid Cudi's house? We're going to end up finding out on Tuesday, I guarantee, or I think. I don't know. How can I guarantee? I don't know. I'm not a psychic for real. After Clark, prosecutors then plan to have witnesses from the LAPD and the LA Fire Department. The case is running right on time, she said. We got another new update from NBC. Witnesses next week include another former assistant of Diddy. Oh my gosh, y'all. former assistant of Diddy, LAPD, LAFD. The court will resume on Tuesday, giving jurors an extended holiday weekend, another round of witnesses for the prosecutor. Maureen Comey told the judge that Capricorn Clark, Diddy's former assistant, will take the stand, as well as unnamed members of the LAPD and the Los Angeles Fire Department. They're trying to prove this arson. They are going in. Wow. Wow. Okay, let me go to Washington Post. Okay, we do get some more information from Ann Brannigan of the Washington Post about these laptops. The government's questioning of Special Agent Joshua Croft was relatively short, focused primarily on his methodology of extracting the data and the condition of the three laptops. One had a damaged hard drive, but Croft was still able to recover a lot of the data. Another, which prosecutors did say belonged to Cassie, it had been reset to factory settings, and the login showed a screen for Frank Black. I think they're going to show that this was iCloud activities. I think that is what they're gearing up for. Frank Black was an alias that Diddy had used. Croft said he extracted text messages from these computers. He didn't discuss any other material. So he admitted to the text messages. There are text messages that got taken out of here, but he didn't discuss what else was found. Oh my God. Frank Black was on the laptop. It had a clicking noise. Let's go to the Mirror. I'm just doing the wrap up. I may be back on later. For another live with, I'm going to see who I can get to come on. I'm going to reach out to a few other creators. I'm going to reach out to Liz Crokin. I'm going to reach out to Andy Rabbit, and I might, it depends. I mean, it is into my week, but I may come back on live later. And if so, make sure your notifications are on and all that. I'll post about it. So make sure you're following me on Instagram and all that. This video is sponsored by ThatSurpriseWitness.com. Get your merch at ThatSurpriseWitness.com. And if you found this to be helpful, informative, useful, you can donate to the legal fund linked below. That's ThatSurpriseWitness.com. Get your They Lied hoodie, They Lied tank top. We have sold out of some sizes here. And also the They Lied bag. There's been a lot of popular demand for this one to come back, but I don't know. We'll see. I might be back on live later just to talk about like where we stand from the first couple weeks and different theories and stuff like that. Thank you to Jessica Renee for the 99-cent super sticker. Thank you, Noah, for the $7.99 Australian. A pattern of RICO needs to be shown within a 10-year period. So the prosecution does need to hone in events from 2015 to 2025. Okay. All right. That's good to know. That is true. That did say that. Thank you, Noah, for the $7.99 Australian super chat. BJ, do you know if Christina Karam will testify? No. I can't imagine how she's going to get out of it, though. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Thank you, Kraken Studio, for the $4.99 super chat. As deplorable as it is, applesauce was used on a foster child of ours for substances administered. Oh, my God. That is terrible. Oh, that is terrible. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. That was awful. Thank you, Sussex Sandra. Just want to give a little something towards the mods. Yes. I'm gonna reach out to the mods somehow. I'm gonna start putting their links also in the chat below if y'all want to do a little buy me a coffee moment or something like that. Monica, I'll reach out to you in a little while. Thank you, Sussex Sandra. Thank you, Darrell Richardson, for the $1.99. Is victim 2 Ava Combs? Hot water, locks on doors. I don't know who it is. I got to go back and read that thing that was filed. Thank you so much for the $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Allie. FYI, the mom of Diddy's little baby works in cybersecurity. Interesting. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Shata Moon, for the $1.99. Love your vibe and all this. Thank you. Bedazzle Linda, $4.99. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. LI has Ryan Lopez as the director and A&R of Revolt. Coincidence? I think not. What's LI? Law enforcement? What is LI? Ryan Lopez is the director of A&R for Revolt. Is that a coincidence? I doubt it. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Because one of the David James said that one of Diddy's former assistants said that Diddy used to get medicines in his name. Thanks so much to Biritani for becoming a member. Oh, LinkedIn, y'all are saying. LinkedIn says Ryan Lopez is the director of A&R for Revolt. KK is going to turn her state name. Her name keeps coming up. Then Puffy lawyers leave it at her name. And no doubt she's tuned in. I bet she's worried. She probably does have to. Okay, Biggie Shorty says she probably does have to testify to stay free. And I did want to let y'all know too, I have another channel and I've been making videos on it. Okay. I want to let y'all know to go over to the other channel, BJ Investigates, because I have videos about this up. I have videos about this. Let me show you. Look at the most recent too. AstroTurfing video. Look, this one right here. This is Kanye West special friend. The AstroTurfing video, and then one I just put out yesterday. The free Diddy protesters were paid $20 an hour scandal. And then I got another one coming out about some more stuff that I found just today. All right. So make sure you go follow BJ Investigates and all of that. I'll see y'all maybe later. Today it depends on, if I can recover from my tiredness and all that. That's all I read for this one. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation and neither are opinions, girl. Love you, mean it. Okay, bye.